Chapter 101 The Illegitimate Son of the High Priest? By the way, Myers, how did you come back without a spaceship? Jack suddenly thought of something and asked curiously. Bu brought me back. Myers had already thought of an excuse. Bu? Jack was slightly stunned and turned his head to look at the pink fat man next to Myers. Let me introduce you, he is my best friend Bu. Myers pointed at Majin Bu and introduced him to Jack. Hello, I am Jack. Jack stepped forward and shook hands. Turn into chocolate. The tentacles on Bu's head were aimed at Jack's body through the air, and purple electric light condensed on the tentacles. Bu. Mer's face darkened and he shouted hastily. Bu seemed to have thought of something terrible and immediately retracted the purple electric light. I'm hungry and I want to eat. Bu patted his fat belly and looked at Myers with a wronged face. Jake, please go to the restaurant and ask them to prepare some food for Bu. Myers said apologetically. Okay, okay. Jack nodded and agreed readily, not knowing that he almost turned into chocolate. After Jack left, many members of the Galactic Patrol came to say hello. Myers returned the greetings one by one. Even the Galaxy King ran over excitedly after learning that Myers had returned. Myers, I thought you were dead. It's great that you are alive. The Galaxy King was very excited. You are the best member of our Galactic Patrol. Thank you for your concern, Lord Galaxy King. Myers smiled. This is the Galaxy King looked at Majin Bu curiously. Octopus? Majin Bu smacked his lips. The octopus balls on Earth are delicious. The Galaxy King, Myers, Bu, don't be rude, this is Lord Galaxy King, quickly salute. Myers ordered Majin Bu coldly in an imperative tone. Majin Bu was still a little afraid of Myers's powerful strength, and nodded obediently and bowed to the Galaxy King. Ha ha ha, don't be so polite. The Galaxy King smiled cheerfully and extended his tentacles in a friendly manner. Are you a friend of Myers? Welcome to the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. Bu stepped forward and grabbed another tentacle of the King of the Galaxy. The King of the Galaxy's green face turned red at that moment. Why are you all like this? Why do you like to grab me there? Let go. Myers whispered in Bu's ear. Bu scratched his head in a strange way, not understanding why Myers was angry again. Didn't I shake hands normally? How strange. Bu was still very obedient and immediately let go of his hand. Afterwards, under Myers' arrangement, Majin Bu was specially arranged in his room. Anyway, as an angel, he doesn't need to sleep. Letting Majin Bu live with him can also save him from causing trouble everywhere. Before he is thoroughly trained, he should pay more attention to him. However, the next thing that gave Myers a headache happened. After Majin Bu had eaten and drunk enough, he lay on Myers' bed and fell asleep. He couldn't be woken up no matter how much he was called. Jack went forward and tried to wake Bu, but was grabbed by the face and thrown out of the door by Bu. Jack, Myers sighed to the sky. The trainee god of destruction I found was a bit careless. Shinkai Realm. During this period, Shinkai and Jeppet had no appetite, did not sleep well, often had nightmares, and often woke up in dreams. The two had been paying attention to the movements of Majin Bu. But what puzzled them was that Majin Bu had never killed a person or destroyed a planet since he followed Meru's. This was beyond the scope of Shinkai's cognition. Unknowingly, more than 10 days of torment had passed. Shinkai and Jeppet felt a little better. Lord Kai, are we worrying too much? Jeppet asked strangely. Shinkai hung his head and remained silent. Since Majin Bu and Myers got together, Myers has been keeping a close watch on them, and they don't kill people, let alone destroy planets. Jeppet continued what he had just said. Kai didn't know what to say. I don't know what the origin of this guy named Myers is. Jeppet was getting more and more curious. Is he really a demon? He must be a demon. He must be, there's no doubt about it. Kai nodded solemnly. Fallen angel, is that what you mean? Jebet asked. You're right, Jebet. Kai replied, even though they haven't done anything bad now, I always feel something is wrong, and we must keep a close eye on his movements. They have returned to the Galactic Patrol headquarters now. Jebet replied, and Majin Buu is asleep, he hasn't woken up for several days. In short, we must not take it lightly. Kai said in a low voice, his face becoming more and more solemn. But Lord Kai, what can we do? Jebet asked a complicated question. Kai was silent. Yes. What can we do? As the greatest god in the universe, I feel like I can't do anything. I can't even beat a fallen angel from the demon world. I am so miserable as Kai. It is worth mentioning that the whole universe mentioned by Kai does not refer to the 12 universes. Because Kai does not know the existence of other universes. Even if he heard Mel's mention it by chance, he did not believe him. The whole universe mentioned by Kai refers to the entire 7th universe. At this moment, Kai once again felt that the end of the universe was coming. At the same time, he was deeply entangled. When Majin Buu was in the seal, Kai was entangled that he would suddenly run out one day. After Majin Buu came out of the seal, Kai was also entangled that he would destroy the universe. Majin Buu is now controlled by Mers, and King Kai is even more confused that a small angel can be so powerful that even King Kai can do nothing about him. King Kai sighed helplessly and looked at the sword deeply embedded in the ground. If only I could pick up this sword. King Kai said in a deep voice, but he stared at the sword helplessly. Universe 6, Planet Xiangpa. Luo Tian finally completed the real learning of Ultra Instinct with Bardos. At the same time, Bardos also simply taught Broly some fighting skills. For example, the most direct destructive divine skills. Broly listened very carefully and wrote them down one by one. So this guy just gave me a simplified version of Ultra Instinct. Luo Tian sighed. Oh my yes, your starch sausage only has 3% meat, he can give you a simple version of the ultimate freedom, which can be regarded as a rare delicacy. Bardos told the truth. Bardos, praise me. Luo Tian smiled. Bardos was slightly stunned, not understanding what Luo Tian meant. Look, I can cultivate the power of angels after practicing the simplified version of the ultimate freedom. What a genius I must be. Luo Tian sighed for a while and was complacent. Bardos didn't want to talk anymore. Should I tell you that you have achieved today's achievements because you got the angel power of Ling Long Angel? However, Bardos didn't mean to say it. Bardos is not a nosy person, and there are not so many gossips. Since you are a genius, you should practice well and strive to increase the purity of angel power to 20 as soon as possible. Bardos smiled and said along with Luo Tian's words. I will work hard. Although Luo Tian was joking just now, he did not slack off. Since he has learned the true ultimate freedom, as Bardos said, he should work harder to purify the angel power. The purification speed of angel power was relatively slow before, and now there is no other reason. Time passed day by day. Unknowingly, Luo Tian and Broly have been practicing on the planet Xiangpa for 3 months. And the purity of Luo Tian's angel power has finally reached a height of 20. Now today, after Luo Tian released the angel power, he clearly felt that the brilliant flames were brighter. Bardos was also a little surprised. This kid is really a genius. I told him to raise the purity of the angel power to 20 within 3 months, just to put some pressure on him. I didn't expect him to really do it. The agreement with the high priest was 6 months, but he completed it in just 3 months. Bardos, we agreed at the time that if I raise the purity of the angel power to 20 within 3 months, you would let me kiss you. Luo Tian suddenly said. When did you say that? Bardos shook his head and asked with a straight face. I heard it too. Broly interrupted. Bardos looked at Broly deeply, with a bit of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Mr. Broly, Please reorganize your words. Bardos smiled. I heard it. Broly said firmly, but there was a little timidity in his words. Were you there at the scene? Bardos asked with a smile. Broly's face changed color, scratched his head, and waved his hand quickly, saying, I remembered it wrong. Whether Broly was there or not, he heard it anyway. He has a sharp hearing. Luo Tian smiled. Bardos didn't want to talk anymore. You still have a sharp hearing. Oh, you want to kiss me, right? Bardos smiled as he got an idea. Luo Tian nodded vigorously. If you can catch me, I can let you have a bite. Bardos looked at Luo Tian with a smile. Ah, is that guy Lord Xiangpa? Luo Tian suddenly pointed his finger to the sky. Oh? Lord Xiangpa is back? Bardos looked in the direction Luo Tian pointed. It is worth mentioning that during these 3 months, Xiangpa did not come back and had been playing outside. After all, angels and gods of destruction all have eternal life. It's only been 3 months since I was home. That's nothing. While Bardos was looking into the distance, Luo Tian pounced on him like a hungry tiger. However, when Luo Tian was about to pounce on Bardos, Bardos just slightly turned his body and dodged Luo Tian's attack. Oh, you want to distract me this way? Bardos smiled. Have you forgotten that I use the real ultimate freedom? We angels are born with ultimate freedom. No, I must catch you today. Luo Tian said, and raised his hand lightly, and a piece of black cloth appeared in his hand. Then Luo Tian wrapped the black cloth around his eyes. What are you going to do? Bardos was a little puzzled. I'm going to start, Bardos. Luo Tian looked solemn. Bardos, you can't catch me with your eyes open, why do you want to catch me with your eyes closed? Bardos had no choice but to ask. I can't catch you anyway, but it feels better this way. Luo Tian grinned. Bardos looked confused. How can it feel better? I really don't understand what you are saying. The reason why Luo Tian wrapped a black cloth around his eyes was that he felt like Zhu Beiji catching his wife. The wife caught this way is more fragrant. Swish, swish, swish. Luo Tian rushed towards Bardos quickly and kept chasing him. Bardos also dodged quickly. Luo Tian worked for a long time, but he didn't even touch Bardos's clothes. However, Luo Tian didn't mean to be discouraged, and he still accelerated the pace to chase Bardos. Broly grinned foolishly on the side, watching Luo Tian catch his wife. At this moment, Broly suddenly glanced and found a purple-red light flashing in the air in the distance. Broly scratched his head and soon noticed that the purple-red light fell rapidly from the air. Broly looked carefully and saw the appearance of the purple-red light clearly. It was actually a big fat cat. A fat cat man. Broly had heard from Luo Tian and Bardos that the god of destruction in this universe was a cat man. Broly thought about it carefully and realized that this guy should be the god of destruction named Xiangpa. Pa! Xiangpa slowly fell from the air, looked at Bardos with some strangeness, and then looked at Luo Tian with a black cloth wrapped around his eyes. Then, Xiangpa glanced at Broly again. At this time, Luo Tian also felt that a powerful divine power was landing nearby, and immediately stopped tracking Bardos and tore off the black cloth on his eyes. Oh my, Lord Xiangpa is back! Bardos immediately stepped forward to salute. Bardos, what are you doing? Where did you find the 2 little monkeys? Xiangpa snorted, have you started to keep pets now? Bardos, Broly glared at Xiangpa and bared his teeth. Luo Tian didn't say much, silently calculating how to deal with this guy. What a cheap mouth! But this guy is not so easy to deal with. I can deal with them. 3 months ago, Broly and I had no chance of winning. But now maybe there is still a chance of a fight. Lord Xiangpa, let me introduce them. He is Luo Tian and Broly. Bardos introduced them immediately, and then introduced them to Luo Tian and Broly. This is Lord Xiangpa I mentioned before, and he is also the god of destruction of our 6th universe. Why did you bring these two little monkeys here? Xiangpa was a little unhappy, his eyes narrowed slightly. You keep two pets at a time? Where did you buy these two little monkeys? I went out to play for a while, and when I got home, there were suddenly two strangers in my house. Is this tolerable? Xiangpa didn't like Luo Tian and Broly very much. Broly clenched his fists tightly. Who are you talking about? Do you think you are great just because you are the god of destruction? I beat a god of destruction before Broly. You need to have a peaceful heart. Besides, we Saiyans are originally monkeys. Luo Tian comforted with a smile. Broly scratched his head and suddenly thought of the scene when Vegeta turned into a gorilla. It seems that we Saiyans are indeed a species of monkeys. After figuring this out, Broly was no longer as angry as before. You only need to do this, and then this, do you understand? Luo Tian lowered his voice and whispered in Broly's ear. Broly nodded thoughtfully and immediately understood. Xiangpa did not hear Luo Tian and Broly's whispers, but just looked at them with disdain. Baddos, send them away quickly, or I don't mind destroying both of them. Xiangpa snorted, I don't want outsiders in my home. Master Xiangpa, please follow me. Baddos waved at Xiangpa and took him aside. What? What's the matter? What do you want to tell me? Xiangpa snorted, looking unhappy. Master Xiangpa, that Mr. Luo Tian was arranged by the high priest. Baddos lowered his voice, fearing that Luo Tian would hear. What did you say? The high priest arranged it, are you kidding? Xiangpa's face changed again and again, and the whole person trembled violently. I'm not kidding. Baddos shook his head, his expression serious. Xiangpa, why did the high priest arrange such a guy to come to my destroyer god realm? Could it be is the high priest going to change the destroyer god? Xiangpa suddenly thought of such a terrible question, and his expression suddenly became nervous. Lord Xiangpa is overthinking. Bardos sighed in a low voice. Then tell me, what's so special about this guy named Luo Tian? Xiangpa asked hurriedly, and quietly glanced in the direction of Luo Tian, and then immediately looked away. He might be an angel. Bardos replied. Angel? Are you kidding? Ha 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 ha. Xiangpa laughed at the time and looked at Bardos with suspicion. Bardos didn't say anything, just quietly watching Xiangpa grinning there. Could it be that he is the illegitimate son of the high priest? Xiangpa suddenly realized something, and his smile gradually solidified. Bardos said nothing. Why do you think the same as me? People who don't know really think he is the illegitimate son of the high priest. Actually, if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem impossible to say so. Seeing that Bardos didn't say anything, but just blinked his eyes constantly, Xiangpa became more convinced of his statement. Is it true? Whose child is the high priest? Xiangpa was stunned. Master Xiangpa, please don't tell anyone else. Bardos lowered his voice. Really? He is really an illegitimate child. Xiangpa opened his mouth wide, feeling like a huge piece of gossip. But then, Xiangpa glanced quickly in the direction of Luo Tian again. Why is he that skin color? Xiangpa asked curiously. That's just a disguise. Bardos explained simply. I see, I see. Xiangpa suddenly realized. Yes, disguise. In this layer of his appearance, there is also an angel's halo, but it has been hidden by him. Then, what about the other person? Xiangpa asked curiously, and glanced in the direction of Broly again. The other person is Broly, a member of Luo Tian's disguised identity. It is because of Broly that he can better disguise himself, right? Bardos blinked his eyes quickly, with cunning in his eyes. So that's it. It doesn't seem like someone from our universe. There doesn't seem to be this type of human in our universe. Xiangpa pondered silently. He is indeed not from our universe. He is from the 7th universe and is a Saiyan from the 7th universe. Bardos answered truthfully. The seventh universe? The universe of that guy Beerus. Xiangpa understood, no wonder he looks ugly. What can people from that guy Beerus universe look like? They look very disgusting. Bardos did not respond. What you said, the Saiyans in our universe also look like that, okay? Just one less tail. But then again, there are Saiyans in our universe, and I haven't seen them grow tails. Xiangpa held his chin in thought, then shook his head. Forget it, it doesn't matter Xiangpa, big people should be a little more polite to them. Bardos suggested, this is also to get along better in the future. What? How long do they plan to stay here? Xiangpa suddenly had a bad feeling. Probably until Luo Tian transforms into a real angel. Bardos thought for a while and answered. Xiangpa, this time is really long. By the way, I remember, isn't there an apprentice angel in the seventh universe? I think his name is Mels, that guy is also the son of the high priest, right? Xiangpa patted his forehead, suddenly thought of something, and asked hurriedly. Wow, in a sense, sometimes illegitimate children are more valued than biological sons, after all, they lack the love of their parents since childhood. Bardos spoke without hesitation, speaking as if it were true. Xiangpa believed it and nodded in agreement. Even at this moment, Xiangpa felt a little sympathy for Luo Tian. Your father suddenly has an illegitimate child. I don't seem to feel anything. Xiangpa looked at Bardos and asked. Oh, we angels need to have a peaceful heart, what's the big deal? Bardos looked indifferent. This is indeed the character of you angels. Xiangpa nodded gently, and asked with some gossip, then do you know who Luo Tian's mother is? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Bardos sighed helplessly. I really can't make it up anymore. Can you stop asking? If you continue to ask, it will be a bit too rude for me as a daughter. I didn't expect that Lord Xiangpa actually took it seriously. What I want to say is that being polite to Mr. Luo Tian will only benefit you in the future. Bardos reminded again, also, Luo Tian himself doesn't know that he is the illegitimate son of the high priest, so you must not let it slip. I know. Xiangpa waved his hand and nodded in agreement. Now that he knew Luo Tian's identity, Xiangpa was no longer as aggressive as before. Xiangpa walked towards Luo Tian and looked him up and down. Boy, don't think that you can do whatever you want in my destruction god realm just because you have a special identity. Xiangpa snorted, I declare in advance that the castle is for me only. You two are not allowed to step into it. Do you understand? Broly clenched his fists tightly, and really wanted to tear this guy in half. Luo Tian glanced at Broly and motioned him to be patient. Bardos, didn't I say that he was the illegitimate son of the high priest? Why are you still so rude? Okay, I'm not interested in your castle anyway, it's just a cat bed. Luo Tian smiled indifferently. Ya, what did you say? Xiangpa immediately glared at Luo Tian. Can't you hear? Are your ears so big for peeing? Luo Tian sighed. Boy, do you know who you are talking to? Xiangpa was furious. It seems that if I don't give you a good beating today, you won't know the true strength of the god of destruction. It just so happens that I want to let you understand the cruelty of this world. Oh my lord Xiangpa, be patient. Bardos hurried over to persuade them to stop fighting. Shut up. Xiangpa snorted, no matter what his identity is today, I will beat him up. Bardos was silent. But after thinking about it carefully, Bardos did not object. It's time to let Luo Tian and Broly suffer a little. Only in this way can the two of them practice better. I can also complete the task as soon as possible. I think I have added a halo to Luo Tian's identity, and Lord Xiangpa will never be ruthless. Let them toss it themselves. Boy, if I don't beat you to a pulp today, I'm not the god of destruction Xiangpa. Are you ready to be beaten? Xiangpa snorted coldly. As he said, Xiangpa quickly rushed towards Luo Tian. However, Just when Xiang Pa just rushed towards Luo Tian, Broly on the side shouted. Boom! A dark green flame shot up into the sky, and Broly transformed himself, immediately starting the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. What? Xiangpa was slightly stunned, attracted by Broly's transformation. Shua! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Tian appeared beside Bardos in an instant. Bardos was slightly startled, and subconsciously thought that Luo Tian ran to his side to avoid danger. You really know how to play. Let your god of destruction help you fight. But you hide next to me. Bardos, let me use your scepter. Luo Tian said to Bardos. Bardos was slightly stunned again, with light flashing in his eyes, and his eyes were meaningful. A short silence. You know everything? Bardos suddenly asked. Luo Tian smiled slightly and stretched out his hand to Bardos. Bardos hesitated for a moment, but finally handed the scepter to Luo Tian. Luo Tian took the scepter, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, forming a shallow arc. Luo Tian had already studied the angel's scepter. During this period, Luo Tian sometimes went to see Bardos's scepter, or played with it. Luo Tian made a very important discovery. That is, the angel's scepter can amplify the power of angels. Especially Bardos's scepter, which can at least amplify the power of angels by 50 times. In other words, with this scepter, Luo Tian's strength can be increased by 50 times. Combined with Iron Man's armor, Luo Tian's overall strength will increase by 2,500 times. I really don't believe it. My overall strength has increased by 2,500 times, and I can't beat a destroyer Xiangpa? Even if I can't beat you, I will never lose to you. Since you keep looking for trouble, I will be rude to you. Bang! A loud noise suddenly came from the distance. After Broly started the legendary Super Saiyan transformation, he had already fought with Xiangpa. Broly punched Xiangpa's fat face with a heavy punch. Xiangpa was caught off guard and unfortunately got hit. Xiangpa screamed at that time and flew backwards. The main reason was that Xiangpa never thought that this Saiyan would be so powerful. Swish! Broly chased after him. Although his eyes were empty, he had only one goal in mind. Bang bang bang! Broly launched a fierce attack on Xiangpa, punching and kicking for a while. Boom! Then, Broly opened his mouth and sprayed a dark green energy from his mouth. The dark green energy swallowed Xiangpa. Even a decorative planet behind Xiangpa turned into dust in an instant. A large cloud of dust rose at the scene. After the smoke gradually dissipated, Xiangpa's figure gradually emerged. Xiangpa was not injured and looked at Broly with a cold face. Boy, you are quite good. Do you think you can defeat this god of destruction with this little energy? Xiangpa snorted coldly and pointed his thumb at his nose. Broly was not afraid at all. The dark green energy on his body surged again and rushed towards the sky where Xiangpa was. Humph, you are overestimating yourself. Xiangpa stretched out his hand in the air and aimed at Broly below, condensing the energy in his hand. Xiangpa did not use destructive energy, but just ordinary energy. In Xiangpa's view, this kid is a friend of the illegitimate son of the High Priest, and it's okay to teach him a lesson. If I really beat him to death, the illegitimate son of the High Priest might get angry with me. Just when Xiangpa was about to make a move. Swish! A man full of mechanical sense flew up quickly and swung his scepter fiercely, hitting Xiangpa's face at that time. Chapter 102 The Sign of the Ultimate Freedom. Ouch! Xiangpa was unfortunately hit and let out a scream. Swish! 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 Luo Tian had no reason to be polite, and he continuously released the angelic power in his hand through the scepter. After being amplified by the scepter, the power of these angelic powers increased a lot, and they were quickly transformed into energy that could attack. Boom! 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 The energy hit Xiangpa's body, making Xiangpa scream in pain. Fix! Angelic power bloomed again in Luo Tian's hand, and covered it through the scepter. Swish! A special energy similar to the immobilization spell covered Xiangpa's body, and instantly fixed Xiangpa in mid-air. Xiangpa struggled hard, trying to break free from the restraints that Luo Tian had brought to him. Swish! Broly seized the opportunity and suddenly soared into the sky, closing the distance with Xiangpa in just a moment. Snap! Broly's little hand pressed on Xiangpa's face, and whistled towards the sky. Boom! A dozen seconds later, Broly hit another decorative planet in the sky with his head pressed against it, and they had a close contact. Accompanied by a loud noise, Broly rushed out from the other side of the planet. The planet instantly broke into pieces. Broly grabbed the tail of the Kampa and whipped his body hard. Bang! 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 For a moment, the decorative red planet was quickly smashed into pieces by Broly. Broly grabbed the tail of the Kampa again and kept spinning in the air. Swoosh! As soon as Broly let go, the body of the Kampa whistled down from the sky and fell like a meteor to the land of the Destroyer God realm. Bardos immediately left the scene and flew to a more distant area. However, at the moment when the Kampa was about to fall on the ground, the body of the Kampa suddenly stopped less than 1 meter from the ground. Boom! The strong wind pressure brought a large meteorite crater on the ground where Xiangpa was. Boy, you are still excited, right? Xiangpa was furious and looked up at the sky. Hey, your opponent is me. Luo Tian appeared behind Xiangpa in the image of steel armor with a scepter in hand. Xiangpa suddenly came to his senses and immediately turned his head to glance at Luo Tian behind him. Do you think you can defeat this destroyer by wearing this armor? Xiangpa sneered. Fix! Luo Tian waved the scepter in his hand and released an angel to freeze again. Power! Shua! Xiangpa dodged to the side and avoided the attack of the angel's power. Humph, the same trick doesn't work on me. Can't I dodge when I'm dizzy? Xiangpa snorted coldly. However, Xiangpa just finished saying this, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Xiangpa glanced sideways and found a dark green figure flying down from the sky. Not good. Xiangpa's face changed color slightly. However, Xiangpa's body had been deflected by Luo Tian, and it was difficult to dodge for a while. Bang! Broly fell from the sky and hit Xiangpa's chest heavily with his head. Boom! The two of them left a big pit on the land of the Destroyer God realm. The land of the Destroyer God realm is much stronger than the Earth or other planets. Even so, the depth of this big pit has reached 5 or 6 meters. Xiangpa felt that he was not feeling well. What made Xiangpa feel most helpless was that he couldn't move. He didn't know when he was immobilized by Luo Tian again. Bang! 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 Broly rode on Xiangpa's body, clenched his fists, and kept hitting him in the face. Enough! Xiangpa shouted. Bang! Broly punched Xiangpa's nose. I said enough. Xiangpa was furious. Boom! A purple-red light suddenly burst out from Xiangpa's body. Xiangpa was completely furious. I was beaten to the ground by a human today. If I don't show you some color, you don't know how powerful the God of Destruction is. Pop! After the purple-red light emerged from Xiangpa's body, the powerful energy immediately broke Luo Tian's restraints. Then, Xiangpa raised his hand and easily caught Broly's fist. Boy, you're not done yet, are you? Xiangpa snorted coldly, stretched out his big hand, grabbed Broly's head, and pressed it into the ground. The next moment, Xiangpa pressed Broly's head and rushed out of the pit with him. Bang! 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 Xiangpa immediately grabbed Broly's arm and slammed him heavily to the ground. Puff blood spurted out of Broly's mouth. Xiangpa stepped forward and stepped on Broly's face. Broly was already seriously injured. The gap in strength between the two sides is not a little bit. After all, Broly's strength is not much different from that of Majin Bu. To be precise, he is slightly stronger than Majin Bu. But compared with Xiangpa, it is a world away. Boy, you are shameless even though I gave you face, right? Do you think you can defeat this god of destruction with just a human like you? Xiangpa snorted, and then immediately looked at Luo Tian not far away, sneering, "Humph, boy, it's your turn next." Bang! As soon as Xiangpa finished speaking, he exerted force on his feet again, and had already embedded Broly's head heavily into the ground. Broly stood firm for a while, and could no longer endure the serious injury to his body, and the green light on his body also dissipated at once. At the same time, Broly's hair color returned to black. "Oh? The green light on your body disappeared, what a strange change." Xiangpa smiled contemptuously, "Do you really think you can show off in front of me by changing your body?" As he said, Xiangpa stared at Luo Tian not far away with a smile. "What? Are you scared by me? Don't dare to attack? You should know clearly that even if you are wearing some strange armor and holding the scepter of Bardos, you may not be my opponent." Xiangpa snorted. Luo Tian said nothing, and waved the scepter in his hand again, and an angel power quickly covered Xiangpa's body. "You still want to use the immobilization technique on me? It's useless." Xiangpa snorted coldly, looking at the angel power coming at a fast speed, and slapped it fiercely. Bang! The brilliant angel power released from the crystal ball of the scepter was slapped to the ground by Xiangpa in an instant. Shua! These brilliant angel powers instantly hit Broly below. Broly groaned, and his body trembled violently. "How is it? You use your tricks on your companions. I wonder how your companions will feel when they feel it." Xiangpa sneered. Luo Tian did not speak. "Are you too scared to speak?" Xiangpa hummed, his expression becoming more and more proud. However, just as Xiangpa's voice fell, boom! A dark green light emerged from Broly's body again, and powerful energy surged from his body like a tide. "What?" Xiangpa was stunned, his face slightly changed color. Swish! Luo Tian waved the scepter again, and another angel power covered it and fell on Xiangpa. Freeze! Xiangpa was caught off guard and was unfortunately hit, and was once again fixed by Luo Tian. "Xiangpa, it's terrible. Is the angel power you released before a healing spell?" Xiangpa suddenly realized that he was already dying. Why did Broly suddenly recover his energy after a breath? "Not bad." Luo Tian nodded. "Humph, even if you treat him, what can you do?" Xiangpa sneered, "Won't the result be the same? You have to understand that you want to hurt me with such a guy?" At this time, Broly's pupils had lost their color, and there was only Xiangpa, the big fat cat, in his eyes. Snap! Broly grabbed Xiangpa's right ankle with his left hand and Xiangpa's left ankle with his right hand, and pulled hard. "Ouch!" Xiangpa screamed. Broly's tearing action was still very fierce. Although it didn't tear Xiangpa in half, it had already torn Xiangpa's balls. This kind of pain only men can experience it personally. Even Luo Tian felt his body tremble slightly after seeing such a scene. "Broly, this kid, is really good at playing." Bang! Broly pulled for a long time, and found that he couldn't tear this guy in half, and he became even more angry. "Ah!" Broly looked up to the sky and howled, and the dark green energy around him surged wildly again. Layers of dark green light covered the land and sky of the Destroyer God Realm. The entire Destroyer God Realm seemed to be dyed green. "What? What's going on? I feel that this guy's energy has increased again." Xiangpa's face changed color slightly. Broly quickly rushed to Xiangpa and grabbed Xiangpa's head. Bang! Broly used his forehead to hit Xiangpa's face directly. However, Broly's impact felt like he hit a piece of hard metal, and his head was a little dizzy at the time. Even, blood flowed from Broly's forehead. "Ha ha ha, are you an idiot? I'm the god of destruction, my head is harder than yours." Zayangpa laughed. Bang, bang, bang. However, the next moment, Broly didn't care whether it hurt or not, and held Zayangpa's head with his left hand again, and kept hitting Zayangpa's face with his head. Zayangpa was stunned by this fighting style. Every time Broly's head collided with Zayangpa's head, he felt dizzy. However, Broly was a little unwilling to accept it, and he had to decide the winner before he would give up. One hit, and another dizzy. After 4 or 5 hits, pa! Broly fell to the ground, and the green light on his body suddenly dissipated and returned to normal. Broly looked up at the sky, and was also a little dazed. I don't know if it was because he was too dizzy or because he was hit. Boy, you're still stubborn. Now you know you've provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked, right? Zayangpa broke free again, looked at Broly coldly, and kicked him hard twice. Then Zayangpa looked up at Luotian with interest. However, Zayangpa suddenly found that Luotian was gone. Where is he? Where did he go? No need to look for me, I'm behind you. Luotian's voice sounded behind Zayangpa. Bang! Luotian had no reason to be polite, and stabbed Zayangpa's waist with his staff. With a muffled sound, Luotian's staff stabbed over, as if it had stabbed Zayangpa's waist. Ouch! Zayangpa let out a miserable scream, and felt that he was not well at that time. The angel's staff really hurts when it hits people. Bang! Luotian kicked again and kicked Zayangpa directly in the face. At the same time, Luotian waved his scepter again, and an angelic power covered Broly's body. Angelic power quickly transformed into healing ability. Swish! In just a moment, Broly's injuries were completely healed. It is worthy of being an angel's scepter. Even the healing effect is so strong. Luotian believed that if he didn't have this scepter, it would take at least 3 seconds to heal Broly and restore his energy to its peak state with the current purity of his angelic power. Moreover, a large amount of angelic power would have to be consumed. With the angel's scepter, everything was much more convenient. Luotian rushed up quickly and launched a fierce attack on Xiangpa. Xiangpa was taken advantage of by Luotian just now, and was a little unprepared for a while, and accidentally took the disadvantage. But soon, Xiangpa adjusted his body and began to respond calmly. After several rounds of competition, bang! Xiangpa threw a punch and hit Luotian's chest. Boom! Luotian fell from the sky, his iron-like body smashed on the ground of the Destroyer God Realm, leaving a human-shaped pit on the ground. Oh? What's wrong with this armor? It seems very strong. Xiangpa was a little surprised. It took my punch, but there was no crack. No one answered this question. Hey, Bardos, answer my question. Xiangpa looked around for Bardos. However, Bardos had already hidden far away and pretended not to hear. It doesn't matter. If I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think that the Destroyer God is something that an apprentice angel like you can contend with? Xiangpa sneered, besides, you should be worse than that guy Mel's. Swish! Zayangpa swooped down from the sky and rushed towards Luotian. Luotian also reacted very quickly. With a move of his body, he disappeared in an instant. In just a blink of an eye, Luotian appeared in the sky. Boy, your speed is quite fast, but your practice of the ultimate self-intention is not good enough. Zayangpa laughed wildly. As he spoke, Zayangpa got closer and closer to Luotian. You are not allowed to bully Luotian. At this moment, an angry voice suddenly sounded from below. Boom! A dark green beam of light rushed into the sky. Broly once again transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Boom! Broly turned into a dark green stream of light, soared into the air in an instant, and directly hit Zayangpa's body with his head. Zayangpa was dumbfounded, and his face changed again and again. What? His energy has increased again? What's going on? Although Zayangpa resisted Broly's attack, the horror in his eyes was visible to the naked eye. Why did his energy increase again? He was several times stronger than before. Ah! Broly launched a fierce attack on Xiangpa again. Luo Tian also joined the battle. Xiangpa was a little overwhelmed for a while. A minute later. Bang! Xiangpa kicked hard and kicked Broly away at once. Boom! Broly fell to the ground at once, leaving a big hole on the ground and spitting out blood. Shua! Broly's body returned to normal, and he was seriously injured again. Luo Tian calmly aimed the scepter in his hand at Broly below. Shua! A dazzling stream of light shot out from the scepter in Luo Tian's hand, covering Broly's body. Don't even think about it. Xiangpa said, and with a move, he quickly appeared above Broly, blocking Broly tightly. Then, Xiangpa opened his arms and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, it just so happens that I have consumed a lot of energy, so use your angel power to heal me. Xiangpa laughed even more meanly. Pa! In just a moment, the angel power released by Luo Tian fell on Xiangpa's body. Luo Tian didn't expect it. Xiangpa laughed wildly. However, the next moment, Xiangpa's smile gradually solidified. Ya, what did you release just now? Isn't it the angel power? Xiangpa's face changed again and again, and his face was cramped because of pain. Don't you know? Angel power can be transformed into everything. I have just transformed angel power into bugs. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Now it's like there are 100,000 bugs crawling in your body. Ya, what did you say? Xiangpa's mouth twitched constantly, and his face showed a painful expression. You insisted on getting hit, don't blame others. Luo Tian said with a smile. Boya are so cruel. Xiangpa grimaced in pain. Boom! But then, purple-red energy suddenly burst out from Xiangpa's body. These purple-red energies instantly devoured and destroyed the angel power in the body. Soon, Xiangpa's pain gradually dissipated. Boy, I won't let you go. Xiangpa was furious, and pointed at Broly below, sneering, from the beginning I seem to have made a mistake. I should have knocked you out first, and then slowly fixed Broly. If you want to heal him, just heal him. Anyway, his attack can't hurt me at all. As he spoke, Xiangpa turned into a stream of light and whistled towards Luo Tian. Wait a minute. Luo Tian suddenly spoke. Xiangpa temporarily stopped in the air and couldn't help but snorted. Boy, if you apologize to me now, I might be a little lighter. Xiangpa snorted coldly, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Don't think that you can be presumptuous in front of me just because you are a trainee angel. No, I mean, wait for me to transform. Luo Tian's voice came from the mechanical helmet. Transform? Xiangpa was slightly stunned. It will be done soon, please be patient. Luo Tian's expression has returned to calm. Humph, then I want to see what tricks you can come up with. Xiangpa snorted, his expression full of disdain. Pa! Luo Tian's body suddenly burst into a stream of light as bright as stars. In just a moment, the bright stream of light covered the armor. Shua! The next moment, the red armor changed and quickly faded. When I looked again, the color of Luo Tian's armor had turned black and gold. Black and grey alternated, flashing a metallic texture. What? Changing the color of the armor, do you think you can improve your strength? Xiangpa smiled contemptuously, but didn't care. Shua! While talking, Bardos appeared beside Xiangpa in an instant. Xiangpa immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of Bardos. Oh my, is this a sign of the ultimate freedom? Bardos was surprised, and her beautiful eyes blinked quickly. What? What is the omen of ultimate freedom? Xiangpa was slightly stunned, but he had never heard of this name. Simply put, it is an enhanced ability after the ultimate freedom is raised to a certain level. Bardos gave the answer, if you have to divide the ultimate freedom into several levels, then the level of the omen of ultimate freedom is level 1. I thought you were going to say something, it's just level 1. Xiangpa sneered, with a look of indifference. A short silence. By the way, how many levels are there in total? Xiangpa suddenly asked, thinking of something again. Oh, there are only 2 levels in total. If nothing goes wrong, you can reach level 2 by practicing hard. Bardos analyzed. Xiangpa, are you kidding? Is there a way to divide the levels like you do? Even if you divide it into elementary and advanced levels, it is more intuitive than this level 1 and level 2. Xiangpa shouted unhappily. The reason why it is only level 2 is because the higher level should be the real trainee angel. Luo Tian smiled. Xiangpa? You mean he is not a trainee angel yet? Xiangpa understood, and his lips trembled slightly. No. Bardos shook his head gently. Master Xiangpa, take care with Luo Tian's current strength, combined with the multiple bonus of the armor and the scepter, I am afraid he is stronger than the trainee angel. Xiangpa was silent, and his expression became solemn. Can we start? Luo Tian's mechanical voice came out of the helmet again. Stronger than the trainee angel, it's getting more and more interesting. Come on, I want to see how strong you can be. After a brief shock, Xiangpa suddenly became interested. Swish! Luo Tian flew up quickly, turned into a stream of light as bright as a star, and quickly appeared in front of Xiangpa. Vados immediately flew backwards and opened up a distance from this side. Bang! Luo Tian hit Xiangpa with a fierce blow. Xiangpa also reacted very quickly, raised his left arm, and blocked Luo Tian's fist. Then, Xiangpa hit Luo Tian's abdomen with an uppercut. Luo Tian dodged Xiangpa's fist with a slight dodge, and swung the scepter back, hitting Xiangpa's fat face at that time. Xiangpa was slapped and rolled over in the air. What? Such a quick reaction. Xiangpa was a little surprised. Xiangpa rubbed his face that was hurt by the scepter and found that there was already a blood mark on his face. Bang! Luo Tian kicked Xiangpa in the face again. Suddenly, a shoe print appeared on Xiangpa's face, and his body flew backwards. Luo Tian raised the scepter and pointed the tail of the scepter at Xiangpa's body. It was like holding a rifle. Bang! The tail of the scepter ejected an angelic force. The angelic force immediately turned into offensive energy as it ejected. With a loud bang, this angelic force hit Xiangpa's abdomen on the spot. Puff! Xiangpa was hit and flew backwards again quickly. Bang bang bang! Luo Tian kept shooting. The angelic force also turned into streams of light, which kept greeting Xiangpa's body. For a moment, Xiangpa's body became more and more embarrassed. Shua! Luo Tian waved his scepter again, and another angelic power covered Broly and healed his body. In just a moment, Broly's injuries were completely healed again. Broly opened his eyes, jumped up from the ground, and was ready to burst out the legendary Super Saiyan energy. However, Broly felt something was wrong immediately afterwards. Changed color? Broly looked up at Luo Tian's armor in confusion and couldn't help scratching his head. I remember it was red. Why did it turn into this color? Broly, don't intervene first. Luo Tian ordered Broly, and whistled towards Xiangpa. Bang! Luo Tian kicked and hit Xiangpa's abdomen on the spot. Xiangpa screamed in pain, but reacted very quickly, and quickly stretched out his hands and grabbed Luo Tian's ankle. Humph, I got you. Xiangpa smiled lightly, and took Luo Tian's body and smashed it down from the air at a high speed. Seeing that Luo Tian's body was about to fall to the ground, Luo Tian pointed the scepter at his body. A ball of angel power covered his body. Luo Tian transformed the angel power into defensive ability. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise that shook the earth, Luo Tian's body left a large crater on the ground. However, because Luo Tian used angel power for protection, he was not hurt. Not to mention that the body was not hurt, even this black and gold armor was safe and sound. After all, if the armor was not injured, the damage transmitted to Luo Tian would be even smaller, almost negligible. Boy, you react quickly. Xiang Pa gritted his teeth, grabbed Luo Tian's ankle, and wanted to hit his body. Bang! Luo Tian waved his scepter, an array of light flashed on the crystal ball, quickly covering Xiang Pa's eyes. On my eyes! Xiang Pa seemed to have a strong light entering his eyes, and there was a white world in front of him. Besides that, he could not see anything. Xiang Pa subconsciously covered his eyes with both hands. Bang! Luo Tian swept Xiang Pa to the ground with a gorgeous sweeping kick. Broly's eyes lit up, and suddenly a dark green light burst out from his body. Swish! Broly came from a distance and hit Xiang Pa's crotch with his head. Ouch! Xiang Pa screamed and rolled on the ground in pain. At this moment, Xiang Pa felt as if his balls were broken. Apprentice Angel, you are so shameless. You are so shameless. You even hit me here. Wakaka. Broly laughed loudly, as if he had already caught this guy's weakness. Luo Tian was speechless for a while, but he didn't continue to attack. Instead, he was interested in watching Xiangpa rolling on the ground. Oh, I seemed to hear the sound of something breaking just now. Bardos suddenly said at this time. Xiangpa's vision gradually recovered, but he felt the intense pain on his balls. Shut up! Xiangpa shouted at Bardos. Oh, it's so rude. Bardos laughed secretly. Xiangpa, you bastard! I can't forgive you. Xiangpa turned his head and found that it was Broly who attacked him. He was angry at the time. If I don't destroy you today, I'm not the god of destruction. As he said, Xiangpa quickly rushed towards Broly. Broly learned his lesson this time. He no longer fought Xiangpa head-on, but rushed into the sky in a flash. This guy is too stubborn. My head is not as stubborn as his. Want to run? Xiangpa was furious and immediately chased him. Luo Tian, Broly's consciousness is fully restored? He is now in the legendary Super Saiyan state. Bardos came to Luo Tian again and whispered to him. Men's battle, women go play on the side. Luo Tian scolded. Bardos, hey, Xiangpa, your opponent is me, don't forget. Luo Tian's voice sounded from below. Xiangpa looked down and was speechless. It was mainly because Broly was too annoying. He always pulled the hatred onto him. However, at the moment when Xiangpa looked down, Broly fell from the sky again and kicked Xiangpa on the head. Xiangpa fell rapidly from the air. But soon, Xiangpa stopped less than 3 meters from the ground. Bang! Luo Tian flew over slowly and kicked him in the face. Ouch! Xiangpa roared in pain again. Are you still going on? Lord Xiangpa. Luo Tian looked at Xiangpa with a smile. Xiangpa stood up slowly. However, Xiangpa's mouth kept twitching, and he endured the severe pain from his body and didn't shout out. You can shout if you want. I'm a man and you're a tomcat. I understand. Luo Tian said with a smile. I understand. Broly laughed wildly in the distance. Xiangpa hated Broly to death, but couldn't do anything to him for a while. You can't really beat him to death, right? The problem is that if you don't beat him to death, Luo Tian will treat him. Besides, I don't know what's wrong with this guy named Broly. Every time he is reborn, his energy increases significantly. I feel that if he continues to improve like this, he will surpass me sooner or later. You didn't attack before, and kept healing Broly. Are you stuck here? Xiangpa looked at Luo Tian with a dark face, and suddenly understood what he meant. This trainee angel is not simple. But he didn't attack just now, the purpose was to improve Broly's strength. You keep bugging me, do you have martial ethics? Take a break, there are still 3 chapters. By the way, I ask for monthly tickets, I don't believe you can read so fast. Chapter 103 Xiangpa, Destruction. You are right. Luo Tian nodded. But do you think I will lose to you? Xiangpa snorted, although I look embarrassed now, I also found out. I don't have much strength left, right? You are right again. Luo Tian admitted Xiangpa's statement. After fighting for such a long time, Luo Tian treated Broly again and again. At the same time, Luo Tian also participated in the battle. It can be said that this time Luo Tian almost exhausted all his angelic power. If he continues to fight, Luo Tian believes that the possibility of winning is relatively low. He is the god of destruction. Broly and I are only 5 years old. But Broly is also at the peak of his life. It seems that you are quite honest. Since you know that your angelic power has been almost exhausted, what kind of tragedy do you think will happen next? Xiangpa snorted coldly, today I will teach you a lesson and let you know what the evil of the world is. Let you know how difficult it is to mess with the god of destruction. After saying that, Xiangpa was ready to attack Luo Tian. However, Xiangpa suddenly found that Luo Tian suddenly raised his left arm. Snap! A button popped out on the left arm. Luo Tian's mechanical hand pressed the button. Swish! In just a moment, the black and gold armor on Luo Tian disappeared. Luo Tian revealed his true form. When he looked again, he saw that Luo Tian's whole body was still shining with bright flames like stars. The bright light made Luo Tian's hair look angular and full of three-dimensionality. The sign of the ultimate freedom. Yes, this is the sign of the ultimate freedom that Luo Tian comprehended after raising the purity of the angel power to 20. In fact, to put it bluntly, the sign of the ultimate freedom is not a transformation, but a skill that can better exert the power of the ultimate freedom. However, the bright light on Luo Tian's body now looks a little unstable and may collapse at any time. Oh? Why did you put away the armor? You still have time to admit defeat now. Just bow your head and admit your mistake, let me beat you up, and let this matter go. Xiangpa snorted. Wait a minute, it will be done soon. Luo Tian said calmly, tapping the ring 3 times with his fingers. Snap! A fairy bean flew out of the ring. Luo Tian caught the fairy bean and threw it into his mouth. Humph! Now is not the time to eat snacks. Xiangpa snorted coldly, I still say the same thing, bow your head and admit your mistake to me, and let this matter go. After all, due to your special identity, I can't destroy you. Crack! Luo Tian bit the fairy bean and swallowed it into his stomach. Boom! Suddenly, Luo Tian's body burst into brilliant light again. The brilliant flame formed a beam of light and instantly rushed into the sky. The entire world of destruction was illuminated by the brilliant light. What? What's going on? Xiangpa's pupils shrank sharply, and his face changed again and again. Why do I feel that his angel power has been fully restored? This is impossible. How is this possible? Yes, I have fully recovered. Luo Tian grinned, I just calculated it a little bit. With your current energy strength, plus the injuries on your body, I can beat you to pieces even without the armor. Bean. The bean just now. Can the bean just now restore your physical strength? Xiangpa suddenly came to his senses and pointed at Luo Tian and said tremblingly. You are very smart, but unfortunately, your reaction is too slow. Luo Tian smiled even more happily. Shua! Luo Tian moved and appeared in front of Xiangpa in an instant. Not good. Xiangpa's face was extremely ugly. Bang! Luo Tian kicked over, supporting the scepter with his right hand, and hit Xiangpa's face directly. Ouch! Xiangpa screamed and felt that he was not well. Bang bang bang! Luo Tian launched a fierce attack on Xiangpa. Xiangpa was beaten back and forth, looking more and more embarrassed. Luo Tian even admired this opponent a little. It can be said that Xiangpa was already at the end of his strength. Luo Tian believed that he would not lose to this guy in his peak period. Therefore, there was no need to use the armor. Bang! Luo Tian kicked Xiangpa again, kicking Xiangpa backward. Xiangpa stumbled and rolled on the ground several times. Swish! Broly's body emitted green light, and he suddenly fell from the sky and hit Xiangpa's crotch with his head. Ouch! Xiangpa screamed again. Damn it! I won't forgive you! Xiangpa was in pain and anger, and stretched out his big hand, aiming at Broly's body. Broly shook his head and grinned. Destruction! Xiangpa was furious, and his whole body was convulsing in pain, but he still endured the pain and sprayed a purple-red destructive energy from his hand. I dare not destroy the illegitimate son of the High Priest, so why should I not destroy you? Shua! Luo Tian waved the scepter in his hand, and an angel's power quickly covered it. The angel's power hit the purple-red destructive energy. Luo Tian quickly transformed the released destructive energy through the angel's power. In just a moment, the destructive energy released by Xiangpa was transformed into cotton candy. What? Xiangpa's eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets. What a joke! Broly? Broly saw something strange hitting his face, licked his lips, and felt it was quite sweet. Then, Broly grabbed the marshmallows and stuffed them all into his mouth. Delicious! Broly laughed. Bang bang bang! The next moment, Broly punched and kicked Xiangpa. Of course, Luo Tian was controlling the situation in the sky, and occasionally used a freezing skill on Xiangpa. Even so, more than half an hour passed before Xiangpa fell to the ground with a bang, his head he tilted and fainted. At the beginning, at the moment when Xiangpa provoked him, Luo Tian told Broly about his fighting style. Now the only way to improve Broly's strength as soon as possible is to let him be reborn from the brink of death. A few more hits like this can greatly improve his strength. Therefore, this is also the reason why Broly fought regardless of life and death at the beginning. Anyway, with Luo Tian as a solid backing, Broly really has nothing to fear. Looking at Xiangpa who fell to the ground and fainted, Broly smiled so hard that his mouth was almost grinning to his ears. Finally defeated the god of destruction. It was really hard. No wonder Luo Tian didn't let me fight to the death with that robot Moscow last time. This cat is so difficult to deal with. And this cat obviously didn't use any ruthless hands. If he was willing to use ruthless hands, it would be difficult for Luo Tian and I to win. Oh my! Bardos flew over from a distance and landed next to Xiangpa. Luo Tian didn't say much. He went forward and cleaned the scepter with the power of angels, then handed it to Bardos and thanked him repeatedly, "Thank you. If I didn't have this scepter today, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to win." "You're welcome." Bardos took the scepter with a smile, looked at Xiangpa who fainted, and was a little hesitant for a while. If he wakes him up now, won't they fight again later? The Destruction God Realm has been broken into pieces by you. I will repair the damaged Destruction God Realm first. Bardos said, raising the scepter in his hand high. The crystal ball of the scepter bloomed with a bright light like a star, covering the land of the Destruction God Realm, and quickly repairing the land of the Destruction God Realm. I'll help too. Luo Tian said, raising his right hand high and aiming at the damaged decorative planet above. Swish! An angel's power instantly covered the planet and was restoring it. After Bardos had restored the entire Destroyer God Realm to its original appearance, the planet that Luo Tian had repaired had not yet fully recovered. It was just like it was glued together, with several very conspicuous cracks on it. Swoosh! Bardos said nothing more, and waved the scepter in his hand again, so that the angel power covered the decorative planet. In just a moment, the cracks on the decorative planet completely disappeared, returning to its original golden color, and emitting golden light. Okay. Bardos smiled with satisfaction, and commented to Luo Tian, "Not bad, although the purity of your angel power is not high, I have to admire your use of angel power. Even Mels can't do this well. Or it can be said that your use of angel power has reached the level of a real angel. Praise me again, otherwise I will be proud." Luo Tian smiled. "Bardos, praise me too. Broly scratched his head and said naively. Bardos really didn't want to continue on this issue. He immediately looked at the elephant lying beside him, looked up at Luo Tian, and hesitated to speak. You want to wake him up, right? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Bardos nodded. It is said that it hurts when it is broken, is it true? Luo Tian, oh, it's really a sin. Bardos sighed. Let me heal him. Luo Tian stepped forward. Bardos was slightly stunned, but looked at Luo Tian with some surprise. You are going to heal him? What's the saying? Turn hostility into friendship. Take a step back and the world will be wide open. Broly and I will take a step back for the time being and not bother with him. Luo Tian smiled, stepped forward to release the angel power, and covered the elephant on his body. Bardos didn't want to talk anymore. You took advantage of me, and now you are really good at making sarcastic remarks. A full minute passed before Xiangpa finally opened his eyes. Luo Tian was also a little surprised. I didn't expect that curing a god of destruction would consume so much angelic power. In just this minute, Luo Tian consumed at least 40% of angelic power before he finally recovered. You know, the angelic power consumed when treating Broly before was not much, and it was only 10% when added up several times. This also shows how terrifying Xiangpa's strength is. The reason why Luo Tian treated Xiangpa was that he knew that this guy didn't use any ruthless force when he attacked this time. Although he didn't know the reason. It's possible that Bardos said something to him. But since you didn't use any ruthless force on me, I'll do you a favor and cure your injury. The moment Xiangpa opened his eyes, he immediately found that the one who treated him was Luo Tian. Pa! Xiangpa jumped up from the ground, hurriedly distanced himself from Luo Tian, and quickly checked his body, as if he was afraid that Luo Tian would do something to him. Don't worry, I am a man who wants to be an angel, how could I do anything to you? Luo Tian smiled, even if I do, I would rather do it to Bardos. Bardos, why do you want to involve me? What does it have to do with me? Humph, although you cured me, Booty don't appreciate it. Xiangpa grinned, clenched his fists tightly, and trembled violently. Fight again. Broly was not afraid at all, and the dark green light on his body shone, and he regained his former glory. Before, Broly let the third universe control the god of destruction, Mai Olu, and even the robot god of destruction was not used. After that, Broly was absorbed by Majin Buu again. This dealt a serious blow to Broly's young mind. But in this battle with Xiangpa, Broly finally found his former passion. Xiangpa glared at Broly, and looked at Luo Tian with some vigilance. A short silence. Humph, boring. Xiangpa turned around, I'm going to take a nap, I don't have time to fight with two kids here. Swish. After the voice fell, Xiangpa turned into a stream of light and fell into the distant castle in an instant. Xiangpa quickly returned to his room, lay down on his comfortable big bed, and rolled himself into a ball. Then, Xiangpa couldn't help shivering. You wait for this bastard Broly. See how I will deal with you in the future. I don't believe Luo Tian will always be with you. I can't bully the illegitimate son of the high priest, so why can't I bully a little human? Xiangpa thought about it and gradually fell asleep. In his dream, Xiangpa dreamed that someone was holding a big iron hammer and kept hitting him. Xiangpa made ghost howls from time to time. Chapter 104 High Priest, New God of Destruction. What's wrong with him? Luo Tian asked a little puzzled, is he practicing some peerless martial arts? Peerless martial arts? What does it mean? Bardos was slightly stunned. Pa! Luo Tian gently raised his right hand, and immediately a book appeared in his hand. On the cover of the book were 4 big characters, Sunflower Manual. That's it. Luo Tian explained, this is called Sunflower Manual. What's the saying? The world's martial arts can only be broken by speed. As long as your speed is fast enough, your ultimate freedom may not be able to dodge it. Bados, you sounded so reasonable that I didn't know how to refute it. But, why don't you practice dream? Bardos asked curiously. I'm not suitable. Luo Tian shook his head and threw the sunflower manual to Broly. Broly rubbed his hands, and immediately caught the book of sunflower manual with both hands, and opened the first page with some curiosity and excitement. You are not allowed to read it. Put this book on the bedside of Xiangpa, and wait for him to wake up and let him see it first. Luo Tian smiled. Broly nodded obediently, stopped watching, flew up immediately, and quietly placed the book on the head of Xiangpa's bed. Then, Broly flew back quietly. Very good, this kind of book is waiting for the destined person to discover it. Luo Tian smiled more and more brilliantly. Why do I feel that you are digging a big pit, waiting for Lord Xiangpa to jump into it? Bardos said with a smile. See through it but don't say it. Luo Tian smiled even more. Okay, let's talk about something serious. Bardos changed the subject. Go ahead. Luo Tian nodded. Luo Tian, since you know the god of destruction, you should also have a certain understanding of the king of the worlds, right? Bardos looked at Luo Tian and led the topic to the king of the worlds. You mean to let me train another king of the worlds? Luo Tian understood immediately. Bardos, oh my, this saves me the trouble of explaining. This is exactly what I meant. Bardos nodded gently, looked at Luo Tian and asked, who do you plan to train to become the king of the worlds? Do you have a suitable candidate? Luo Tian asked, and immediately added, although I may not agree with your opinion. Bardos, then why are you asking me? Should I continue? Bardos was really speechless. Tell me, I like to listen to you talk. Luo Tian grinned and comforted him. Bardos was speechless. Silence for 3 seconds. Generally speaking, the choice of the king of the worlds. Let's start with the king of the worlds and the core star. Bardos explained, there is a huge tree on the core star, and the fruits that will be produced on it are born in the form of core people. The population of the core star is about 800,000. The core people are of both sexes, and the average lifespan is about 75,000 years. They learn all kinds of knowledge in a city similar to a school and live a very leisurely life. If the king of a certain king of the king star dies, then the next king of the king will be selected from these core people. But the king of the king is different. The candidates for the king of the king are selected from the core people born from rare golden fruits, while ordinary kings of the king are born from ordinary fruits. Yet. Luo Tian nodded, indicating that he understood. Bados wiped his sweat. I said so much, you just yet twice? Of course there are exceptions. Since you are a human who has cultivated into an angel, then the king of the king on your side can also be selected from humans and cultivated into a king of the king. Bardos continued the previous topic. Wait a minute, are there no gender differences among Kaishan? Luo Tian suddenly asked. Vados was speechless again. I've already finished answering the questions just now, why are you coming back to your senses now? I don't know what to say to you. Yes. Vados nodded gently. Luo Tian held his chin and thought carefully, and the vague images of the 12 universe Kaishan quickly emerged in his mind. It seems that there are indeed no women among the Kaishan of the 12 universes, and they all exist in the form of men. However, Luo Tian remembers that there is such a person as the Kaishan of time. She should be a woman. Could it be that she was transformed from a man? No. Okay, it doesn't matter. Luo Tian shook his head. Angels are my favorite. Forget about Kaishan. When a female Kaishan really appears in the future, I will catch her and study her. Is it still possible not to tell whether it is a man or a woman? So, angels are divided into men and women, right? Luo Tian looked at Bardos nervously, fearing that she was a man. Oh my, do you think I am a man or a woman? Bardos blinked, held her head high, and showed her beautiful curves to Luo Tian. "Let me see." Luo Tian walked forward and looked at her carefully from head to toe. He looked at her for 10 seconds. "Woman." Luo Tian nodded. "Bardos, so, do you have a suitable candidate to be the Kaishan?" Bardos asked. "How about you be my Kaishan?" Luo Tian suggested. Bardos didn't want to talk anymore. "I am an angel, and you want me to be your Kaishan. Do you think it's appropriate?" "I don't have a suitable choice for the time being. I'll talk about it when I have a suitable candidate in the future." Luo Tian shook his head gently. In fact, Luo Tian's candidate for the Kaishan is Sun Wukong. Based on Sun Wukong's personality, he is indeed suitable to be the Kaishan. Luo Tian originally planned to train Vegeta to be a god of destruction. But this guy was stubborn, so Luo Tian chose Broly. Now, Luo Tian is still very satisfied with Broly's performance. The little guy looks silly, but it is very rewarding to train him. Moreover, after this battle with Kampa, Broly was reborn several times in a row when he was on the verge of death. It can be said that if Broly now meets Majin Buu again, he can definitely press him to the ground and rub him hard. Luo Tian even wanted to find Mers immediately to compete with each other's trainee god of destruction. I don't know how Mers trained Majin Buu. Universe 7, Galactic Patrol Headquarters. Mers's room. Looking at Majin Buu sleeping soundly on the big bed, Mers fell into deep thought. This guy can really sleep. It has been sleeping for 3 months. When will you wake up? I am still waiting to train you to become my trainee god of destruction. You can sleep so much, when will you practice with me? However, when Myers thought about it, another figure suddenly appeared in his mind. He is Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Lord Beerus also sleeps every day. However, Lord Beerus is the strongest of the gods of destruction of the 12 universes. So, being able to sleep is also a good thing. Maybe, Majin Buu can also do what Lord Beerus does. Just bear with it. It seems that except for Majin Buu, there is no one more powerful than him in the 7th universe. Luo Tian also trained Broly for a period of time before Broly activated the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. Majin Buu may also be able to transform. Myers breathed a long sigh of relief, no longer paying attention to Majin Buu lying on the bed, and walked out of the room. The 6th universe, planet Xiangpa. Do we have a suitable candidate in the 6th universe? Luo Tian asked. You need to find it yourself. You can't rely on me for everything. Bardos smiled and answered simply. Then tell me, who is the most powerful human in the 6th universe? Luo Tian asked knowingly. Because Luo Tian knew very well that the strongest human in the 6th universe should be the killer hit. Do you want to train the strongest human to become a Kai King god? Bardos asked. I'm just asking. The choice is mine. Luo Tian replied. Bardos simply stopped talking. Forget it, I won't ask. There's no point in saying that. What I have to do now is to continue to purify the angel power and strive to reach 40 as soon as possible. Luo Tian pondered. Oh, it's really commendable that you have this goal. Bardos nodded and praised. It's not a big goal. I just want to surpass Mel's as soon as possible and show off in front of him. Luo Tian smiled. Bardos, your purpose is not pure. Do you just want to show off in front of Mel's? Isn't your vision a bit small? Why don't you raise the purity of angel power to 100 and show it off in front of the high priest? Bardos suggested, looking at Luo Tian with a smile. Luo Tian, a short silence. Isn't it impolite to surpass your father-in-law? Luo Tian asked. Bardos wiped the sweat quietly. You even called your father-in-law. You are only 5 years old. But then again, if the purity of angel power is raised to 100, can I surpass my father-in-law? Luo Tian stared at Bardos, and the more he looked, the more he liked her. How could there be such a beautiful woman? It is worth mentioning that a beautiful angel like Bardos is definitely a true goddess, without any flaws. It is a pity that her skin color is blue. But that's not a problem. I just like to eat blueberries, what can you do to me? According to the concept of angel power purity you proposed, I made a simple analysis and divided the strength. Do you want to listen to it? Bardos smiled and didn't care about what Luo Tian said about father-in-law or not. Anyway, it will be the high priest who will have a headache. If you have the guts, you can call him like this in front of the high priest. I want to listen. Luo Tian nodded. Your current angel power purity is 20, and you have opened the self-indulgent sign form. Bardos pondered, according to my calculations, if the purity of your angel power reaches about 30, you should be able to comprehend the true freedom. If the purity of your angel power reaches 40, it is indeed not much different from the trainee angel Mel's. If the purity of your angel power reaches 50, you can challenge the god of destruction without the help of the armor. If the angel power reaches 60, you can become a true angel. At this point, Bardos stopped talking. Go on, there is more to come. Luo Tian urged. Bardos, the latter is just my speculation. Bardos explained. So we can't deduce from the front? Luo Tian asked back. Bardos didn't want to talk anymore. Silence for 3 seconds. Bardos continued his previous speculation, angel power 70, you can reach the strength of the guards of the Lord of the Omni King, angel power 80, I believe that even the Lord of the Omni King cannot erase you, angel power 90, only then is the strength of the Lord of the High Priest not much different. Luo Tian fell into deep thought. The purity of angel power must reach 80 to avoid being wiped out by the Omni King. It seems that ordinary angels can be easily wiped out by the Omni King if he wants to. In the plot, the universe was wiped out by the Omni King, and the reason why angels still exist should be that the Omni King gave face to the High Priest. From Bardos' words, Luo Tian can also infer one thing. That is, it seems that the High Priest is more powerful than the Omni King. After all, the purity of the High Priest's angel power has reached 90. Angel power purity of 80 cannot be wiped out by the Omni King. Not to mention the High Priest who has reached 90. Then I will set a small goal for myself and increase the purity of angel power to 100. Luo Tian looked far-sighted. Bardos was speechless again. Do you call that a small goal? These are all my speculations, but I think it should be about the same. Bardos pondered, for example, if the purity of angel power reaches about 50, it can fight against the god of destruction. If Lord Biraso, he is the god of destruction of the 7th universe, he should be the strongest god of destruction among the 12 universes. If Lord Birasa's strength is around 56, then Lord Quitla's strength is about 55, and the other gods of destruction are below 55. Of course, these values I mentioned are all based on the comparison of strength converted from the purity of angel power. Quitla? Luo Tian asked knowingly, and also asked Broly to listen carefully. Lord Quitla is the god of destruction of the 4th universe. Bardos explained, he is the second strongest god of destruction after Lord Beerus. Over the years, except for the one time when he won Lord Beerus in arm wrestling, he was basically beaten by Lord Beerus at other times. However, Lord Quitla did not admit defeat, and has been working hard to practice, striving to surpass Lord Beerus as soon as possible. Fight again and again, and fight again and again. Luo Tian gave his evaluation. If Lord Quitla knew you said that to him, he would definitely be angry with you. Bardos said with a smile. So, what is the strength of Xiangpa? Luo Tian asked curiously. According to the purity of angel power, Lord Xiangpa's strength is about 52. Bardos replied with a smile, and added, you want to ask about Lord Mosco's strength, right? You really know me. Luo Tian nodded. Broly's eyes lit up, and he immediately pricked up his ears, and his tail swung left and right. Lord Moscow should be the weakest of the 12 universe destroyers, his strength should be 50. Bardos replied. Hearing Bardos's answer, Broly clenched his fists excitedly. That robot named Moscow has a strength of only 50. Both Luo Tian and I can defeat that big fat cat, so it shouldn't be a problem to deal with Moscow. Luo Tian was also quickly estimating the strength of each other. Although 52 is only 2 more numbers than 50, the gap is quite large. You two must be thinking, since you just teamed up to defeat Lord Xiongpa, then it shouldn't be a problem to challenge Lord Moscow, right? Bardos easily saw through the thoughts of Luo Tian and Broly. No, I don't think so. Luo Tian shook his head. Oh? Bardos was slightly startled. From the competition just now, I see it can be seen that Xiongpa did not use ruthless hands against us. Luo Tian said truthfully, if he really fights with us, as long as Broly is destroyed, I will be defeated by him sooner or later if I fight alone. Oh, it seems that you still have self-knowledge. Although Bardos' words were not very pleasant, there was some approval in his eyes. Broly also scratched his head and understood the meaning of Luo Tian's words. But as long as Broly and I practice hard, let alone the two of us, even Broly himself can beat him to pieces. Luo Tian smiled. Broly nodded vigorously on the side. Broly, my goal is to surpass my father-in-law. Luo Tian stepped forward and patted Broly's shoulder, and said solemnly, I will also train you to be the strongest god of destruction. Broly nodded vigorously again, his expression became more and more solemn, with determination and admiration for Luo Tian in his eyes. Vados glanced at the two of them. Such a silly little guy was brainwashed by Luo Tian. You are drawing a big pie. Let's not talk about whether you can surpass the high priest. Let's talk about Broly. It's unknown how many years it will take to become the strongest god of destruction. Then the question is, how strong is Broly now? Luo Tian asked. According to the purity of the angel power, Broly's strength has grown from 5 to 10. Bardos took the scepter and looked at it carefully, and gave the answer. Luo Tian thought about it seriously. The strength of 10 that Bardos mentioned is about the strength of Sun Wukong's initial transformation into the Super Saiyan God in the plot. It must be said that Broly's improvement this time is still very fast. After all, Broly has been reborn from near death several times, plus his legendary Super Saiyan special physique. You know, Broly is only 5 years old now. I am also 5 years old. What the hell are Broly and I, the legendary Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Child? Sure enough, where there is a Crouching Dragon, there must be a Phoenix Child. Hearing that his strength is only 10, Broly scratched his head and did not feel disappointed. As long as he trains well, one day he will increase his strength to more than 50. Broly, come on. Luo Tian patted Broly's shoulder again. Broly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. For the next period of time, Luo Tian and Broly accelerated the speed of cultivation. One cultivated the power of angels and purified the power of angels. One cultivated the legendary Super Saiyan energy. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. During these 3 months, Xiongpa was not in the destruction god realm. After that battle, Xiongpa slept for 3 days and had nightmares for 3 days. After waking up, he seemed to feel too embarrassed and quietly left the destruction god realm and never came back. However, what Luo Tian felt sorry for was that Xiongpa did not seem to find the sunflower manual. Next time, I must put it in a conspicuous place. Time flies so fast. Bardos, come and see the results of Broly and I's cultivation. Luo Tian greeted Bardos. Broly also immediately activated the legendary Super Saiyan transformation and increased his energy to the extreme. Oh, my Broly's strength, according to your calculation, has basically reached the height of 20. Bardos was full of emotion. It has only been 3 months. It is worthy of being the legendary Super Saiyan. The improvement in strength is really touching. Broly scratched his head and still felt that the improvement was a bit slow. It's only 20. Compared with other gods of destruction, there is still a big gap. If Broly wears armor, his strength will increase 50 times. Will Broly's true strength reach 1000? Luo Tian smiled and said, "It's okay, it has already exceeded my father-in-law." Bardos, is that how it is calculated? Bardos wiped his sweat silently. This armor, according to your calculation, should only increase by 50%. Bardos thought for a moment and explained. How much is that? Broly asked curiously. 30. Bardos gave the answer. Broly scratched his head, stretched out his two hands, and counted the difference between 30 and 50 with his fingers. However, he couldn't count with 2 fingers at all. You can add the toes as well, Luo Tian said with a smile. Broly took off his shoes. Bardos didn't want to talk anymore. What about me? Luo Tian asked Bardos again. You know it yourself? Bardos rolled his eyes at Luo Tian. I want you to say it. Luo Tian smiled. The purity of your angel power has reached 30 now. Congratulations, you haven't surpassed Mel's. Bardos smiled. Has Mel's improved during this period? Luo Tian didn't feel disappointed and asked again. I don't know. Bardos shook her head gently. As a sister, don't you care about your brother at all? Ask him quickly. Luo Tian urged, or you call him and I'll ask him. I haven't seen him for half a year. I miss him a little bit. Okay. Bardos didn't object, picked up the scepter in her hand, and prepared to contact Mel's. However, at this moment, a new call came from a distant area. Oh my, it's the High Priest. Bardos was slightly stunned, and immediately glanced at Luo Tian and Broly, and then quickly went to the distance to answer the phone. Looking at Bardos's figure going away, Luo Tian also held his chin in thought. The High Priest contacted Bardos again? What are they talking about? Forget it, curiosity kills the cat, I'd better not ask. I'm not such a gossipy person. In the distance, Bardos connected the video call through the scepter. Oh, it's the High Priest. Is it about the new god of destruction? Bardos asked. How is the preparation going? The High Priest asked. I haven't paid attention to the situation there during this period. Not bad, the task was completed successfully. Bardos laughed. Oh? In just half a year, the purity of Luo Tian's angel power has reached 20? The High Priest was a little surprised. Yes, yes. Bardos nodded proudly, this is inseparable from my careful training. Not bad, not bad. I originally thought that he could reach about 15, which was already very remarkable. This is really a bit unexpected. The High Priest was very satisfied with Bardos's performance, and also praised Luo Tian's improvement. It turns out that the High Priest is not optimistic about the improvement of Luo Tian's angel power purity. Bardos was slightly stunned. There is motivation only when there is pressure, isn't it? The High Priest smiled mysteriously. Yes, yes. Bardos also smiled more mysteriously. The High Priest suddenly felt that Bardos's smile was a little wrong. Are you hiding something from me? There should be no secrets between angels. The High Priest's face became stern. It's not a big deal, it's just that Luo Tian's angel power is purified a little too fast. Bardos smiled more and more brilliantly. From Luo Tian's perspective, Bardos looked like a blooming blue enchantress, very beautiful. Oh? So it's not 20? Has it reached 25? The High Priest was a little surprised. No, it's 30, and it's only 10 points away from being almost the same as Mel's. Bardos replied with a smile. The High Priest was silent immediately. It's only 10 points away from being almost the same as Mel's? This son is a little bit unimpressive. Mers, how much? The High Priest asked after a long time. When he first met Luo Tian, the purity of his angel power was 40, right? Yes. Bardos nodded. As for the purity of Mel's angel power now, I didn't ask, I'm not very clear. Have you conveyed the matter about the Kai King God to Luo Tian? The high priest changed the subject. He said that he is not considering the Kaishan for the time being. Bardos answered truthfully. Then you prepare first. I will notify several universes later to elect the god of destruction of the 18th universe. The high priest pondered. Of course, the other universes are just runners-up. This time it is mainly used to test Broly's strength. I hope they don't let me down. The they mentioned by the high priest here naturally refers to Luo Tian and Broly. How many universes are you going to choose as runners-up? Bardos asked. You don't need to worry about this. Give them 3 days to let them choose the strongest person in their respective universes. The high priest pondered. I will build an arena for them to decide the winner in the arena. The location of the arena will be set in the newly restored 18th universe. Okay. Bardos nodded to show that he understood. The call ended. After the high priest finished talking to Bardos, he contacted Myers immediately. High priest. Myers immediately picked up the scepter in his room and saluted respectfully. Myers, I heard that you are also training a god of destruction. The high priest smiled kindly. Yes, high priest, his name is Bu, and he was once a powerful figure in the 7th universe. Myers explained quickly. How is the training going? The high priest asked. Mels didn't know what to say for a moment. He looked at Majin Bu, who was still sleeping soundly on the bed, and felt really heartbroken. Since he was brought back, this guy has been sleeping until now after having a big meal at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. He is sleeping. Mels suddenly felt that his words were meaningless, and immediately added, well, he likes to sleep like Lord Beerus. What about you? How has your experience been during this period? The high priest asked again. I have been training well here. Mels answered seriously. Mels, I asked you to go to the Galactic Patrol to understand the good and evil of mankind. What is the ultimate purpose? The high priest's face became serious, looking at Mels through the crystal ball, and asked. The ultimate purpose? It is to become a real angel. Mels responded in a not very sure tone. So what conditions are required to become a real angel? The high priest asked again. This growth, I want to improve my knowledge and hone my heart. Mels responded honestly. No, it's purification. The high priest sighed helplessly and shook his head gently. He suddenly felt that this son was not so close to him, but a little silly. Purification? Mels widened his eyes and showed a look of astonishment. Isn't this what Luo Tian said? It is indeed what Luo Tian said. Although he said it very directly, it is very correct. The high priest sighed again and scolded, don't you understand it yet? The cultivation of our angels is actually a process of constantly purifying the power of angels. Mels was silent and felt heartbroken again. The reason why I didn't tell you this before is that I hope you can understand it through your own experience. The high priest shook his head and showed a look of disappointment. Mels, the high priest carefully observed Mel's angel power through the scepter. At this glance, the high priest was immediately disappointed. 41. The eyes of the high priest narrowed together. According to Luo Tian's calculation, the purity of my angel power is indeed 41. Mels thought about it and quickly calculated his own value. After all, for angels, Luo Tian's calculation is still very easy to identify. Mels, you have to work hard. The high priest sighed. Yes, Lord High Priest, I will work hard. Mels nodded and smiled, but Luo Tian's angel power purity, I remember it seems to be only 10. I don't know how much he has purified in the past 6 months. His current angel power purity has reached 30. The high priest said lightly. Mels was stunned at the time, his eyes widened, and he couldn't say anything. How is this possible? It's only been half a year. Myers couldn't believe it. How could he improve so fast in just half a year? You have to know that Luo Tian used to practice the simplified version of the ultimate self-definition. Since he practiced the real ultimate self-definition, the purity of the angel power has naturally increased exponentially. The high priest sighed, but what have you been doing in the past 6 months? Chapter 105 Election Order for the New God of Destruction of the 18th Universe. Myers lowered his head, as if he was a child who had done something wrong. Myers suddenly thought that before Luo Tian existed, I felt that I was doing well in the Galactic Patrol. Now I have started to roll with a human? Well, if he continues to practice like this, I'm afraid he won't be a human anymore. He's about to transform into an angel, right? If the purity of his angel power is increased to 40 can he transform into an angel? Myers asked curiously. I don't know, maybe. The high priest shook his head and changed the subject again. Get ready and wake up your trainee god of destruction. 3 days later, the restored 18th universe will hold a battle to elect the god of destruction. I hope your trainee god of destruction will not let me down. After saying that, the high priest ended the call immediately without waiting for Mel's to react. The 18th universe? The restored 18th universe? Mel's was stunned and whispered, could it be that the universe that Luo Tian and I saw in the realm of nothingness before was the restored 18th universe? Wait a minute, this is not the point. The point is, the election battle of the god of destruction that the high priest mentioned. That is to say, if my god of destruction can become the new god of destruction of the 18th universe, then I can also take over the 18th universe and become an angel there? This is a good opportunity. I have to wake up Majin Buu quickly. On this day, the high priest issued a campaign order for the new god of destruction of the 18th universe to the entire universe. The information was also quickly conveyed to the angels of the 12 universes. After hearing this news, many gods of destruction and king of the Kai of the universe were also moved. No one thought that the 18th universe, which was wiped out by the Omni King, actually recovered on its own. Not only that, the high priest will also elect a new god of destruction from these 12 universes, and reward the new god of destruction with the super dragon ball that can realize any wish. Many gods of destruction in the universes had their eyes lit up. You know, if this new god of destruction is from their own universe, if a new god of destruction comes out of the universe, then the relationship with the 18th universe will naturally be very good in the future. Besides, it is also an honor for the new god of destruction to come out of his own universe. You can show off to other universes in the future. Have you seen the god of destruction of the 18th universe? That came out of our universe. Of course, there are very few Kais and gods of destruction in the universes that are unmoved. These universes are, the first universe, the 5th universe, the 8th universe and the 12th universe. The Kais and gods of destruction in these 4 universes are more serious about their work. In their opinion, even if a human walks out of their own universe and becomes the god of destruction of the 18th universe, what can it do? Working hard and developing your own universe is the best choice. The 7th universe, Beerus planet. Oh my, the disappeared 18th universe has returned to its original form with side, and the high priest will elect the new god of destruction of the 18th universe in the entire universe. Each universe will participate voluntarily. The principle of participation is to sign up by yourself. Does our universe want to participate? The prophecy fish asked. The high priest said that our universe must participate as a special case. Whis sighed helplessly. Originally, Lord Beerus was sleeping, and I didn't want to participate. Since you want to participate, wake up Lord Beerus quickly. The prophecy fish suggested on the side. Prophecy fish, about this matter, please ask Whis. I predict that the new god of destruction of the 18th universe will come from our 7th universe. The prophecy fish replied. Oh my, I hope your prediction will be accurate this time. Whis smiled. We should find a way to wake up Lord Beerus. It doesn't matter if we can't wake him up, right? Whis, you just need to bring a powerful person to participate in the competition, right? The prophecy fish suggested, or you can call King Kai and let King Kai help choose people in the universe. Lord Kai Whis had a headache for a while. Didn't Lord Kai not believe in your identity last time? This time it's just right to take him to broaden his horizons. The prophecy fish gave another supplement. This method is good, you can try it. Whis thought about it seriously, and felt that what the prophecy fish said was right, and immediately nodded and said, I will contact Lord Kai now. As he said, Whis immediately contacted Lord Kai through the scepter crystal ball in his hand. Universe 7, King Kai Realm. King Kai and Jupiter are still silently paying attention to Majin Buu, who is sleeping soundly in the Galactic Patrol headquarters. This guy has been sleeping for 3 months, King Kai said in a deep voice. But from the current point of view, since he followed Mirth, he really hasn't caused any big trouble. Maybe he has really changed for the better. Jebit thought about things in a positive way. Will he change for the better? He is Majin Buu. What you said is absolutely impossible to happen. King Kai shook his head decisively. It seems that we have no other way except to continue to observe. Jebit said in a low voice, it's a pity that we don't have the ability to seal him up. It would be great if we could seal him up while he is sleeping. Yes. King Kai nodded helplessly. While the two were talking, a voice suddenly came from King Kai's mind. Lord King Kai, are you there? It was Whis who spoke. Who? Who is talking? King Kai's face changed slightly. As the greatest god in the entire universe, someone now has the ability to speak in my mind. Is it a magician again? Lord Kaishan, long time no see. I'm Whis. We met in the Destroyer God realm last time. Whis greeted immediately. What? You're Whis? Kaishan's pupil shrank, his face became even uglier, and he hurriedly shouted, Stop lying there. How could I not know who you are? You're the character that Mel's created through magic. The so-called Destroyer God realm I went to last time should be an illusion created by Mel's. You're also a character created from there. Whis. Whis was silent. I got it right, right? You're speechless? Kaishan snorted. What did Mel say to you? Whis sighed, feeling speechless. Humph, get out of my head right now, or don't blame me for being rude to you. Kaishan shouted sternly. Lord Kai, please tell us about Majin Buu and ask him to seal him again, otherwise, we will go to the Galactic Patrol headquarters to expose his true identity. Jupiter suddenly suggested to Lord Kai. But Lord Kai shook his head slowly and made a few gestures, indicating that he couldn't do that. Because if he did that, what if he angered Mirth and awakened Majin Buu? Who will bear the consequences? The whole universe will be devastated by then. Lord Kai, I have something important to tell you. Whis tried to calm himself down and said calmly. I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen. Lord Kai refused immediately and hugged his head with his hands, trying to get rid of the voice from his mind. However, no matter how hard Lord Kai tried, he could not block Wis's voice. Lord Kai, please listen to me first. Whis sighed. How could there be such an outrageous Lord Kai in our universe? Whis thought about it, and immediately told the King of the World the election order of the God of Destruction from the High Priest. High Priest? Who is that guy? Is he a subordinate of the Demon King Dopura? King of the World pondered. Whis didn't want to talk anymore. You really know how to talk. How many levels did you demote the High Priest? Not only did you demote the High Priest, but you also treated him as a subordinate of the Demon King? Forget it. Whis ended the call immediately after saying that, and didn't want to talk to King of the World. If I bring King of the World with me, and if I provoke the High Priest, I am afraid the 7th universe will be in trouble in the next period of time. Live in peace. Whis, what does Lord Kaishan say? The prophecy fish asked. Let's look for it ourselves. Whis shook his head and suggested to the prophecy fish. Look for it ourselves? But who should we look for? The prophecy fish blew a bubble and asked while leaning on the fish tank. Who is the most powerful among the humans currently active in the 7th universe? Whis said, and immediately began to search in some areas of the 7th universe through the crystal ball of the scepter in his hand. It took several hours to search. On the crystal ball of Wiss's scepter, a figure gradually emerged. Wiss projected the figure that appeared in the scepter. Is it that guy Frisia? The prophecy fish knew Frisia and recognized his identity at a glance. After searching, the most powerful human still active in the 7th universe is Mr. Frisia. Wiss nodded, but there should be stronger people in the depths of the universe, and humans stronger than Frisia are often born in the universe, but it is a bit troublesome to find them. Do you want to take him to participate in the competition? The prophecy fish asked again. Just take Frisia to participate. Wiss thought about it seriously, made up his mind, and explained, besides, before Lord Beerus went to bed, he also gave the task to Mr. Frisia. I guess even if Lord Beerus wakes up, he will choose Mr. Frisia. Do you want to take him over and train him? The prophecy fish asked. No need to train deliberately, there are only 3 days, and even if you train, it won't improve much. Wiss shook his head. Then contact Frisia quickly and let him be mentally prepared. The prophecy fish suggested. Okay. Wiss agreed. Then, Wiss immediately contacted Frisia through the scepter. The vast starry sky, the boundless universe. Frisia's spaceship was slowly floating in the starry sky. Frisia sat in a new baby carriage, looking up at the starry sky outside the window with a deep expression. Just then, a voice suddenly came from Frisia's mind. Hello, Mr. Frisia, are you there? Who is it? Get out of my mind. Frisia was shocked and angry. Mr. Frisia, first of all, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Wiss, the servant of Lord Beerus. Wiss introduced himself. What? Lord Beerus? Frisia's face changed color slightly, and then the big follower beside Beerus appeared in his mind. The follower had blue skin, a blue halo around his neck, and a scepter in his hand. A very strange dress. It's you, I remember now. Frisia smiled, then asked seriously, did Lord Beerus ask you to contact me? That's about it. Wiss nodded. What does Lord Beerus want? Frisia asked respectfully. A certain universe is going to select a new god of destruction. I wonder if Mr. Frisia is interested in running for it. Wiss told him about the new god of destruction. A new god of destruction? Frisia immediately showed a look of yearning. Yes, yes, if Mr. Frisia is lucky enough to be selected, he will be on an equal footing with Lord Beerus in the future. Wiss smiled. Frisia felt that happiness came too suddenly. This is simply God's favor to me. As long as I am selected, I can be on an equal footing with Lord Beerus? Great, great! Only a fool would not run for it. When and where will you run for the god of destruction? Frisia asked excitedly. In 3 days, I will personally go to pick up Mr. Frisia. Mr. Frisia should not run around during these 3 days. Just stay near the current galaxy. Weiss reminded. Okay, okay. Frisia's heart became more and more excited, and his eyes were full of expectation. I, Frisia, will become the new god of destruction. After I become the new god of destruction, I will definitely fight back the Kai King who glared at me and flew away. Also, you killed my son. I must avenge this. Frisia clenched his fists tightly, veins on his forehead bulged, and a hint of cold murderous intent appeared in his look of expectation. The 10th universe, the realm of the god of destruction. Running for the god of destruction? Rumsey shook his elephant trunk and pondered silently. Does Lord Rumsey have a suitable candidate? Asked Kess. No. Rumsey shook his head. Why not ask Lord Kaishan? Maybe he has a suitable candidate. Kessie suggested. All right. Rumsey's eyes lit up. The reason why some universes seek Lord Kaishan to select candidates is because Lord Kaishan deals with humans most of the time. After all, Lord Kaishan is the greatest god in this universe, and many humans were created or transferred by him. The god of destruction is only responsible for destroying planets, and has few interactions with humans. Go there in person. Rumsey thought about it and decided to go to the Lord Kaishan realm in person. Okay. Kessie nodded without objection. Rumsey stood beside Kessie. Swoosh! The two turned into a stream of light as bright as stars and flew quickly towards the Lord Kaishan realm. The 10th universe, the Kaishan realm. Are you North King Zamasu? King Kaigvas looked at the person who bowed in front of him, took a sip of tea, and asked. Yes, Lord Kaishan, I am North King Zamasu. Zamasu answered respectfully, and then asked carefully, I wonder what instructions Lord Kaishan has for me? I heard that you manage the Northern Universe very well? Kvas looked at Zamasu with a smile and admiration. Lord Kaishan, thank you for your praise. This is what I should do. Zamasu bowed again. Very good then, are you interested in becoming a Kaishan? Kvas laughed and asked suddenly. Zamasu was startled and almost knelt down. Cold sweat even wet his back. He hurriedly answered in panic, No. No. Don't be afraid. I will retire in another 20 or 30 years. I am selecting new Kaishan and training them as soon as possible. Kvas said with a smile. So that's how it is. Zamasu breathed a sigh of relief and immediately responded, I do. Then, from today on, you stay with me. I will teach you some things and strive to train you into an outstanding Kai as soon as possible. Kwas was very satisfied with Zamasu's performance. After all, Zamasu is also a relatively outstanding existence among the 4 Kais. He is also the best choice for the Kai of the 10th universe. Yes, Lord Kai. Zamasu bowed. As the two were talking, Zamasu suddenly saw a stream of light as bright as a star in the sky. Lord Kai, what is that? Zamasu asked in surprise. Kwas turned his head and glanced at the sky behind him, and immediately came back to his senses. It turned out to be Lord Rumsey and Lord Kuss. What are they doing here? Who? Zamasu didn't know much about these at the moment. Pa. Just then, Kess and Rumsey fell from the sky and landed beside the Kaishan Kvas. Hello, Lord Rumsey, Kess. Kvas immediately stood up and saluted. Long time no see, Lord Kvas. Kess also returned the salute respectfully. Rumsey stood up straight, glanced in the direction of Zamasu again, and did not speak for the time being. What a rare guest. I wonder if Lord Kess and Lord Rumsey came to me for something important. Kvas greeted, and ordered Zamasu, Zamasu, make a pot of new tea quickly. Yes, Lord Kaishan. Zamasu responded immediately, but he was guessing the other party's identity in his heart. Who are these two people? Why does Lord Kaishan seem to be quite respectful to them? No need to make tea. Rumsey waved his hand and told Kessie directly, Kessie, hurry up and say it, no need to say these polite words. Although Rumsey said that there was no need to make tea, Zamasu immediately stepped forward, poured out the previous tea leaves, took out new tea and made it. At the same time, Zamasu also pricked up his ears to listen to the purpose of the two people coming here. Okay, Lord Rumsey. Kessie nodded slightly, and immediately told the King of the Worlds, Kvas, about the election of the God of Destruction in the 18th universe. The 18th universe that was erased by Lord Omni King has been restored? Kvas was surprised. I didn't expect that the erased universe could recover by itself. Maybe it's an exception. Kessie replied calmly. Election for the God of Destruction? Do we need to find a strong person in our universe to run for the election? Kvas fell into deep thought. Yes, Lord Kvas, think about it carefully and see if there is a suitable candidate. Kessie nodded. Kaishan, I hope you can be more serious. If someone from our universe can be elected as the God of Destruction, we can establish a good relationship with the 18th universe, and we can also proudly tell other universes that the God of Destruction of the 18th universe came from our universe. This represents the reputation of our universe. Rumsey emphasized deliberately. Kwas thought about it, but couldn't think of any suitable candidate. Then he glanced and found Zamasu standing aside, and asked casually, Zamasu, you should also think about it and see what powerful humans there are in our universe. Kaishinth god of destruction is Zamasu asked curiously. Let me introduce you. This is our universe's god of destruction, Lord Rumsey, and this is the angel Lord KS. Simply put, the god of destruction is the most powerful god in our universe. In addition, our two lives are bound together. In other words, if there is only one Kai King, if I die, Lord Rumsey will disappear as well. Kvaz introduced them one by one, and explained to Rumsey and KS, his name is Zamasu, and he was originally the North Kai King. Because I am about to retire, I want to train him to be a Kai King. King Kai, there is no need to explain the matter of life binding in such detail. Rumsey's face darkened, and the elephant's trunk curled up. What do you want to do by explaining so much? Do you want to commit suicide? Ha ha ha, nothing, nothing, Zamasu will not kill me and cause Lord Rumsey to disappear. Kvaz laughed and made a joke. Zamasu felt a little uncomfortable on the side. Is there anyone who jokes like you? During this period, Zamasu had no intention of killing Gyasu. After all, in Zamasu's opinion, there was no need for it. Zamasu only wanted to be a qualified king of the Kai. And now he is just a North King of the Kai. A king of the Kai who doesn't want to be a king of the Kai is not a good king of the Kai. However, Gyasu never thought that because of his joke, his death would be determined in the future. Your name is Zamasu, right? Think about it together. Rumsey said lightly. What does the god of destruction mainly do? Zamasu asked with some curiosity. Why are you asking about this? Rumsey snorted and asked with narrowed eyes. This is not a secret. Since you will be my successor in the future, it's okay to tell you. Kvaz doted on his new disciple and explained with a smile, the work of the god of destruction is actually complementary to that of the king of the worlds. The god of destruction mainly destroys some useless planets or humans to achieve the balance of the universe. I will tell you about this in detail later. In other words, those humans who violate the principles can be destroyed? Zamasu's eyes lit up, and his eyes flashed with brilliance. Why do I suddenly feel that I am more suitable to be the god of destruction? What are you talking about, Zamasu? Kvaz frowned slightly. Kes also looked at Zamasu meaningfully, but did not respond. That's about what you meant. Rumsey nodded affirmatively on the side. Then can I participate in the election? Zamasu asked excitedly. Kvaz, the three of them focused their eyes on Zamasu at the same time. Are there any conditions for running for the god of destruction? Zamasu asked. As long as it's strong enough. Rumsey answered. I think my strength is still very strong in the entire 10th universe. Zamasu showed a face of confidence. Then, attack me with all your strength. Rumsey decided to test Zamasu's strength. This is not appropriate. Zamasu was a little embarrassed and shook his head and waved his hands. It would be bad if he got hurt. Kes, did you hear that? This guy is quite confident in himself. Rumsey almost laughed. Oh my, if Mr. Zamasu really wants to run for the god of destruction, he can indeed try to attack Lord Rumsey. Kes said to Zamasu with a smile. Zamasu, are you really going to run for the god of destruction? Gyasu sighed helplessly. I can try, and if it doesn't work, I'll come back to serve Lord Kaishin. Zamasu has thought of a way out. Gyasu, you really think it's beautiful. However, for me, this is a tragedy. It was so hard to choose a successor. In the end, he gave up and wanted to run for the god of destruction. It seems that I can only choose another successor. Lord Rumsey, when will the election for the god of destruction start? Jeeves asked. 3 days later. Rumsey answered the question indifferently. It won't take long. Well, Zamasu, you should work hard. It doesn't matter if you don't get elected. You can come back and continue to be my disciple. Jeeves decided to give Zamasu a chance. After all, Jivas knew clearly that since it was a god of destruction election contest in the entire universe, Zamesu's strength might not be enough to be elected. Although Zamesu's strength was stronger than that of an ordinary Kai King. But it was a god of destruction election contest. How could it be so easy? Come on, North Kai King, attack me with all your strength, let me test your true strength. Rumsey waved at Zamesu. Then I won't be polite, Lord Rumsey. Zamesu nodded solemnly. Snap. Then, Zamesu raised his hand slightly, and a purple hand knife appeared in his hand, with flames flickering on the hand knife, with a cold and gloomy light. Don't get hurt, Lord Rumsey. Zamesu explained in advance. You asked me to attack you with all my strength. If you get hurt, don't blame me. Rumsey said nothing, with his hands behind his back, and his elephant trunk slightly arched, hooking the tip of his nose at him. Zamesu, is there anyone who is so provocative as you? Zamesu said no more, and rushed quickly in the direction of Rumsey, and his hand knife also stabbed suddenly. Snap! The next moment, Zamesu's hand knife stabbed Rumsey's elephant trunk on the spot. However, the sharp hand knife could no longer move forward an inch the moment it touched Rumsey's nose. What? Zamesu's face changed slightly. Puff! A puff of white gas blew out of Rumsey's elephant trunk. Accompanied by a scream, Zamesu's body flew backwards and fell to the ground, sprawling on his back, with blood gushing out of his mouth. Not bad. Rumsey gave a simple evaluation and asked Kes, what do you think? Oh my Mr. Zamesu's strength is indeed quite remarkable. Among all the Kai Kings, he is also among the best in terms of combat power. Kes also gave an objective evaluation. Heal him. Rumsey told KSI. Okay, Lord Rumsey. KSI responded, holding the scepter and releasing the angelic power to cover Zamesu's body. Zamesu's injuries recovered quickly, and he got up from the ground again, looking at Rumsey with a bit of admiration. Is the god of destruction so powerful? I think my strength is already very strong. Even Lord Kai said that I am one of the best among all the Lord Kais. This woman who is called an angel also said so. But compared with the god of destruction, I still have a big gap. I will definitely be the god of destruction. KSI, can the King Kai participate in the election? Rumsey asked again. There is no rule that says the King Kai is not allowed to participate in the election. KSI replied. It's you. Rumsey patted Zamesu on the shoulder, I hope you won't embarrass me. Yes, Lord Rumsey, I will definitely work hard and strive to become the new god of destruction of the 18th universe. Zamesu looked far and wide and answered loudly. 3 days later, King Kai, send Zamesu to my god of destruction realm. Rumsey instructed Jivas, and then called to Kes, let's go, Kes. The 11th universe, the god of destruction realm. The god of destruction of the 11th universe is named Waimei, who looks like the big and small jokers in a playing card. Behind Waimei, there stands a beautiful angel with twin ponytails. The name of the beautiful angel is Makarita. If Luo Tian were here, he would definitely like Makarita, the beautiful angel. But what disappointed Luo Tian was that there were too few books about Makarita. The problem is that among these beautiful angels, Makarita is actually pretty. If you have to choose between Kus, Bardos, and Makarita, only children make choices, I want them all. Tisk, the election of the new god of destruction of the 18th universe. Waimei snorted. Master Waimei, is our universe going to participate in the election? Makarita asked. Of course we will participate. Looking at the entire universe, the human combat power level of our universe is definitely the strongest. Waimei smiled confidently, let's not talk about Jiren, just say that my disciple Topo is also enough to easily defeat those scum. Yes, Mr. Topo is indeed very strong. In time, he will definitely grow into a real god of destruction. Makarita nodded gently, agreeing with Waimei's statement, and asked, "So, who do you plan to let participate in the election this time?" "Since we are going to participate in the election, of course we will choose the strongest person to fight." Wai Mei smiled. 100,000 words have been updated today. 8,000 words in 12 chapters, 4,000 words in 1 chapter, exactly 100,000 words. All the drafts I have saved have been published. I really don't have any drafts saved this time. But I can still guarantee to update 10,000 words. From tomorrow to the end of this month, at least 10,000 words will be updated every day. And the content will be more exciting. Since I update so much, please give me your monthly votes at the beginning of the month. Also, I have created a group, please join if you are interested. Chapter 106 Jiren, is he going to be a god of destruction? Should we let Mr. Jiren participate in the election? Makarita sighed softly and shook her head. I'm afraid Mr. Jiren may not agree. He refused to become the disciple of the god of destruction back then, so he has no interest in the position of the god of destruction. What you said makes sense. It seems that we can only let Topo go. Wai Mei gritted his teeth. This is not easy to deal with. If he is selected, the disciple I have trained for such a long time goes to another universe to become the god of destruction, what should we do with our universe? Our universe can only choose a new disciple of the god of destruction again. Makarita suggested. Then contact Topo and ask that guy to come over and ask him to prepare by the way. Wai Mei ordered. Okay, Master Wai Mei. Makarita nodded. A short silence. Anyway, tell Jiren first. What if he is interested? He didn't want to be the god of destruction at that time, but it doesn't mean he doesn't want to be the god of destruction now. Wai Mei thought about it seriously and said to Makarita. So, shall we go meet Mr. Jiren? Makarita asked for Vimide's opinion in a gentle voice. No, just contact him directly. Isn't it just a matter of one word whether he agrees or not? Vimide shook his head. Okay, I'll contact Mr. Jiren now. Makarita nodded slightly, took the scepter, and immediately contacted Jiren through the crystal ball on the scepter. The 11th universe, the Pride planet. This planet is the base camp of the Pride team. Jiren is a member of the Pride team, not the captain. The captain of the Pride team is Topo, and the vice-captain is Despo. Topo is Vimide's disciple and the trainee god of destruction of the 11th universe. Jiren has no interest in the position of captain, so he is just an ordinary member of the Pride team. But all the members of the Pride team know who is the soul of this team. He is Jiren. It is said that his energy intensity can be comparable to that of the god of destruction. Jillian lived in a mountain village, which was full of poetic atmosphere of the bright moon shining among the pines and the clear spring flowing over the rocks. At this time, Jillian was sitting in the yard with his eyes closed to rest. For Jiren, this is also a way of training. Just then, a voice suddenly came from Jiren's mind. Jiren did not panic, but slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were unusually calm. Is it Master Makarita? Jiren asked. Yes, Mr. Jiren. Makarita replied, and told about the election of the god of destruction of the 18th universe. Sorry, I'm not interested. Jiren refused decisively. Oh, after so much time, you are still not interested in becoming a god of destruction? Makarita smiled. Jiren did not speak, but the meaning in his eyes was already very clear. Okay, I will convey to Master Wai Mei, sorry for disturbing you. Makarita said politely. Sorry for the trouble. Jiren rarely replied. Because Jiren knew very well how special this woman's identity was. Try not to provoke her if you can. After the call ended, Makarita shrugged at Wai Mei. I knew it was like this. Forget it, let's contact Topo and ask him to come to the Destroyer realm as soon as possible. Wai Mei suggested. Okay. Makarita nodded, and immediately contacted Topo, and explained to him about the Destroyer God election. Hearing Makarita's words, Topo fell into deep thought, and his eyes became more entangled. After the call ended, Topo looked at the members of the Pride team present, his expression full of reluctance. If I go to the 18th universe to serve as the Destroyer God, what will happen to these lovely members of mine? Captain, what happened? Vice Captain Tispo asked hurriedly. The 18th universe is going to elect a god of destruction from all the universes. Topo sighed helplessly. Lord Waimei wants me to participate. You said that if I am elected, I will be separated from you by a universe in the future. Captain, go with peace of mind. When the god of destruction of the 18th universe is elected, I will be the captain of the Pride team. Tispo laughed. Are you eager for me to leave? Topo rolled his eyes. Just kidding. Tispo said with a smile, but Captain, you don't have to think so much. If the captain really becomes the god of destruction, then our Pride team can also go out and say proudly, our former captain is the greatest god of destruction. When we really need it, we will contact you. Can you come to help us? You are right. Topo nodded thoughtfully. The other team members also echoed him, thinking that what the vice captain said was right. Besides, Captain, don't forget that we still have Jiren. Tispo smiled mysteriously again and said the name of another person. Topo, you don't have to say the last sentence. It sounds like even if I become the god of destruction, I'm not as good as Jiren. Okay, I'll try. Topo announced loudly with a confident smile. I don't know what the level of the players in other universes is, they should not be as good as the captain. The captain is the disciple of the god of destruction and an in turn god of destruction. There is absolutely no way that anyone can be the opponent of our captain. Come on, Captain. Strive to become a real god of destruction as soon as possible. Isn't this your ideal and goal all along? Many team members present cheered for Topo. The third universe, the god of destruction. What? The god of destruction election of the 18th universe? Myolo gritted his teeth and said hatefully, if someone hadn't killed my son would definitely become the new god of destruction of the 18th universe. Damn, who did it? The angel Campelli said nothing beside him. Hey, Campelli, can't you find out? Mulo asked Campelli again. It is worth mentioning that Mulo has been wandering around the 7th universe for a long time and has also been to the underworld for investigation. Unfortunately, Mulo's son has been cleansed of his soul and reincarnated. There is nothing Mulo can do about this. King Yama suddenly came to his senses when he heard that Mulo was the god of destruction from another universe. No wonder the Book of Life and Death says unknown. So this is the reason. King Yama turned around and glared at the staff behind him. It was because this kid said that the son of the god of destruction was an insignificant person, so even the Book of Life and Death was too lazy to record his life and cause of death. Fuck you, I almost got killed by you. Fortunately, Mulo didn't dare to be too rampant in the underworld. After all, this belongs to the underworld of the 7th universe, not under Mulo's jurisdiction. Muru slapped the king of hell to the ground, and then left the underworld in a rage. Later, Muru searched the 7th universe carefully, but naturally found nothing, so he had to return to the 3rd universe. Lord Muru, I really don't know. Campelli shrugged. Humph, it must have been done by the trainee god of destruction next to the trainee angel. My son was killed, and only half a year later, a god of destruction appeared in the 18th universe. No matter how I think about it, I feel it has something to do with that guy. Mulo said with a cold face, leaning one hand on the large robot beside him. This robot is Moscow. Was our universe going to participate in the competition? Campbell asked. Participate, of course we have to participate. Mulo snorted coldly, I doubt that the apprentice angel's god of destruction will participate in the competition. This time I will ask him clearly no matter what I say. Campbell, I know you are all angels, and the relationship between each other is special. I can understand that you don't want to betray him. Mulo took a deep breath and said earnestly, but can you not stop me from investigating? Muse has grown up under your care, right? What do you need me to do? Lord Mulu. Campbell asked helplessly. When the time comes, you only need to help me lead the apprentice angel away, and I will do the rest myself. Mulu said with a serious look. Let me see. Campbell hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement, but added, as for whether Mel's will leave, I can't guarantee it. Mulu looked at Campbell deeply. You still say that the god of destruction next to the trainee angel is not the murderer? It would be strange if it wasn't. With the level of those humans in the 7th universe, there are too few people who can kill my son. And they can do things so flawlessly, which is definitely related to the trainee god of destruction of the trainee angel. The trainee angel should also cover up the cause of my son's death. By the way, there is also a trainee Kai King next to the trainee angel. A trainee Kai King and a trainee god of destruction. They are of the same race. Maybe the trainee Kai King is also involved. You two just wait for me. Do you still want to cover up the truth? By the way, can the Super Dragon Ball you just mentioned really fulfill any wish? Mulu asked excitedly. Yes. Campbell nodded. So as long as I get the Super Dragon Ball, I can revive my son, right? Myolo's eyes sparkled. Yes. Campbell replied, but the prerequisite is that the new god of destruction of the 18th universe must be selected. Got it. Myolo's eyes rolled around. Then who should participate in the competition? Lord Myolu. Campbell asked. Let Majikeu participate. Mulu thought carefully and gave a candidate. Majikeu is a cyborg warrior with a blue shell of all metal, equivalent to a full metal man. This person's strength is also very impressive, a bit like the liquid metal T-1000 in the Terminator. As for the real level, we need to take it out for a walk. The 6th universe, a certain planet. Xiongpa is eating and drinking on this planet. This planet doesn't look special, and the food Xiongpa eats is even rougher. Yes, it's basically boiled meat, probably without salt. Even so, Xiongpa is eating very happily. Just then, Bardos's voice suddenly rang in the pocket of Xiongpa's clothes. While eating greasy food, Xiongpa took out a communicator from his pocket, put it on the table, and pressed the button on the communicator. Bardos, what's the matter with you? Xiongpa hummed, and quickly added, have the two little monkeys at home left? Is Lord Xiongpa still upset about losing to them? Bardos chuckled. Humph, I didn't do anything ruthless. If it weren't for his special status, do you think they could defeat me with just the two of them? Xiongpa kept humming with a dark face, and the meat in his mouth was crunching. Luo Tian and Broly know that you are letting them go, and they are grateful for this. Bardos said a good word for Luo Tian. Humph, this is more like it, and it feels a bit like an apprentice angel. Xiongpa showed a smug expression and asked, why? You are looking for me because of this, right? Do they want to apologize to me specifically? Let me make it clear first, I will not forgive them easily. No, it's another matter. Bardos replied. What? Xiongpa took another big bite of meat. This is the election order for the destroyer god of the 18th universe issued by the Grand Priest, and Xiongpa needs to bid well, participate. Bardos almost let it slip. What? The election order for the destroyer god of the 18th universe? Xiongpa hurriedly swallowed the meat in his mouth, showing a look of surprise and confusion, but he didn't hear the details. There was silence for 5 seconds. Xiongpa suddenly came back to his senses and asked in a strange way, why do I remember that the 18th universe has disappeared? It was wiped out by the Omni King a long time ago, right? The terrible scene back then, I still remember it vividly. While speaking, Xiongpa couldn't help shivering, and the meat in his mouth suddenly didn't taste good. Originally, the 18th universe had been wiped out by the Omni King, but it suddenly recovered recently. Bardos explained. Recovered on its own? Was it not wiped out thoroughly enough? Xiongpa fell into deep thought. Oh, I don't know about that. Bados shook his head. Xiongpa was silent, thinking carefully, even if the erasure was not thorough enough, it had nothing to do with me. What is the relationship? It's a pity that the god of destruction and the king of the Kai of that universe disappeared. I remember that the angel of that universe was quite stubborn and said that he would live and die with the 18th universe. In the end, he disappeared with the universe. Not only that, the angel also dedicated her angelic power. What's the name of the angel of the 18th universe? Xiongpa suddenly asked in a low voice. Ling Long. Bardos answered. I remember, Ling Long angel, has personality. Xiongpa gave an evaluation. Lord Xiongpa should quickly think about who to find to participate in the competition. Bardos suggested, by the way, it is worth mentioning that if someone from a certain universe is selected as the new god of destruction of the 18th universe, then the High Priest will take out 7 Super Dragon Balls as a reward. Super Dragon Balls? What is that? Xiongpa was stunned. It can fulfill any wish. Bardos explained. What? Is there such a good thing? Xiongpa was surprised and happy at the time. Does Lord Xiongpa have any wishes that he wants to realize? Bardos asked with a smile. Of course, I want a great food planet. Xiongpa hummed and directly said his wish. This has been Xiongpa's biggest wish for a long time. Xiongpa has also worked hard for this and cast a net in his 6th universe to find such a planet. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. There is no such suitable planet in the 6th universe. Then let's work together. This is also my wish. Bardos tapped his forehead and asked, I wonder who Lord Xiongpa plans to let participate in the competition? Hit, what do you think? Xiongpa thought about it seriously and said Hit's name. Okay, I think it's okay. Bardos agreed. With Mr. Hit's current strength, I'm afraid he may not be able to beat Broly. The little guy is growing too fast. After ending the call, Bardos looked in the direction of Luotian and Broly. Luotian and Broly are still practicing, working hard for the God of Destruction contest 3 days later. Luotian was not very interested in this God of Destruction contest. But when he heard Bardos say that the angel of the 18th universe is a beautiful woman with yellow skin, Luotian became a little curious. Yellow-skinned angel? Why didn't I know there were angels with this skin color? Let's go and see. Besides, it's time to go out for a walk. Just to test Broly's strength. Broly's eyes are full of expectations, and he works hard to become the god of destruction of the 18th universe. Time passed day by day. 3 days passed in a flash. Xiongpa also came back from outside with someone. This person has purple skin and wears a dark purple coat. What is most surprising is that this person's head is very unique, and there is a small crack on the top of his head. The moment Broly saw this person's head for the first time, he kept scratching his ears and cheeks, feeling as if he had seen it somewhere, and showed an expression of hard thinking. Luotian was not surprised. This was the first time he saw someone with a head like this. When I read comics and anime before, I thought it was like this. Now that I saw it in real life, Luotian felt it was even more like this. Well, this picture. Oh, Lord Xiongpa is back. Hello, Mr. Hit. Bardos smiled and greeted him. Humph, I'm not late, am I? Xiongpa hummed. No, no. Bardos shook his head, it takes more than 2 hours to get to the 18th universe from here. There are still 2.5 hours before the start of the God of Destruction election, so it's completely in time to set off in half an hour. What? Is Broly going to participate in the election too? Xiongpa turned his head to look at Broly, and found that he looked expectant, and immediately understood. Broly ignored Xiongpa, but stared straight at Hit well, looking at Hit's head. I always feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Hit frowned. Why are you always staring at me? What? What's that look in your eyes? Do you want to compete with Hit? Xiangpa snorted. Broly scratched his head, immediately took out a book from his arms and handed it to Xiangpa. Xiangpa? Xiangpa was slightly stunned, glanced at Broly, then took the book and looked at the cover. Sunflower Manual? Xiangpa was a little confused, and took a closer look, and found that under the 4 big characters on the cover, there was a line of small characters printed: the world's martial arts, only speed can't break. What is this? I'm giving it to you. Broly said generously. What's it for? Xiangpa was puzzled. Luo Tian gave it to you. Broly explained. Xiangpa immediately looked at Luo Tian. Well, I discovered it when I was traveling in the universe a long time ago. Luo Tian explained with a smile, and lowered his voice, and continued in Xiangpa's ear, do you know why I am so powerful? Humph, are you powerful? I just don't want to fight you seriously. Xiangpa snorted and turned over, rolling his eyes, showing a look of disdain. Do you know how old I am? I started practicing seriously, and it's been less than 2 years. Luo Tian smiled, I'm only 5 years old this year. I started practicing Ultra Instinct when I was 4 years old, and it was the simplified version of Ultra Instinct that Weiss gave me. What? You've only practiced for less than 2 years? Xiangpa was stunned. Broly too. Luo Tian pointed at Broly. Broly nodded in agreement. Xiangpa felt heartbroken at the time. These 2 little monkeys have only practiced for less than 2 years. Are they already so powerful? You mean you read this book and have such a deep understanding of Ultra Instinct? Xiangpa looked at the book in his hand, then at Luo Tian and Broly. That's what I mean. Luo Tian nodded. Xiangpa didn't doubt it. After all, Luo Tian's growth rate is too fast. Even if he is the illegitimate son of the High Priest, it is impossible for him to grow so fast, right? Besides, if we leave Luo Tian aside, this little guy named Broly is also impressive. Maybe it has a lot to do with this book. Out of curiosity, Xiangpa opened the Sunflower Manual and saw the first page. If you want to practice magic, you must castrate yourself first. There are only 8 big characters on the first page. In addition to these 8 big characters, there are also a few small characters printed. The second page can be unlocked after completion. Xiangpa suddenly came back to his senses, looked at Luo Tian and Broly in surprise, and was silent for a long time before asking, have you practiced? Luo Tian sighed helplessly. Broly also nodded vigorously on the side. I have to admire the courage of you 2 little guys. Xiangpa looked at Luo Tian and Broly with some sympathy. Do you know that the thing will be of great use in the future? After all, they are children, and they don't know how to cherish it. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. Luo Tian explained, if you increase your speed to the extreme, the ultimate freedom is useless in front of absolute speed. Is there anything wrong with what this book says? Nothing wrong yet, nothing wrong. Xiangpa nodded. Chapter 107 Ling Long, I didn't put the power of angels in the 7th universe. I'll give it to you as an apology. Luo Tian stepped forward and said to Xiangpa sincerely. Okay, since you are so honest, then I won't be polite. Xiangpa expressed deep sympathy and immediately put away the Sunflower Manual. Bado said nothing from beginning to end. I always felt that Luo Tian was digging a pit for Lord Xiangpa, a big pit, waiting for him to jump in. Luo Tian's expression was calm, with no sadness or joy on his face. As for whether Xiangpa can practice this thing, it depends on his luck. Since he put the book away, maybe one day he will feel itchy and want to try it. Anyway, it's free to try. Hit didn't say anything, but looked at Broly beside him. This kid has been staring at my head since just now. Except for sending the book to Lord Xiangpa, he shifted his gaze for a while, and now he shifted his gaze back again. Suddenly spoke. Hit, it was you who looked at me first. Humph. Hit snorted, not wanting to argue with a little brat. Your head seems to have seen it somewhere. Broly scratched his head again and said stupidly. Head? Hit didn't understand what Broly was talking about. Go to the toilet. Broly quickly left the scene and ran to the bathroom far away to use the toilet. When Broly came back, he suddenly showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, wanting to laugh but embarrassed to laugh. Luotian in his head Broly had to tell Luotian about this strange discovery. It looks very similar, doesn't it? Luotian smiled mysteriously. You know? Broly scratched his head. I can tell at a glance. Luotian smiled. It looks very similar to mine. Broly shook his head vigorously. You don't have to describe it in such detail, Luotian whispered. Also, don't tell him if he knows, he will have a huge psychological shadow. Broly nodded obediently, thinking that what Luotian said was so right. This guy looks so funny. Broly turned his head again and looked at Hit seriously. The more he looked, the more he wanted to laugh. Hit had a cold face and felt that he couldn't stand. You little brat, what do you mean? Do I look so funny? Can I touch it? Broly pointed at Hit's head. Get lost. Hit snorted coldly. Stingy. Broly was a little disappointed and pointed at his head again. I let you touch my head. Humph. Hit snorted, too lazy to pay attention to a little brat. Luotian, what is Broly talking about? Bardos was also a little puzzled and couldn't help asking Luotian. It's not a big deal. Broly thinks Hit's head looks a little unique. Luotian explained in a low voice. There are all kinds of human beings in the universe. Is there anything unique about Mr. Hit's head? Bardos was a little puzzled. Haven't you seen it? Luotian was stunned. What have you seen? Bardos was even more puzzled. It's okay, it's okay. Luotian smiled. It was getting weirder. I don't understand what you are talking about. Bardos didn't think deeply about it, but asked Xiangpa, Master Xiangpa, do you want to let Mr. Hit and Mr. Broly compete first? I don't care. Xiangpa shook his head. What does Mr. Luotian mean? Bardos asked again. No, just go to the competition directly. Luotian suggested. Okay, let's fly slowly. Bardos suggested, this way we don't have to rush. Pa. Luotian had no reason to be polite, he jumped directly onto Bardos' back and hugged her from behind, with his tail wrapped around her slender waist. I haven't felt this way for half a year. It feels so good. Bardos said nothing, and seemed to be thoughtfully recalling the scene of Luotian hugging him from behind. Broly stood aside obediently. Xiangpa, I seem to have become an outsider. Bardos is my angel. However, when Xiangpa thought of Luotian and Broly practicing that book, he suddenly felt a little sympathetic towards them. According to the nature of this book, even if you use healing magic, you can't repair it. After all, it should be useless if it is repaired. I guess it's like this. The little guy is so pitiful. He lost the most precious thing at such a young age. Master Xiangpa, we are leaving first, you must follow. Bardos said, and the scepter in his hand gently tapped the ground. Pa! A bright flame like a star quickly covered Bardos and Luotian, and also included Broly. Swoosh! The next moment, Bardos rushed into the sky with Luotian and Broly, and soon disappeared without a trace. Xiangpa, so you said to fly slowly because you want to wait for me? You won't take me with you? Xiangpa felt that the whole person was not well. Why do I suddenly feel that after these 6 months Bardos seems to be closer to Luotian and Broly? Whose angel are you? Xiangpa had no choice but to emit a purple-red light on his body, and pulled Hit into the sky and quickly chased after him. The 18th universe, on a flawless white planet. A beautiful woman emerged on the ground of the planet. The woman had beautiful long hair draped over her shoulders, and her hair was as white as snow. The woman had a graceful figure, dressed in angel clothes, and had a black scepter in her hand. At the same time, there was a golden halo around the woman's neck. Shua! At this moment, the high priest suddenly appeared in front of the woman. "Greetings, Lord High Priest." The woman bowed. "Ling Long, congratulations on your restoration of your true body." The high priest put his hands behind his back and smiled. "It's not stable yet. I can only hold on to this state for 10 minutes at most every day." Ling Long Angel opened her red lips. "As time goes by, I believe you can hold on longer and longer." The high priest smiled and replied, "In the past 6 months, I have been constantly calculating that if the 18th universe can restore its former prosperity, you will regain your original strength and no longer be able to hold on for such a short time like now. Since it has disappeared, why should it be restored?" Ling Long sighed helplessly. "The universe I love has lost its original color after all." "Ling Long, the universe can be rebuilt after it is lost." The high priest's expression also became serious. "You can't coexist and die with the universe as easily as before." Ling Long's face was calm and she didn't speak. "By the way, there is something you should be interested in after hearing it," the high priest said. "What is it?" "Lord High Priest." Ling Long was slightly stunned. "You left your most refined angelic power in a certain universe, waiting for the destined person to resonate with it." The high priest smiled. "You said that before, didn't you?" "Yes." Ling Long tapped her forehead lightly. "You also said that this destined person might become a real angel through practice." The high priest added. "Could it be that this destined person has been found?" Ling Long was a little surprised and shocked. "Yes, he is from planet Vegeta in the 7th universe, a Saiyan, and his name is Luo Tian," the high priest said with a smile. "7th universe? Planet Vegeta? Saiyan?" Ling Long thought silently. "Is there any problem?" the high priest asked. "I didn't put the angelic power in the 7th universe," Ling Long suddenly said. "The high priest?" The high priest was stunned for a moment, then his face was also a little surprised, and he stared at Ling Long opposite without blinking. "Did he run to the 7th universe by himself?" Ling Long pondered. "High priest, this seems to be the only possibility." The high priest nodded gently. A brief silence. "High priest, can you bring him here so I can see him?" Ling Long asked. "The reason I came to you is also related to this matter," the high priest replied. "Oh," Ling Long looked up at the high priest. "Do you see the arena over there?" The high priest pointed to a large platform high in the sky and said to Ling Long. "I've noticed it a long time ago. I just wanted to ask the high priest what that thing is." Ling Long nodded slightly. "In about 5 minutes, Luo Tian will bring his trainee god of destruction Broly to participate in the competition for the god of destruction," the high priest explained. "Run for the god of destruction?" Ling Long was startled again, feeling a little confused. "My 18th universe has just recovered its prototype. There are no other creatures in the entire 18th universe except me. What do we need the god of destruction for now?" "High priest, shouldn't the most needed thing be the king of the worlds?" Ling Long asked the question she wanted to ask. "No, what is most needed now is not the king of the worlds, but the angels, isn't it?" The high priest smiled slightly. "I can't do it yet. After all, my angel power is very unstable now. I can't maintain this state for a long time." Ling Long shook her head gently. "The angel I'm talking about is not you." The high priest smiled mysteriously. "Ling Long, could it be the angel you are talking about is the human named Luo Tian?" Ling Long blinked, stroked her hair, and soon understood. "Don't you want to meet him? It's just an opportunity, and I also hope that he can transform into a real angel as soon as possible by managing a universe," the high priest said with a smile and a calm expression. Ling Long was silent. "Moreover, if your angel power is universal, it will definitely be of great help to your body's recovery," the high priest immediately added. "I'm really sorry, high priest, my body can no longer support the current state. I'm afraid I have to disappear for a while. Ling Long sighed helplessly and said apologetically. It doesn't matter, wait until the trainee angel is selected, and let him assist you well. The high priest looked calm. Okay. Ling Long nodded, the high priest will arrange it. After that, Ling Long angel's body gradually became illusory. Pop. The next moment, Ling Long angel's body turned into a bright light spot like a star and quickly disappeared. Looking at Ling Long angel's disappearing body, the high priest's face did not have much expression, but there was a bit of doubt in his expression. Did Ling Long really not put the angel power into the seventh universe? Then, how did Luo Tian's kid cultivate his angel power? It shouldn't be. Fortunately, I will see him in a few minutes. Basically, you can judge who his angel power is similar to by judging who it is similar to, and then you can find the source. The high priest flew into the sky and quickly appeared near the ring in the sky. The whole ring is like a large gyroscope, with a pillar in the middle. And below the ring is the conical shape of the gyroscope. It can be said that this ring is a bit like a small power competition ring. It is dozens of times smaller than the arena during the Tournament of Power. But think about it, the Tournament of Power was a large arena that could accommodate 80 people. How many people can participate in such a God of Destruction election contest now? Probably only about 8 people. After all, each universe can only choose one person to participate. No, to be precise, each angel can only choose one person to participate in the competition. The seventh universe is equivalent to 3 angels, a formal angel like Whis, an apprentice angel like Myers, and the other is a human angel who is neither fish nor fowl. The 3 angels each bring a God of destruction, and will come to the newly restored 18th universe to participate in the competition. The high priest was suspended in the air and waited quietly. Swoosh! The first to arrive were the apprentice angel Myers and his trainee God of destruction, Majin Bu. Myers came quickly from a distance with Majin Bu and appeared next to the high priest. Myers bowed to the high priest. Majin Bu stood up straight, his fat belly bulging out like a middle-aged man's beer belly. He squinted his eyes and yawned. There was no way, Majin Bu was woken up by force. Majin Bu was sleeping soundly during this period, and he was the type that could not be woken up no matter how hard he was called. Mers had to give him a good beating. After Majin Bu woke up, he didn't dare to fight with Mers because of his strength, but it would be strange if he was happy. Majin Bu saw Mers saluting this strange man, and he also glanced at Mers. Is he your father? Look at your flattering face. However, just when Majin Bu was thinking this, Mers held his head and bent his body down. Majin Bu's face became even uglier. Is I bowed to anyone except that magician Bibidai since I was a child? Hurry up and pay your respects to the high priest. What did I tell you? Be polite when you see the high priest. Myers scolded in a low voice. Because he was afraid of Myers's strength, Majin Bu had to nod and bow obediently, bowing to the high priest, but his 2 triangular eyes showed endless anger. Seeing that Majin Bu was quite sensible, Myers breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my Myers, your trainee God of destruction is not very good. The high priest saw at a glance how obedient Majin Bu was. Mel scratched his head awkwardly, and suddenly felt so miserable. I just don't have time to train him properly. After bringing him back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, this guy had a big meal from the Galactic Patrol and then went to sleep. I really feel tired. Yeah, but I will work hard and try to train him into a real God of destruction as soon as possible. Myers responded quickly. Turn into chocolate. Majin Bu muttered softly, and the tentacles on his head suddenly pointed at the high priest. Myers was so scared that his soul almost flew away. The high priest was slightly stunned. What? You want to turn me into chocolate? Bang! The scepter in Myers's hand also appeared immediately, and hit Majin Bu's face heavily. Suddenly, a long mark was knocked out on Majin Bu's face. I won't eat it. Why are you so angry? Majin Bu looked innocent. Idiot! Do you know what you are doing? Do you know who he is? Myers shouted angrily. I don't know. Majin Buu shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Didn't I tell you when I came? Myers asked loudly. I fell asleep. Majin Buu scratched his head. Myers wanted to cry. Why didn't you fall asleep at some other time? You fell asleep when I was introducing you to the Grand Priest. You said you fell asleep? He is the Grand Priest, the greatest god in the universe. Mels hurriedly introduced. Majin Buu looked at the High Priest thoughtfully. The High Priest also looked at Majin Buu with a smile, and then looked at Majin Buu deeply. Isn't the greatest god in the universe King God? Majin Buu said, and patted his belly. I ate 2 of them. Mels was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Mels knew about Majin Buu eating King God. But knowing is knowing, you fat man, don't say it in front of the High Priest. The High Priest didn't say anything, just looked at Majin Buu calmly. There was a slight silence. Mels, your heart is in turmoil. The High Priest sighed, no matter what time, as an angel, you must keep a peaceful heart. Yes, High Priest. Mers bowed again. You can understand that your god of destruction is equivalent to your pet. Only with this mentality can you improve yourself better. The High Priest taught. I understand, High Priest. Mers seemed to suddenly realize. So it's a pet. No wonder Sister KS, Sister Bardos, and Brother Whis they can have a peaceful heart for a long time. It turns out that they all treat their god of destruction as a pet. As for small pets, they are usually spoiled. When they make mistakes, they can occasionally teach them a lesson. Mers immediately felt enlightened. Such a simple truth, why do I only understand it now? Buu, do you want to eat chocolate? Mers suddenly asked. Chocolate? Majin Buu immediately turned his head and looked at the High Priest. I wanted to turn it into chocolate just now, but you didn't let me eat it. I have chocolate brought from Earth here, yes, the same kind that Satan, the kid you like, gave you. Myers said, gently raising his hand. Pa! Myers suddenly had a handful of chocolate in his hand. These chocolates weighed as much as 40 to 50 kilograms. The High Priest, Majin Buu's eyes lit up, and he immediately snatched all the chocolates in Myers' hands, swallowed them in one gulp, and stuffed his mouth wide open. Myers, come here. The High Priest sighed helplessly and called to Myers. Myers was stunned, and immediately stepped forward and saluted respectfully. Myers, have you heard of the story of a peck of rice for hatred and a peck of rice for gratitude? The High Priest said to Mels with his hands behind his back. Mels shook his head. It takes skill to train your own god of destruction. Although you can train him as a pet, you can't spoil him blindly. The High Priest sighed, you have to learn to give a sweet date with a hammer. It's more practical to give him 1 or 2 pieces at a time instead of giving him so many chocolates at once like you did. Mel's eyes lit up at that time. Yes, the High Priest is right. Why didn't I think of such a good idea? Study hard in the future. The High Priest taught patiently again. I understand, High Priest. Mers nodded seriously. Majin Buu quickly finished the 50-pound chocolate. After eating so much chocolate, Majin Buu felt much better. He licked his lips, patted his fat belly, and grinned. The High Priest didn't say anything more, but turned his head to look in another direction. Swoosh! In the distant sky, a star-like stream of light as bright as the stars flashed by. The next moment, the angel Campbelli from the Third Universe and the god of destruction Moscow brought his contestants to the vicinity of the ring. Greetings, Lord High Priest. Campbelli immediately bowed to the High Priest. Moscow quickly knelt on one knee. Majikeu, the contestant next to Moscow, knelt down with him. Get up! The High Priest said expressionlessly, pointing to the stands next to the ring, and ordered, you go sit on the stands over there first. Yes, Lord High Priest. Campbelly responded. Jigujiku. Mosco knelt down again. Then, the three flew to the stands near the ring and sat down there. Then Lord High Priest, I'll go over and take a seat too. Mels said politely to the High Priest. The High Priest nodded slightly. Let's go, Bu, let's go sit over there for a while. Myers called, and flew to the distant stands with Majin Bu. However, Myers did not sit near Mosco, but sat far away from him, and there were at least several tables between them. Pop! The small door on Mosco's belly suddenly opened, and Myolo walked out from inside and sat next to Campbelly. Strange, why did the trainee angel's trainee god of destruction change? Myolo muttered a little strangely. Maybe he felt that the previous trainee god of destruction was not very suitable. Campbelly answered casually. 2 chapters today, a total of 12,000 words. I saved up a lot of manuscripts in the past few days, so I'll take a break first, and then update again in 2 days. Although it's not as many as 100,000 words, it shouldn't be a problem to reach 16,000 words. By the way, I'm asking for monthly tickets, please throw all the monthly tickets here. Chapter 108 KS, Angel Power Purity 30? No, I have to ask clearly, otherwise I can't get over this hurdle in my heart. Mulo gritted his teeth and said angrily. Does Lord Mulo want to question his own son in front of the High Priest? Kenberry sighed. What? Son? Mulo was stunned and his face changed slightly. Don't Lord Mulo know? Mels is the son of the High Priest. Kenberry explained, Lord Mulo, please don't mess around in front of the High Priest. The corners of Mulo's mouth twitched, and he felt bad at that time. At first, Mulo naively thought that Mels and Kenberry had similar identities, both of them were angels formed by the essence of the universe born in a certain universe. Although they were both under the jurisdiction of the High Priest, they were not the High Priest's own sons. Now that he knew his true identity, Mulo immediately became honest. However, after a brief hesitation, Mulo couldn't help but want to go over and ask. It was just asking, and it wouldn't be rude. I'll just go over and talk to him nicely. I won't question him, I believe the High Priest won't blame me. Mulo gritted his teeth, thought seriously, and responded. Lord Mulo should be careful. Campbelly shook his head, I think it's not too late to ask after the game is over. Mulo was silent, thinking that Campbelly was right. Yes. Just ask after the game is over. I was too impatient and almost caused a big trouble. That guy turned out to be the High Priest's own son. When the two were chatting. Swoosh! Another stream of light as bright as a star flashed in the starry sky. The next moment, the angel Makarita of the 11th universe came to the scene with the god of destruction, Waimei, and the trainee god of destruction, Tapo. The three immediately stepped forward to salute the High Priest. Of course, Makarita just bowed, while Waimei and Tapo knelt down. Go sit on the stands over there first. The High Priest said with a smile. The three of them quickly scanned the ring and finally fixed their eyes on Mels. Oh, it's Mels. Makarita smiled and called, Master Waimei, let's go sit over there. Waimei didn't object. The three of them immediately sat down next to Mels. Sister Makarita. Mels immediately saluted Makarita. Mels, long time no see. I heard that you are training with the Galactic Patrol in the 7th universe. How is it going? Makarita asked with concern. It is worth mentioning that the High Priest has a total of 4 sons and 3 daughters. The 4 sons are, Sava, Weiss, and Mels. The 3 daughters are, Kessie, Makarita, and Bardos. In addition, the High Priest has 4 adopted sons and 2 adopted daughters. The 4 adopted sons are, Campbelly, Konik, Kyukatel, and Mojito. The 2 adopted daughters are, Avamo and Martinu. How to distinguish who is the biological son and daughter? It's very simple. Open the angel list. Those with regular facial features are the biological sons and daughters of the high priest. Those who look a little bit crooked are condensed from the essence of the universe and were later adopted as adopted sons and daughters by the high priest. And the two adopted daughters of the high priest are both fat. I really don't know what happened at that time. What went wrong when the essence of the universe was condensed, and it turned out to be such a fat woman. Because Myers and Makarita are siblings, the relationship between the two is naturally very good. It's okay, Sister Makarita. Myers immediately bowed politely. Oh my, is that chubby person the trainee god of destruction trained by Myers? Makarita had noticed Majin Buu a long time ago, covered her mouth and smiled, and asked curiously. Yes, yes. Myers nodded repeatedly, and said a little embarrassedly, is this image somewhat similar to Lord Xiangpa? Yes, if you put it that way, they are indeed somewhat similar in body shape. Makarita nodded thoughtfully. Myers also immediately noticed Topo standing next to Waimei and glanced at him. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Topo, the trainee god of destruction of Mr. Weemed. Makarita pointed at Topo and introduced with a smile, Mr. Weemed plans to retire in a few years, and he has already started training trainee gods of destruction a long time ago. He started training a long time ago? Myers' expression was moved, so Mr. Topo must be very powerful, right? Humph, of course. Weemed smiled proudly, I'm not bragging, this time in the God of Destruction election, Topo will definitely win. Topo also straightened his back and showed a face of confidence. On the way here, Topo heard from Weemed that it seemed that only he had become a trainee God of Destruction a long time ago. The gods of destruction in the other universes have no intention of retiring. Since they don't want to retire, they won't deliberately train gods of destruction. Weemed's meaning is very simple. Under the guidance of the gods of destruction and the angels, human beings grow very fast. In other words, Topo will definitely win the championship of this god of destruction election. The god of destruction of the 18th universe must be Topo. What wish should I fulfill? Waimei touched his chin, looked up at the 7 golden planets that appeared in the distant starry sky, and began to think about what wish to fulfill. Think about it together. Makarita laughed. Mels, Sister Makarita, you look so confident. Mels couldn't help but say something after all. There's nothing I can do. Master Waimei is just a blind cat that meets a dead mouse. You have trained the god of destruction in advance. Makarita said with a smile. Makarita, how can you talk like that? What do you mean by a blind cat that meets a dead mouse? Waimei's face darkened. He just kidding. Makarita laughed cheerfully like a silver bell. Mulu in the distance endured for a long time, but didn't step forward to question him after all. Let's talk about it after the game is over. Swoosh! Another stream of light as bright as a star flashed in the sky. The next moment, the angel Konik and the god of destruction Quitla from the 4th universe descended from the sky and immediately appeared in front of the high priest to kneel and salute. The high priest nodded slightly in the distance and told them to go down and sit in the stands. Konik and Quitla sat next to the 11th universe, which was Waimei's side. Quitla, who are you going to be? Waimei glanced at Quitla and asked with a smile. You're right. Quitla nodded and did not deny it. Quitla is the second most powerful god of destruction in the 12 universes, except for Beerus. Quitla's image is a yellow-haired mouse, and he looks a bit wretched. Are you going to give up voluntarily? I feel that this is not your style. Waimei was a little puzzled. Everyone is also a god of destruction, and Waimei knows Quitla better. Quitla is still a very hard-working person. Otherwise, he would not have become the second strongest god of destruction. It is said that Quitla has been working hard to practice, trying to surpass Beerus and become the strongest god of destruction. Since Quitla won Beerus in arm wrestling last time, he has been boasting that he defeated Beerus. Of course, Quitla also knows clearly that there is still a gap between him and Beerus. Why? I just like to watch the fun, mind your own business. Quitla snorted, ignoring Waimei, but with a faint smile on his lips. Beside Quitla, there was a human as small as an ant. This person looks like a small insect, his name is Damon. If you don't look carefully, it is difficult to find his existence. At least no one in the 11th universe has discovered Damon. Even Makarita didn't see it. Although Makarita is an angel, there is no need to observe the players from other universes in detail. Quitla, is your universe really not going to participate in the competition? Mulu asked on the side. Who are you? A contestant from the 3rd universe? You dare to call me by my name? You are so brave. Quitla snorted coldly. Mulu, I am Muru, and I control Moscow. Muru said hurriedly, and stood up and pointed at the large robot Moscow beside him. It turns out to be you. You rarely come out of this robot. Quitla suddenly remembered and said indifferently. Yeah, Muru nodded. Konik, it seems we are a little early. Quitla stopped talking to Mulu and turned to talk to the angel Konik. It seems that in the eyes of the strong, Mulu, who can become a god of destruction by relying on robots, will be despised. Mulu has been despised before, so there is nothing to be upset about at this time. Mulu knows that his status among the many gods of destruction is not very high. What can we do? If the people of our universe can become the gods of destruction of the 18th universe, then I will have a very remarkable alliance in the future. Maji Keu, this game depends on you. Mulu patted Maji Keu on the shoulder. Yes, Lord Mulu. Maji Keu responded respectfully. It's a pity that Luke didn't know where he went, otherwise if you had Luke's help, the chance of winning would be greater. Mulu gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. Maji Keu didn't say much. But you are also a product of our universe's high technology. Super liquid metal combined with additional genes has the ability to regenerate, almost reaching the level of immortality. Myolo smiled slightly, showing a face full of confidence. Yes. Maji Keu saluted again. Swoosh. Swoosh. 2 streams of light as bright as stars streaked across the sky. The Angel Whis of the 7th universe brought the Universe Emperor Frisia, and the Angel CS and the God of Destruction Rumsey of the 10th universe brought Zamesu. The 2 universes arrived almost at the same time and immediately saluted in front of the High Priest. Whis and CS both bowed, while the gods of destruction and human players knelt down. Frisia's eyes rolled around, wondering whether he should complain to the supreme god of the entire universe. Not only did the Kaishin kill my son, but he also glared at me and flew away. Who can I go to for justice? However, Frisia thought about it carefully and felt that it was not appropriate to say it now. It won't be too late to complain after winning the game, so that we have the right to speak. On the way here, Whis also briefly described to Frisia what kind of god he was going to see. Therefore, Frisia became respectful after seeing the High Priest. It is said that even Lord Beerus would kowtow immediately when he saw the High Priest. Is Beerus still sleeping? The High Priest smiled and looked at Whis. Yes, yes, so I had to bring the players here myself. Whis nodded and replied. Go find a place to sit on the stands over there. The High Priest didn't say much, and simply instructed Whis. Whis immediately took Frisia and sat next to Mers. The High Priest looked at Kus, Rumsey, and Zamesu of the 10th universe. Is this King Kai? The High Priest saw Zamesu's position at a glance. Zamesu saluted again and knelt more standardly. Yes. KS nodded repeatedly, as expected of the Grand Priest, it's so easy to see. In principle King Kai is not allowed to participate in the competition. The Grand Priest suddenly said. Zamesu, I came here for nothing? Rumsey was also a headache. After so much effort, he was not allowed to participate in the competition. This is a tragedy. But this time as a special case, you can participate. The Grand Priest added. Zamesu breathed a sigh of relief. KS and Rumsey also hurriedly thanked him. Go to the stands over there and find a seat at will. The Grand Priest smiled. KS took Rumsey and Zamasud to sit next to the 11th universe. Why me-eyed, didn't the second universe come? Rumsey sat down and turned to ask why me-eyed next to him. What? Do you like Hellies? Waimei asked with a smile, haven't you caught up with her yet? Humph, I would pursue her? She's so dark. Rumsey snorted. For you elephants, would you dislike her dark skin? Waimei laughed. I don't like a piece of coal. Rumsey shook his elephant trunk and snorted. Waimei, a piece of coal? Fortunately, Hellies didn't come. If you knew what Rumsey said, would you shoot him to death with an arrow? Except for the second universe, which universe hasn't come? Rumsey looked around and asked casually. Sidera from the 9th universe hasn't come yet. Waimei said, humph, this guy is late, let us wait for him here. Is Hellies really not coming? Rumsey was a little disappointed. Who knows? Waimei shook his head, obviously not very interested in the darker woman. Should we wait for the 9th universe next? Rumsey looked at the time and found that it was almost time for the competition. It should be. If everyone is here, we should be able to start earlier. Waimei nodded. We don't know what form the competition will take at the moment. Rumsey looked at the ring below with deep eyes. It should be held in the ring below. Waimei pondered. In the 7th universe, Weiss and Myers were also chatting. Myers, did you bring Mr. Luotian to Kes later? Weiss looked in the direction of Kes and did not see Luotian. Hearing Weiss' words, Frisia on the side couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Luotian? Why does this name sound so familiar? I must have heard it somewhere. Who is it? I remembered. Isn't he a Saiyan? This little monkey's name is quite special. I heard that the Saiyan naming system malfunctioned and gave him such a strange name. But, why did this guy named Weiss suddenly mention Luotian? Frisia pricked up his ears, looked in the direction of Majin Bu again, and looked him up and down. Majin Bu kept dozing off there. I was woken up before I woke up. I really want to have a good sleep. No, Luotian said that he liked the number 6 more, so he went to the 6th universe. It happened that Sister Bardos was visiting in the 10th universe, so she took Luotian back to the 6th universe. Myers explained helplessly. Oh my, this is really a lot of twists and turns. Weiss shook his head, but didn't say much. Kurz obviously heard the conversation between the two sides, and quickly flew forward, looking unhappy. He will regret not choosing me. Kes said calmly. Yes, yes. Weiss echoed on the side. Mers, I heard that Luotian once divided the purity of angel power? Kes suddenly asked Mels. Yes, according to the calculation method he gave, the purity of my angel power is 41 now. Mels answered truthfully. Then, the purity of my angel power is about 65. Kes looked at Mels and gave another evaluation. I'm 64, a little weaker than Sister Kes. Weiss smiled, looking indifferent. When he was with you, what was the purity of Luotian's angel power? Kes asked Mels. It was 10 at that time. Mels answered truthfully. Half a year has passed, and I don't know how much he can improve. I don't believe that Bardos can teach better than me. Kes said with a smile. The High Priest said Luotian's angel power purity has increased to 30. When Myers said this, he felt heartbroken. If he increases by 10 points, he will be on par with me. If I am surpassed by a human, I will feel very embarrassed. It's embarrassing for our angel family. What? The purity has increased to 30? Kes was dumbfounded. Oh my, he is really amazing. Weiss sighed deeply, a little surprised. Frisia listened with his ears perked up. However, Frisia couldn't understand the conversation between these angels. What angel power purity? Can you convert it into combat power for me to listen? Chapter 109 How much combat power? 30 zeros after 10. Frisia couldn't help it and asked, is that guy named Luotian a Saiyan? Frisia had to confirm one thing first, is the Luotian they are talking about the same person as the Luotian I know? Yes. Whis nodded affirmatively. Yes, a Saiyan. Myers nodded and looked at Frisia and asked, is this Mr. Frisia? Oh? You know me? Frisia was a little surprised. Now, Myers has returned to the form of an angel, wearing an angel's divine clothing, with a blue halo floating around his neck, and his skin color has also returned from lavender to angel blue. It can be said that Myers and the image of the Galactic Patrol are completely different. Therefore, Frisia does not know Myers. I have heard of you, known as the Cosmic Emperor of our seventh universe. Myers said calmly. Oh, ho, I'm so honored. Thank you so much. Frisia answered modestly, but his smile was extremely bright. Weiss and Myers looked at Frisia calmly without saying anything. Is the Luotian you are talking about really a Saiyan? Is he the guy with Vegeta? Frisia snorted, I have heard of him a long time ago. It is said that he was once a genius warrior of the Saiyans, but unfortunately, he seemed to have practiced something strange and became useless. Well, it seems that someone gave him a strange book, and he practiced according to that book, but he became a waste. Weiss, should I tell him that I gave him the book? I don't know which idiot gave Luotian that book. Oh, ho, Frisia said and laughed happily. Weiss's face became serious. Who is he talking about? Myers looked at Weiss with a snicker on the side. Sure enough, watching the fun is not a big deal. Brother Weiss will also have a day when he will be defeated. But then again, I'm curious about how much combat power that guy has now. Do you know? Frisia asked again. Combat power? Myers was slightly stunned. Is it the value you detected through that thing called a detector? You know a lot. Frisia nodded. According to that calculation, Myers began to calculate Luotian's combat power value. Frisia showed an expectant look. This is a very large number, about 30 zeros after 10. Weiss said for Myers. Frisia was slightly stunned, he immediately turned around and looked at Weiss mechanically, his eyes filled with endless astonishment. Ya, what did you say? 30 zeros after 10? Don't be kidding. Frisia's voice was trembling, and his face was instantly pale. I'm not kidding. Weiss replied calmly. Frisia was stunned again. Really? I don't believe it. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. How could a little Saiyan increase his combat power to this level? Could it be he is the legendary Super Saiyan? Frisia asked with some trembling. He is not. Myers shook his head. Frisia? Not the legendary Super Saiyan? Why is there such a strong combat power? Isn't your combat power against this guy? What is my highest combat power? Is it 7 zeros after 10? If this is true, that guy named Luotian would kill me instantly, right? The legendary Super Saiyan is coming. Myers pointed his staff at the distant sky. Frisia also immediately looked up and saw the familiar figure in the distance. It was indeed the guy named Luotian. Now he was sticking to a woman's back, and his tail was wrapped around the woman's waist. The legendary Super Saiyan? Who? Frisia looked around for suspicious people. Soon, Frisia found that there was a child with a tail next to Luotian. The child looked harmless. Who is that little guy? Is he the legendary Super Saiyan you mentioned? Frisia asked curiously. Yes, his name is Broly. Myers nodded slightly. Broly? Frisia frowned tightly, this is indeed the name of a Saiyan. As he said that, Frisia immediately pressed the detector on his eyes to detect Broly's combat power value. Beep. The detector quickly gave the answer. 10,000 combat power? Frisia was slightly stunned. That kind of thing is not accurate. Whis took over. I know, he is the type who can control combat power at will. Frisia suddenly realized. Defeated. Majin Buu also looked carefully, and saw Broly from a distance, and then he perked up and grinned. Frisia was stunned again, and looked at the pink fat man beside him. Defeated? Who is the defeated you are talking about? Frisia couldn't help asking. That Broly. Majin Buu smiled. You defeated him? Frisia was stunned. Majin Buu nodded. Who are you? Which universe are you from? Frisia asked curiously. Majin Buu didn't understand what Frisia meant by the universe number, and turned his head to look at Mers with a questioning look in his eyes. We are also from the 7th universe. Myers answered. Well, did you hear that? Majin Buu looked at Frisia with a smile. You are also from the 7th universe? Didn't they say that only one person from each universe would participate in the competition? Are you going to participate in the competition too? Frisia asked in surprise and confusion. I don't want to participate, I just want to eat delicious food. Majin Buu shook his head, but if I can be elected as the god of destruction, I can eat a lot of delicious food, so I decided to participate. Frisia, what kind of logic is this? Do you like chocolate? Majin Buu looked at Frisia and asked. Frisia was speechless for a while. Silence for 2 seconds. Not bad. Frisia replied. You are very well behaved, be my servant. Majin Buu suggested. Frisia was so angry at the time that he felt as if he was humiliated, and his face was extremely ugly. You want me, the Emperor of the Universe, to be your servant? Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Do you know who you are talking to? Frisia was furious and pointed at Majin Buu and shouted. Turn into chocolate. The tentacles on Majin Buu's head moved slightly, and a purple electric light flashed. Snap! The electric light quickly covered Frisia's body. Ah! Frisia screamed, and his body quickly condensed and deformed. Snap! In just a moment, Frisia turned into a human-shaped chocolate and fell at Mel's feet. Mel's just focused his attention on Luo Tian and others, and did not notice the conflict here. Because of the ultimate freedom, the chocolate could have hit Mel's feet when it fell at Mel's feet, but Mel's dodged it. Mel's raised his foot and stepped on the chocolate. As he stepped on it, Myers felt something was wrong, as if he had stepped on something. Myers looked down and found a human-shaped chocolate. This chocolate, does it look so much like Frisia? Myers looked down at the chocolate, then at Majin Buu. Majin Buu was about to steal the chocolate, but when he saw Myers' cold eyes, he was startled and immediately turned his head to look at the sky in the distance, whistling at the sky, indicating that he had nothing to do with this matter. Myers was immediately at a loss for words, and immediately looked at Whis apologetically. Whis covered his forehead and was speechless for a moment. The contestant I had finally selected was turned into chocolate? It seems that all the good contestants were picked by Luo Tian and Myers. I can only choose Frisia as a second choice. Change back to me quickly. Myers scolded Majin Buu with a cold face. Majin Buu looked unhappy. This is the human-shaped chocolate that I finally transformed. You actually asked me to change back again. Due to Myers's powerful strength, the tentacles on Majin Buu's head flashed a flash of lightning, covering Frisia's body. Pa! Frisia recovered from the chocolate form to human form. After recovering, Frisia gasped for air and broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, Frisia even found himself in the underworld and was about to queue up. But he was pulled back. Frisia looked at Majin Buu with some horror. Who are you? Frisia asked vigilantly. They call me Majin Buu. Majin Buu smacked his lips and looked at Frisia. I should have just snatched the chocolate he turned into and ate it. It was just a little bit short. What a pity. What? Majin Buu? Frisia was stunned, his eyes widened, revealing a look of horror. I remember my dad said, never provoke Majin Buu. This pink fat guy is actually Majin Buu? I'm so fucking what kind of people did Frisia meet? Hey? That person is Frisia took a quick glance and saw the god of destruction, Xiangpa, appearing in the sky. Isn't that Lord Beerus? Frisia was surprised and happy. But what puzzled Frisia was when did Lord Beerus become so fat? But think about it, Lord Beerus likes to eat and overeat, so he has gained weight now, right? Should I go up and say hello? The gods of destruction from other universes all saw the scene where Majin Buu turned people into chocolate. Did you see that? Topo, be careful, the pink fat guy from the 7th universe seems to know some weird magic. Waimei crossed her hands on her knees and warned Topo beside her. I saw it, Master Waimei, that move is indeed very special. Topo nodded solemnly, it seems that there is no suitable way except to dodge it. Release a protective shield on yourself so that his magic cannot break the protective shield, it should not be a big problem. Waimei pondered. I understand, Master Waimei. Topo nodded seriously. That pink fat man is indeed a bit weird. Fortunately, this idiot exposed his characteristics at the critical moment. So I can find a way to deal with him during the game. If he didn't expose his own strength, I might suffer a loss during the game. The stands of the 3rd universe. Is that pink fat man also from the 7th universe? Myolo's face turned cold, and his voice became heavier. His magic is quite strange. Campbelly commented. Could it be that he killed my son? Myolo looked at Majin Buu with a suspicious look. Now, Myolo has almost gone insane, and everyone looks like the murderer who killed his son. And when he thought of the pink fat man who turned his son into chocolate and ate it, Myolo's face became even uglier. Maji Keu, be careful of his magic when you fight later. Myolo ordered Maji Keu with a cold face. His magic should have no effect on Maji Keu. Campbelly suddenly added. What do you mean? Myolo was slightly stunned. Obviously, that person's magic is ineffective against Maji Keu, which is made of pure metal. Campbelly replied. That's great. Myolo breathed a sigh of relief. The stands of the 10th universe. Zamas, did you see that? The magic released by the pink fat man just now. Rumsey also warned Zamas, be careful when the time comes. If you get hit, you will definitely lose. I am the king of the world, I am a god. Zamas showed a confident face, his magic may not work on me, right? Rumsey looked at him strangely. Who gave you the confidence? I don't know about that, anyway, you should be careful and don't be careless. Rumsey didn't say much, but just kindly warned. I know, Lord Rumsey. Zamas responded quickly. At this time, after several hours of starry sky travel, Luotian, accompanied by Bardos, finally came to the 18th universe that had just recovered its embryonic form. Luotian took a closer look and found that the strange universe he had seen with Mel's before was the 18th universe. This universe is really small. Except for a star and a white, there is no other planet outside this planet. With just one planet, what kind of destroyer is needed? Should we destroy the white planet? Shouldn't the most needed one be the Kai King God? I wonder what the High Priest thinks. Luotian, Bardos, Broly, Xiangpa and Hit fell from the sky and landed opposite the High Priest. Xiangpa and Hit knelt in front of the High Priest at that time. Bardos bowed to the High Priest. Seeing that Bardos only bowed slightly, Luotian hesitated for a moment and bowed like her. Bardos was speechless, but didn't say much. It seems that his father takes better care of Luotian. There seems to be nothing wrong with bowing. After all, he may transform into a real angel in the future. Angels don't need to kneel down and salute. Broly looked at Luotian, then at Bardos, and then at Xiangpa. A brief hesitation. Broly knelt on both knees and kowtowed to the High Priest several times in a row. Broly, you have to kneel on one knee. If you kneel like this now, people who don't know will think you are going to the grave. Luo Tian lowered his voice and whispered to Broly. Broly scratched his head, looked at Luo Tian in confusion, and asked, "What is going to the grave?" Luo Tian, the high priest, Vados, Xiangpa was trembling with fear on the side. "What the hell, Luo Tian, you pit bull? What do you want to do? Are you trying to trick me to death? How do you talk? Master Xiangpa has the standard kneeling posture, you just follow him, no need to kowtow so many times in a row," Luo Tian ordered. Broly turned his head to look at Xiangpa again, indicating that he understood, and immediately knelt in front of the high priest like Xiangpa, and stopped kowtowing. The high priest's face was covered with black lines. Is this kid really suitable to be the new god of destruction of the 18th universe? You kowtowed to me several times in a row right when you came up. The problem is, it's okay for you to kowtow. But Luo Tian said he was going to visit the grave. Are you Luo Tian? The high priest narrowed his eyes and looked at Luo Tian. Yes, Lord High Priest. Luo Tian nodded neither servilely nor arrogantly. Luo Tian felt that there was nothing to be afraid of. Just treat it as meeting his elder. Besides, Luo Tian knew clearly that although the high priest looked a bit evil, he was actually similar to other angels and also belonged to the category of good people. Not bad. The high priest simply said 2 words. Luo Tian? What do you mean by not bad? What's wrong with me? Keep working hard and strive to transform into a real angel as soon as possible. The high priest smiled. Okay, I will work hard. Luo Tian nodded seriously. You go sit down on the stands over there. The high priest ordered. At this time, the angels and gods of destruction from other universes also immediately focused their attention on Luo Tian. Many gods of destruction from the universes were a little confused about the combination that appeared on the scene. Why did so many people suddenly appear in the 6th universe? Isn't it said that there is only one person participating in the competition in a universe? It seems that there are also 2 people participating in the 7th universe. However, since there are 2 angels in the 7th universe, it is normal for 2 people to participate in the competition. But what is the situation in the 6th universe? There are 5 people in total. Xiangpa is really shameless. He actually brought 3 people to participate in the competition. He didn't say that he could bring more people to participate in the competition. Makalita, what's going on in the 6th universe? Wai Mei asked strangely. I don't know very well either. I haven't contacted Bados for a long time. Makarita shook her head gently. Don't go away, there is another chapter in the evening. Chapter 110. The gods are surprised by Luo Tian's angelic power. Humph, does Xiangpa think he can win by having more people? Wai Mei snorted, with a look of disdain. Maybe that's not the case. Makarita quickly focused her eyes on Luo Tian and whispered, that human child is very strange. Who? Wai Mei asked, which one are you talking about? The one standing with Bardos. Makarita answered. Why is it strange? Wai Mei was stunned. I feel that there is an angelic power fluctuation in his body. Makarita murmured in a low voice. Is he also an apprentice angel? Wai Mei asked with some surprise. I haven't heard that there are any new angels born recently. Makarita's words were a little surprised. In the stands of the 3rd universe. When he saw Broly appear, endless hatred emerged in Miru's eyes. It is very likely that this guy killed my son. Of course, it could also be that pink fat guy who did it. No matter who it is, I will never forgive you. Wait, the other guy is a trainee Kaishin. How could he come from the 6th universe with Xiangpa? Could he have been from the 6th universe before? This is strange. Kambali, do you know what's going on? Mula felt that his CPU was about to burn out, and was very confused about the combination of Xiangpa. I don't know, but the strange thing is that I can sense that the child has angel power, although I don't know what's going on. Kambali pondered. Angel power? Which one? Mula was stunned. The child standing with Bardos. Kambali answered. Is he also an apprentice angel? Mula was even more confused. Maybe. Kambali guessed casually. The stands of the 10th universe. Hey, Kessie, what combination is Xiangpa? Why did you bring 3 players to participate in the competition? Rumsey also asked curiously. Oh, I'm afraid the camps are different. Kessie naturally knew Luotian, and the two of them even talked on the scepter. What do you mean? Rumsey was a little confused. Did you see the child standing with Bardos? His name is Luotian, and it is said that he has cultivated the power of an angel. Kes answered. Last time, Kes was about to tell Ramsey about Luotian, but Bardos came. Therefore, Kes swallowed the rest of the words. What? He is a human? He has cultivated the power of an angel? Ramsey was slightly stunned, looked at Luotian with some surprise, and asked in a muffled voice, how can a human cultivate the power of an angel? Oh my, the universe is vast and boundless, and all kinds of strange things will always happen. Kes replied with a smile. Rumsey was silent. After all kinds of strange things do happen in the universe, and very powerful humans are often born. Zamas was a little unsteady on the side. You mean he has cultivated into a god? Zamasu asked cautiously. That's right. Kes nodded slightly. What level of god? The same level as yours? Zamasu asked again. Yes. Kes nodded again. Zamasu's face changed color. What? This guy, this humble human, can actually become an angel through practice? How is this possible? During the 3 days, King Kai Kvas also briefly popularized the level of God to Zamasu, his disciple. According to Kvas, the supreme God is the Lord of all. The most powerful God in the universe is the Great Priest. Below the Great Priest are 12 angels, but these 12 angels have good tempers and have a peaceful heart that does not fight with the world. And below the 12 angels are the King Kai and the God of Destruction. The status of the King Kai and the God of Destruction is actually equal. However, because of its own powerful strength, the God of Destruction seems to have a higher status than the King Kai. In addition, the lives of the King Kai and the God of Destruction complement each other. If one dies, the other will also mysteriously disappear. The gods below the King of the Worlds and the God of Destruction are the Great King of the Worlds. Of course, there are some universes where the Great King of the Worlds does not exist. Below the Great King of the Worlds are the 4 kings of the worlds, the East, West, South, and North. After hearing these narrations, Zamasu realized how humble his position in the God realm was. I didn't expect there were so many gods above me. Before, I thought there was only one king of the worlds above me. Now that Zamasu heard that a human could actually become an angel through training, he suddenly felt unbalanced for some reason. I have to work hard to upgrade from a king of the worlds to a king of the worlds or a god of destruction. In the end, it was just a human guy who could become an angel higher than my position through simple training? It turns out that humans are all disgusting. Humble human, Zamasu muttered in a low voice. Kus looked at Zamasu strangely, obviously hearing his words, but he didn't say much. Rumsey said nothing, and it was unknown whether he heard it or not. On the stands of the 4th universe. Konik, what did you say just now? You said that human has cultivated the power of angels? Quitira was a little surprised, his eyes fixed on Luotian below. Yes, it's rare for such a human to exist. Konik nodded. In other words, is the tribesman next to him the contestant he brought to participate in the competition? Quitira cast his eyes on Broly again. It should be. Konik guessed. No wonder there seem to be so many candidates from the 6th universe. Quitira snorted, lowered his head and whispered to Damon beside him, when the competition is later, you will do as I say, and it should not be a problem to get the final victory. Yes, Lord Quitira. Damon's voice came from the steps on the ground. After Luo Tian and others saluted with the high priest, they flew to the stands on the side of Mel's and sat down one by one. Weiss was originally sitting with Mel's, and when he saw Luo Tian and others coming, he deliberately moved out. Therefore, Luo Tian, Bardos and others appeared between Myers and Weiss. As soon as Broly came over, he met Majin Buu's eyes. The two quickly walked towards each other, their faces almost touching. They came together, confronted each other, and sparks were about to fly in their eyes. Luo Tian ignored Broly. Myers couldn't help but remind him, "Bu, don't turn people into chocolate." During the game Bu turned his head and asked, "I don't know the rules of the game yet. I'll tell you after the rules of the game are out." Myers replied, "The rules of the game should not allow killing." Weiss interjected, "So even if you turn people into chocolate, as long as the person doesn't die, it will be fine." Frisia was speechless on the side. "Which group are you in? Aren't we two in the same group?" But then Frisia looked at Luo Tian vigilantly, and looked at Broly with some fear. "Just now I heard these people say that Luo Tian's combat power has reached 30 zeros after 10. This is simply too terrifying. I, Frisia, am the first one who doesn't believe it. Also, that silly-looking kid is the legendary Super Saiyan? Is it true? If this is a dream, wake up from it quickly. I am the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia." "Hey, isn't this the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia?" Luo Tian immediately noticed Frisia and greeted him. "Humph, who did I think it was? Isn't this the Saiyan genius warrior Luo Tian?" Frisia snorted, and while saying this, he couldn't help but lean towards Weiss, and his fingers subconsciously pressed the detector on his eyes. But Frisia soon realized something and immediately moved his hand away in embarrassment. It seems that this detector cannot detect his fighting power. "Are you also running for the God of Destruction?" Luo Tian asked curiously. "What? Do you have any objections?" Frisia gritted his teeth and asked with clenched fists. "I didn't expect that the Saiyan monkey who could be easily ravaged by me would grow to this extent. What happened to him?" Therefore, Frisia was in a very complicated mood, and his tone of voice was not very good. "It was like your former little brother, who suddenly became your boss one day. And he was showing off in front of you. It would be strange if you were in a good mood." Now Frisia was in such a bad mood. Although Luo Tian had never looked at him directly. After all, Luo Tian had never regarded Frisia as an opponent. "No opinion, but what I want to say is," Luo Tian sighed and shook his head, "forget it, I won't say it, for fear that you will be hit." "Frisia, it was too shameless to stop talking halfway. I want to listen," Broly suddenly said, but his eyes were fixed on Majin Buu. Majin Buu also stared at Broly. The two were still staring at each other, and they were motionless. In addition, neither of them blinked. Although Broly spoke just now, his eyes did not blink. "Humph, I want to hear what you have to say." Frisia snorted coldly. "What I want to say is that I'm afraid you are the weakest among all the contestants." Luo Tian said, "I think you'd better not go up. It's easy to embarrass our 7th universe." "Ya, what did you say? Do you know who you are talking to?" Frisia shouted angrily. "Pause," Broly suddenly said to Majin Buu. Majin Buu nodded vigorously. "You called for a pause very well. My eyes can't stand it." Both of them rubbed their eyes hard. Then, Broly walked towards Frisia. Frisia's face changed slightly, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back, as if he was scared by the legendary Super Saiyan. But soon, Frisia suddenly came to his senses. "I am the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia. How could I be scared by a legendary Super Saiyan? I, Frisia, don't accept it." Broly was just about to step forward and beat Frisia up. At this moment, the High Priest suddenly appeared in the sky. "Everyone!" The High Priest spoke. Everyone present focused their eyes on the High Priest at the same time. Broly hesitated for a moment and did not beat Frisia for the time being, but still threatened in a low voice, "Just wait, I will tear you apart in a while." "Humph, do you really think that I will be afraid of you just because you are the legendary Super Saiyan?" Frisia gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. "Eyes, is it your son?" Broly suddenly thought of something and couldn't help scratching his head. "Yeah, what did you say?" Frisia frowned. "It's okay." Broly turned around quickly and looked at the high priest who appeared above with a respectful look. "Hey! Explain yourself to me. Have you seen my son, Eyes?" Frisia gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice. Broly held back his laughter and ignored Frisia. "Not only have I seen him, I've also torn him in half." "Shh! Please don't talk." Whis turned to Frisia and warned him. Frisia snorted coldly and didn't dare to say anything. Mers was helpless. Sigh. "I finally straightened out your relationship, are you going to admit it now?" "Forget it, go and do it yourself." There are a total of 6 universes and 8 contestants participating in the God of Destruction election this time. The High Priest said calmly to everyone present, then next, the trainee God of Destruction election competition officially begins. "All contestants, please come to the ring." All contestants come to the ring? Are you going to have a melee? Many contestants whispered. However, many contestants did not dare to be careless. Broly was the most obedient one among them, and he immediately jumped onto the ring. Seeing that Broly was the first to step onto the ring, the High Priest's eyes flashed with some approval. This little guy looked young, but he seemed very sensible. The High Priest immediately compared Broly with the trainee God of Destruction, Majin Buu, trained by Myers. "I saw Majin Buu was in a daze on the ring. It seemed that the words just now were not spoken to him." At this time, several other players, such as Hit and Frisia, also jumped onto the ring quickly. Only Majin Buu was left there, still laughing foolishly. "Buu, hurry up to the ring and participate in the competition." Myers had a headache. "What kind of trainee God of destruction did I find? You are too stupid, right?" Majin Buu scratched his head, without moving his legs and feet. "Look, Broly has jumped up." Myers pointed at Broly on the ring. Majin Buu's mind immediately appeared the scene of being pressed to the ground by Broly. This defeated opponent. "See how I deal with you this time. I will turn you into chocolate and eat you." Swish! Majin Buu jumped lightly, fell rapidly from the air, and hit the ring like a cannonball. Majin Buu had a little trick, and planned to use his feet to shake the entire ring into pieces. "When I fall, even the earth will be broken into pieces by me. Such a tiny ring, won't it collapse under my shaking?" Bang! Majin Buu slammed heavily on the ring. However, the ring did not break into pieces as Majin Buu thought, but only a few tiny cracks appeared. Majin Buu looked at the ground of the ring in surprise. "What is this ground made of? It feels so solid." "Okay, all 8 contestants are here." The High Priest nodded with satisfaction. Broly counted the number of people on the scene with his fingers, and then scratched his head in confusion. No matter how he counted, it felt like there were only 7 people. Where did the 8 people come from? Broly was so anxious that he scratched his head. Is there 7 or 8 after 6? Is there 7 after 8? Is 7 after 8? Broly turned his head and asked Hit. Hit looked at Broly as if he was a fool and walked away quickly. Broly was a little speechless. "Don't leave. Answer this question before you leave." Broly glanced and saw Majin Buu next to him. Among these contestants, Broly only knew Hit and Majin Buu. "Is 7 after 8? Broly asked Majin Buu in a low voice. "Majin Buu? What do you mean?" Majin Buu asked puzzledly. "Is that how you count?" Broly asked. "It seems so." Majin Buu was even more confused than Broly. "That's right." Broly nodded. Hit also frowned and suddenly found such a problem. Yes, there are only 7 people on the scene. Who is the other person? Where is he? It is impossible that this supreme god does not even know basic arithmetic. Hit also immediately became alert. Is there another invisible person? After all, Frisia is the emperor of the universe, and he soon discovered such a strange problem. Where is the other person? Beep. Just then, a combat power signal appeared on Frisia's detector. Combat power 30,000. Frisia immediately looked in that direction. However, there was nothing in that direction. Is the detector faulty? Why can't I see it? Frisia whispered, and immediately widened his eyes and looked carefully again. This time, Frisia noticed a small green insect on the ground that was the size of an ant. Frisia, such a small thing. The combat power reached 30,000. And I feel that his real combat power should be more than just this little bit. The people selected from the entire universe, the contestants who can come here to participate in the election of the God of Destruction, have a combat power of at least hundreds of millions, right? Frisia walked forward calmly and stepped on Damon. Damon, 1,000 horses were running through Damon's mind. Who stepped on me? I'm not done with you. But I have to hide my body. I'd better keep a low profile. If I make a noise now, it will be easily discovered. Damon endured it. It's just being stepped on. I've been stepped on a lot before. But I killed all the people who stepped on me. Frisia showed a smug smile. A little bug dares to come to the competition? Humph, Luo Tian, that bastard, said that I was the weakest in this team. Am I weaker than this little ant? Some readers in the book review area think that the protagonist is wretched. Is he that wretched? Please tell me, if you don't like similar plots, I will try to avoid it. 15,000 words updated today, please vote for me. Chapter 111 As an Angel, can't you see this little trick? The high priest glanced in the direction of Frisia. Frisia's mouth twitched, and his expression was a little unnatural. Will I be discovered by him? I just pretended to step on it accidentally. You are so young, is it wrong for me to step on you? The high priest ignored Frisia and announced the rules of the game. The rules of this God of Destruction election contest are very simple. The total time of the contest is 20 minutes. There is a pillar in the center of the contest. It will sink once in a while. When the pillar is flush with the ring, the contest time ends. The high priest announced, in addition, flying is restricted during the contest, except for those with wings, weapons are not allowed, killing is not allowed. The only way to win is to knock the opponent out of the ring. After the time is up, the last player left on the ring will be selected as the new God of Destruction of the 18th universe. Everyone, do you have any opinions? If you have any opinions, please speak before the game. Luo Tian also listened from a distance. Isn't this the routine of the power conference? This God of Destruction election contest is decades older than the power conference. It should be that the power conference moved the routine of the God of Destruction election contest over. Can't you try something new? Like drawing lots for one-on-one matches, Master High Priest, if you knock your opponent to the ground, does that mean he doesn't lose? Topo asked, raising his hand. If your opponent is knocked to the ground, you can throw him out of the ring. The high priest replied expressionlessly. The game time is up, but what if there are several players left? Majikeu asked. I will select the best player in this game as the new God of Destruction of the 18th universe based on your performance during the game. The high priest explained with a slight smile, so those players who want to take advantage of the opportunity to slack off may have a headache. Damon, Daruma lay at Frisia's feet, speechless. Is he talking about me? Master Quitella is going to let me slack off. It seems I can't touch him. I'm touching this guy's feet now. This guy's feet are pretty smelly. It smells really bad. Hello Lord High Priest, I have something to ask you. Zamasu also raised his hand. You say, Mr. Zamasu. The high priest nodded. The 3 contestants over there seem to be from the 7th universe. Zamasu pointed at Broly, Frisia, and Majin Buu, and gritted his teeth and said, if they join forces, I'm afraid they will have a great advantage, right? You're right. The high priest did not deny Zamasu's statement, but said with a joking smile, after all, if the choice of the god of destruction is not only powerful, but also understands the ways of the world, it is still very commendable. Zamasu, hey, fatty, how about we join forces? Get everyone else off the stage first, and then we two will fight it out? Broly's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned his head and proposed to Majin Buu. Majin Buu thought about it seriously, nodded readily, and agreed. Zamasu felt sick at that moment. What the hell? If I hadn't said that, would they not have formed an alliance? Zamasu also wanted to form an alliance with others. But as a god, Zamasu felt that cooperating with humans was an insult to his divinity. I am the supreme god, and I don't believe that I can't beat these humans. I don't want to form an alliance with them. Do you have any more questions? The high priest asked again. The contestants shook their heads together. The high priest slowly flew up, and after flying to a certain height, he announced loudly, the 18th Universe New God of Destruction election competition begins now. As soon as the voice fell, Frisia kicked Damon below fiercely. Swoosh! Damon drew a straight line in the air and flew out. Just when Damon was about to fly out of the ring. Snap! The wings behind Damon moved slightly and flapped desperately. Damon quickly flew towards the ring. Humph! I didn't expect you to be able to fly. No wonder you have wings. Frisia snorted, raised his right hand, and a red light condensed at his fingertips. Swish! A stream of fiery red light whizzed towards Damon. Ah! Damon screamed and was unfortunately hit. He staggered and fell off the ring. Swish! In just a moment, Damon fell out of the ring, and his figure shook and appeared on the stands. I'm sorry, Master Quitera, I'm eliminated. Damon's voice rang out beside Quitera. 1,000 grass mud horses passed through Quitera's heart. You idiot! You only lasted less than 3 seconds. Quitera shouted angrily. Damon showed a wronged expression. I also wanted to cry. Who can I go to for justice? What's going on? Was it so easy to be discovered? Quitera frowned tightly. The contestant named Frisia wore a high-tech instrument on his eyes that can detect Damon's position. Angel Conic sighed. What? Is it allowed to wear such high-tech things during the competition? Quitera exclaimed. However, just after Quitera finished speaking, he saw the high priest looking over here. Quitera was startled and quickly lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong. I can only say that Mr. Damon's luck is not very good. Conic said calmly. Damon was even more aggrieved. However, Damon was too small, and his facial expression was almost difficult to capture. Forget it, it seems that we have no chance to become the god of destruction of the 18th universe. Quitera shook his head. Swish! As he was talking, the high priest suddenly appeared near Quitera and Conic. The eliminated universe can stay and continue to watch the game, or leave on its own. You don't need to say hello to me when you leave. The high priest said with his hands behind his back and expressionless. Yes. Lord High Priest. Quitera and Conic responded together. After the high priest finished speaking, he immediately returned to the upper side of the ring and continued to watch the game. Lord Quitera, do we want to stay and watch the game? Conic asked. No, it's not enough to stay. We will definitely be laughed at by other gods of destruction. Let's go now. Quitera thought seriously and felt that it would be better to leave first. He was eliminated less than 3 seconds after the start. This kind of thing is enough to make the gods of destruction in other universes laugh for decades. You can at least hold on for 3 minutes. Katla became more and more angry as he thought about it. He picked a booger and flicked it at Damon. Bang! Damon was pinned down by the booger and felt 100,000 points of critical damage. Lord Kitla, you are too much of a bully. Seeing Damon pinned down by his own booger and struggling like a dung beetle, Kitla felt much better. It's so embarrassing for me. If you hold on for 3 minutes and get eliminated, I can at least stay and watch the game. But now I really don't have the face to stay. It really is what you want. Ha ha ha, Quitera, the contestants from your universe are really unexpected. Rumsey shook his elephant trunk and said proudly, no wonder I felt something was wrong just now. It turns out that such a small thing was chosen to participate in the competition. It seems that it was eliminated after less than 3 seconds. Ha ha ha, it's the same as Quitera can only last for 3 seconds. Xiangpa laughed at the side. Xiangpa, what did you say? Quitera only lasts for 3 seconds? Wai Mei also echoed and asked with a smile. Quitera usually bullies other destruction gods because he relies on his own strength. Now he can step on them as much as he can. You really don't understand our rat clan. Quitera snorted, look up the information yourself. Even ordinary rats have 15 hours. After these words came out, many destruction gods present were silent one by one. Luo Tian also fell silent. Let's go, Konik. Quitera called. After finishing speaking, Konik tapped the scepter in his hand on the ground lightly, and a star-like bright flame covered himself, Quitla and Damon. As for the booger, it had been removed by the power of the angel. Swoosh! Konik took Quitla away from the scene. After all, Quitla felt it was too embarrassing. He was eliminated in less than 3 seconds in the whole game. The face was slapped on the ring. Oh, ho, I thought he was so great, but he is only this good. How dare such a guy come to participate in the God of Destruction election? Frisia laughed strangely, since I eliminated a player in 3 seconds, you should give me the best player? However, just as Frisia's voice fell, a short figure came roaring from a distance. Frisia turned his head and found that it was the legendary Super Saiyan running towards him. It was like a bull fighting bull. No, not good. Frisia's face changed again and again. At this critical moment, Frisia didn't care about pretending anymore. He immediately became energetic and his body changed rapidly. In just a moment, Frisia transformed into his final form. Just when Broly rushed over, he saw Frisia's strange transformation. However, this does not mean that Broly will stop. Broly stretched out his little hand and jumped high, pressing towards Frisia's head. The reason why he jumped high and pressed was because there was no way to fly in this ring. Broly leaped up, jumped to a height, and grabbed Frisia's face with his little hand. Frisia's reaction was also very fast, and he immediately punched Broly. Bang! Frisia hit Broly's waist with a punch. Broly didn't even make a sound, and even his forward speed didn't change at all. What? Frisia's pupils shrank and he took a step back. At this moment, Broly's little hand was already pressing on Frisia's face. Then, Broly pressed Frisia's head and smashed it hard on the ground. Ouch! Frisia let out a shrill scream, and felt dizzy at the time. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? The punch is so powerful. The body is so strong. The problem is, he seems to be only about 5 or 6 years old. A little monkey of 5 or 6 years old can be so powerful. Swish! Broly pressed Frisia's head and moved forward like a bulldozer on the ground of the ring. Frisia felt as if his head was flattened at that time, and his brain was blank. Broly pressed Frisia's head and soon appeared at the edge of the ring. But the next moment, Broly turned around quickly and ran back. Frisia gritted his teeth, burst out with energy, and punched Broly in the chest. Broly grimaced in pain, and then his body immediately expanded slightly, using the power of the giant ape. Frisia was stunned. How come your body is getting bigger? After using the power of the giant ape, Broly suddenly felt much more relaxed and comfortable. Just this form is enough to easily defeat Frisia now. Frisia also felt endless despair, like a puddle of mud, allowing Broly to destroy and ravage him. On the other side, turn into chocolate. The lightning on Majin Buu's head flashed, and he launched a group attack directly. The purple lightning covered the 4 people present: Hit, Majikeu, Toppo and Zamasu. Hit and Toppo did not resist, but jumped lightly to the side to avoid the attack of the purple lightning. Zamasu originally wanted to resist. I am the king of the 10th universe. My position of God is very high. How dare you, a little demon, act wild in front of me? Zamasu snorted coldly, gritted his teeth, and a purple hand knife appeared in his hand, and he chopped it fiercely. Crack! The purple lightning released by Majin Buu was split in half by Zamasu's hand knife. The purple lightning flashed in the air for a few times, and when it landed, it completely dissipated. Oh! Majin Buu looked at Zamasu with some surprise. Sizzle! At this moment, another purple electric light also covered Majikeu's body. The light flashed on Majikeu's body. Then, nothing happened. Majikeu is a liquid metal man, and his body structure is different from that of ordinary people. Majin Buu's magic has no effect on him. Oh! Majin Buu looked in the direction of Majikeu again, and was even more surprised. From your skills, I can see that you are quite strong. Toppo smiled and looked at Hit. Hit put his hands in his pockets and stared at Toppo. This is the telepathy between the strong. The moment Hit and Toppo arrived at the scene, they immediately looked at each other. There was only each other in their eyes. Because they both knew that their final opponents could only be the 2 of them. What are the others? Hit's mouth curled up a faint arc, revealing a faint smile. I am Toppo, the trainee god of destruction of the 11th universe. Toppo introduced himself to Hit. Tell me your name, maybe you are the only one who is qualified to fight me in this ring. Hit, the first killer of the 6th universe. Hit replied calmly. You are a killer? Toppo was stunned and couldn't help sighing, that's such a pity. What? Hit didn't understand what Toppo meant by this sentence. The rules of the ring and the competition will limit your true strength. Toppo smiled, but don't worry, since you can't use the killer's tricks, I won't bully you, and I won't use the skills of the god of destruction. Thank you. Hit replied expressionlessly. Come on, attack me with all your strength, let me see your level. Toppo pointed to his nose with his thumb. Then I won't be polite. Hit said, and walked towards Toppo. Hit still put his hands in his pockets and walked very calmly. Toppo didn't dare to be careless at all, he knew that this opponent was not simple. This is the intuition of a strong man. No, to be precise, it is the unique consciousness of the captain of the Pride team. Because, Hit is a killer. Although Hit deliberately concealed his murderous aura, as the captain of the Pride team of the Justice League, how could he not sense the breath of a killer? Watching Hit step forward step by step, Toppo was also ready to counterattack. The distance between the 2 was getting closer and closer. Bang! Hit made a move, right the hand suddenly came out of the pocket and punched Toppo in the nose. Toppo was slightly caught, and stepped back several steps, almost falling to the ground. Toppo used his right foot to support the ground, which stopped the trend of retreating backwards. Hit's face still didn't have much expression, and there was a cold taste in his eyes, as if the sky and the earth had turned into frost at this moment. Toppo rubbed his nose and found that his nose was bleeding. What? I didn't see clearly how he punched? How is this possible? Toppo was stunned. As a disciple of the god of destruction, can't you even see his movements clearly? Such a scene immediately attracted the attention of the 11th universe. Why Mei? Xiongpa of the 6th universe grinned, and his smile became more and more brilliant. Makalita, did you see it just now? Why Mei asked hurriedly. Oh my, I saw it. Makarita nodded. Mr. Toppo was hit in the nose by Mr. Hit. Why me, that's not what I meant how did he punch? Wymyadi rolled her eyes and asked unhappily. Don't rely on me for everything. Mr. Topo will see it, he is your disciple after all. Makarita laughed, but didn't say it clearly. Wymyadi didn't want to talk anymore. I didn't see how he punched. Can my disciple see it? At the critical moment, the angel is really unreliable. Hey, kid, did you see it? Xiangpa turned his head and looked in the direction of Luotian, asking with some complacency. As an apprentice angel, it would be too embarrassing if I can't even see such a little trick. Luotian smiled indifferently, and immediately added, I'm not an apprentice angel yet. I'm just a human who practices angel power. Chapter 112 When I transform into a real angel, Bardos will marry me. Mel's on the side widened his eyes, looked carefully, and showed a bit of shame on his face. Are you implying me? I didn't see it. I didn't see how the man named Hit made his move. Strange. How did Luotian see it? Is the gap between us so big? Isn't the purity of his angel power only 30? I'm 11 higher than him. I can't see it. I must have not paid attention just now, and only paid attention to Majin Bu. I'll take a good look this time. Mels, did you see it? How did Hit make his move? Weiss turned his head and asked Mels. Myers didn't want to talk anymore. Brother Weiss, can we not ask at this time? You will embarrass me. Sorry, I was just paying attention to Bu. I didn't notice Hit's actions. Myers defended himself somewhat feebly. Boy, how did Hit do it? Xiangpa laughed, not believing that Luotian could see Hit's special ability. Even Myers didn't see it, so you can see it. Besides, other gods of destruction didn't see Hit's magical skills. You are just a human, I am sure you didn't see it, you are just bragging. Time. Luotian simply said 2 words. Xiangpa trembled slightly, and was stunned at the time, showing a look of astonishment, unable to say anything. Did he really see it? Vados also widened her beautiful eyes in surprise, looking at Luotian in surprise. This little guy is really amazing. His observation is really sharp. Weiss's eyes are full of praise. He is worthy of being favored by the high priest. He is really amazing. Mr. Luotian, do you want to consider returning to the 7th universe? Now that I think about it, your starch sausage tastes very unique. Weiss said with a smile. Bardos glanced at Weiss. You really know how to take advantage of ready-made opportunities. I have carefully trained him for half a year. No. Luotian shook his head decisively. Weiss, your answer is too straightforward. Why? Weiss asked puzzledly, and persuaded again, after all, you came from the 7th universe. The 7th universe will always be your home. After living in other universes for half a year, it's time to go home, right? Bardos has promised me that she will marry me when I transform into a real angel. Luotian replied. Oh my, Mr. Luotian means that when you return to the 7th universe, you should also bring your wife back? Weiss laughed. Luotian, your train of thought is very fresh and unconventional. Xiangpa pricked up his ears at the side at the time, and felt that the whole person was not good. If this is true, there will be no angels in our universe. You are too much. It can be considered. Luotian nodded seriously. Bardos covered his forehead, speechless for a moment. Mears was racking his brains, thinking about what Luotian meant by the time. Is Hit's attack just now related to time? I'll have to take a closer look later. On the ring. Yes, I was careless just now and accidentally fell into your trick. Topo wiped the blood from his nose with the back of his hand and snorted coldly, but next, your good luck will end. Hit looked at Topo expressionlessly, without saying a word, still with his hands in his pockets. Topo no longer hesitated and immediately rushed towards Hit. However, just when Topo rushed to Hit's opposite, Hit's hand was taken out of his pocket again. Bang! There was only a muffled sound, and Hit's fist hit Topo's face again. Topo fell to the ground all of a sudden and fell on his buttocks. Topo's eyes widened at the time, revealing a look of astonishment and confusion. Topo never thought that he would be hit again. I was very careful just now. It's just that I don't know how he did it. I can't see it at all. What? Didn't see it again? Mei was shocked and his face became extremely ugly. Topo is my disciple. He is also an apprentice god of destruction. How could he be beaten like this by the people of the sixth universe? The problem is that even I didn't see clearly how that guy did it. It was a mistake. I should have dragged Jiren to participate in the competition. Mel's eyes lit up and he suddenly realized it. This time, Mel's paid close attention to the game between the two, and then he keenly discovered that Hit actually controlled the time and stopped it for about 0.1 seconds. It was this 0.1 second time difference that caused Topo to be hit. But Mel's immediately looked at the other gods of destruction present. Mei was so confused, Mule was scratching his head, and Rumsey was pinching his elephant trunk and racking his brains. Obviously, none of the three gods of destruction saw that Hit had used time. But Luo Tian saw it. Mel's looked at Luo Tian deeply, and his admiration for him arose spontaneously. Luo Tian felt a little guilty. In fact, Luo Tian really didn't see how Hit made his move the first time. It's just that Luo Tian caught a little detail of the move just now. The reason why Luo Tian could say the word time is because he had read the plot. Luo Tian knew clearly that Hit's unique skill was called Flash Time, which could stop time for a short time of 0.1 seconds. Although Luo Tian didn't see the special effects of Flash Time the first time, when Hit made his move for the second time, Luo Tian found that the space around him seemed to be still all of a sudden. In the whole space, only a few people were moving. And these few people were the angels including the High Priest. Although it was only a short 0.1 second. But for the angels, 0.1 seconds can also be captured. It seems that time does not seem to have any effect on the angels. Luo Tian thought about it. After all, the angels can use time travel. Whis can turn time back 3 minutes ago. Simply speaking of controlling time, is there any race better than the angels? So, Hit's Flash Time is just a primary school student in front of the angels. In fact, Myers did not pay attention to Hit's method before. As long as he looked carefully, he could also seriously distinguish it. Because Hit's Flash Time did not work on Myers. Topo got up from the ground, showing a look of astonishment. His face was extremely ugly. Topo never thought that there would be such a powerful person in the sixth universe. On the other side, Majin Buu turned his head to look at Zamasu, then looked at Majikeu. His mouth became an O shape, a little surprised. These two people are quite powerful. The next moment, Majin Buu glanced at Broly who was rubbing Frisia's head. We agreed to join forces. Why did you go to fight that guy? Humph, stupid human, you want to turn me into chocolate? Zamasu sneered, I'll knock you out first. As he said that, Zamasu waved his hand knife and rushed towards Majin Buu with great momentum. Puff! Zamasu's hand knife was extremely sharp, and it stabbed Majin Buu's fat belly and penetrated his body. The purple light of the hand knife penetrated from Majin Buu's back. Humph! Nothing more than that. Zamasu smiled contemptuously, pressed Majin Buu's head with his left hand, and gently pushed it to the ground. Bang! Majin Buu fell to the ground with a bang. Zamasu blew a breath at the purple hand knife, with a somewhat smug look on his face, and smiled at Majikeu beside him. Majikeu looked at the fallen Majin Buu, and then at Zamasu, without much expression on his face. This fat guy won't die for a while, so I'm not breaking the rules. Zamasu smiled coldly at Majikeu, it's your turn next. Will you jump off the ring on your own initiative? Or will you jump down after being seriously injured by me? I can tell you, my knife is very sharp, and it hurts a lot when it pierces your body. Then you try. Majikeu snorted. You don't know how to live or die. Zamasu smiled contemptuously and rushed towards Majikeu. Pa! However, Zamasu had just run 2 steps forward when someone grabbed his ankle. Pa! Zamasu was caught off guard and fell to the ground, doing a standard dog-eating shit. It was Majin Bu who did it. Majin Bu jumped up from the ground and aimed his butt at Zamasu below. Bang! The next moment, Majin Bu sat on Zamasu's butt. Zamasu let out a miserable scream, blood gushing out of his mouth. It hurt a little just now. Majin Bu's triangular eyes opened slightly, and his eyes revealed a strong murderous intent. As he said that, Majin Bu grabbed Zamasu's shoulders, raised his butt slightly, and turned him over. Pa! Then, Majin Bu sat on Zamasu's abdomen and pressed down heavily. Ouch! Zamasu screamed again. You didn't I pierce you? Why aren't you injured? Zamasu asked with gritted teeth. After asking this, Zamasu suddenly came to his senses. Can your body regenerate? Zamasu suddenly realized. Majin Bu didn't answer this question, but just grinned, shook his chubby fist, and punched Zamasu in the face. Ouch! Zamasu was beaten and screamed, his voice was extremely tragic. Majikeu stood there, hesitating whether to go up to help. But who should I help? The fat guy just wanted to turn me into chocolate. However, the other guy spoke arrogantly to me, claiming that he was the supreme god, and obviously looked down on me. Majikeu weighed the pros and cons for a moment and decided not to help either side. Majikeu looked around at the other people on the ring again and found that everyone had an opponent. Only he was left alone. Am I slacking off? No, I have to find an opponent too. Broly was also beating Frieza at this time. Frieza was beaten black and blue and had no strength to resist. Kneel down and apologize. Broly kicked Frieza on the knee and pressed his head towards Luo Tian in the distance. Frieza's eyes were about to burst, feeling endless sorrow. Pa! The next moment, Frieza's body knelt on one knee uncontrollably, facing Luo Tian. You are wrong. Broly said. I am the great emperor of the universe, Frieza. I kneel to the sky, the earth, and the gods, but never to the Saiyans. Frieza shouted loudly. However, just as Frieza finished speaking, Broly pressed the back of Frieza's head and knocked his head heavily to the ground. Frieza was heartbroken. Luo Tian did not speak. I really found a treasure. I didn't expect that training Broly from a young age would yield such a big harvest. Thanks to the fact that I gave up Vegeta and chose Broly at that time. If I had brought Vegeta with me, that guy would not be unruly enough. How good is Broly now? Frieza just yelled at me, and I didn't have to do anything. Where can I find such a good god of destruction? Luo Tian was very happy. Mel showed a face of envy and jealousy on the side. Why is the trainee god of destruction you found so obedient? Look at the Majin Bu I found. Is he going to beat Zamasu to death? Should I stop him as soon as possible? This kind of thing is most afraid of comparison. In this comparison, Myers felt heartbroken at that time. Bang! Broly had no reason to be polite, and kicked Frieza directly. Frieza flew out in a kneeling position, heading out of the ring. Majikeu was thinking about who to attack. Suddenly, Majikeu suddenly found a white figure whistling towards him. What? Majikeu was stunned. Bang! The next moment, Frieza's body hit Majikeu heavily. Ouch! Majikeu spit out a large mouthful of molten iron at that time, and was hit by Frieza and flew out of the ring. Shua! Majikeu appeared on the stands in just a moment and was eliminated. Frieza gritted his teeth, and at the moment he rolled out of the ring, his big hand suddenly grabbed the edge of the ring, and his body was already suspended in the air. Broly found that Frieza did not fall, so he walked towards him step by step without hurrying. With every step, Frieza felt a violent tremor in his heart, and his heart was hurt. Every 2 steps, Frisia's fingers holding the edge of the ring loosened. When Broly took 4 steps, Frisia screamed, immediately loosened his fingers, and fell off the ring. Shua! In just a moment, Frisia's figure flashed and appeared on the stands. Frisia was eliminated. Oh my, I was eliminated so quickly. Whis sighed slightly. Frisia was full of shame, lowered his head, and wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It's so embarrassing. And it was embarrassing in front of this Saiyan. I am the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia. I was eliminated by the legendary Super Saiyan. Frisia, don't accept it. Whis didn't rush to treat Frisia, and looked at Luotian and Myers helplessly. All the talents of our 7th universe were taken away by you two. Sorry, brother. Whis. Myers hurriedly saluted with some apology. There are so many talents in the 7th universe. In addition to Broly and me, there are better talents. You just didn't find them. Luotian replied. Whis. Luotian, do you know who they are? Myers immediately became interested. Myers had long felt that Majin Buu was too easy to lead. He eats and sleeps all the time, and he also likes to turn people into chocolate. My head is about to explode. I really need an excellent trainee god of destruction like Broly. It's just a pity that a good Broly was snatched away by Luotian. Whis also stared at Luotian silently, wanting to hear what he had to say. Mers, as an apprentice angel, you must have good insight. Luotian patted Mers on the shoulder and said earnestly. Mers, you go ahead and say it. Don't keep me in suspense. Whis, I thought you were going to say it. In the end, you started to teach Mers. Do you really want me to say it? Luotian asked again. Tell me. Mers nodded seriously. Let me listen too. Whis showed a look of interest on the side. After all, Whis had spent a lot of effort for such a player. In the end, after searching for a long time, he only found Frisia. In Whis's opinion, the most powerful person among those currently active in the 7th universe should be Frisia. As far as I know, among the people currently active in the 7th universe, except for Mr. Broly and Mr. Majin Buu, the most powerful person should be Mr. Frisia. Whis added with a smile. Frisia is indeed worthy of praise. Luotian suddenly said. Frisia was slightly stunned, and looked up at Luotian with some surprise. This guy actually praised me? Are you serious? Humph, I don't need Saiyans to praise me. Frisia grinned at Luotian. However, as soon as Frisia grinned, he saw Broly on the ring, tilting his head and staring at this side. Frisia couldn't help but shudder, his face changed again and again, and he hurriedly lowered his head, and his voice became smaller and smaller. I don't need Saiyans to praise me. Halfway through this sentence, the rest of the words were almost inaudible. Luotian didn't care at all, and added slowly, I think, if you want to go further, Frisia, I have a good suggestion here, do you want to refer to it? You say. Frisia whispered. Only if you die, you will be enlightened and break through your own limits, and you may surpass the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Luotian said seriously. Frisia was so angry that his whole body was shaking. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 113 Ling Long, have you sensed his angel power? Whis also covered his forehead and was speechless. You are really talking nonsense seriously. Mers wiped his sweat silently on the side. Luotian is really not talking nonsense. Because Luotian clearly knows that the reason why Frisia can open the golden mode is not because he is a genius as he said. Of course, the genius of Frisia is also in it. But the biggest reason is that Frisia was trapped in a cocoon in hell for decades, tempering his heart. During that period, Frisia would think about how to practice when he was free. Therefore, after Frisia was resurrected, he could break through his own limits in just 4 months and open the golden mode. If there were no decades of hell training, do you really think that you can reach the golden mode through 4 months of practice? Obviously it is not realistic. If you can really achieve the golden mode through practice, then why did Frisia go to Earth to seek revenge on Son Goku after losing to Son Goku on Namek without practicing well? And when Frisia went to Earth, he also brought his father to cheer him up. But Frisia never thought that Son Goku did not wait to come back, but waited for Vegeta's son to come back. Frisia let Vegeta's son Trunks cut in half with a knife. A generation of cosmic emperors fell tragically like this. In addition, after resurrection, Frisia said that he was a genius and only needed to practice for 4 months to reach a very high level. These are just his own narrations, to give himself the aura of genius. In fact, it is precisely because of Frisia in the constant training in hell led to the golden mode. Later, Frisia accidentally discovered another dimension where the speed of time flow was different from that outside. Frisia practiced in that dimension for 10 years and activated the black gold mode. After coming out, he easily killed Ultra Instinct Sun Wukong and Ultra Instinct Vegeta. These are the plots described in the latest comics that Luo Tian is following. The later comics basically copied the plot of Beast Gohan. Luo Tian just flipped through them and didn't follow them much. Are you humiliating me? Frisia stuttered in anger. The main reason is that Frisia is also seriously injured now, with bruises all over his body, and was tortured badly by Broly. I'm serious. Luo Tian smiled, you will believe it later. Frisia simply kept silent. Do you think I will believe your nonsense? Not to mention that Frisia didn't believe it, even Whis and Myers looked at Luo Tian with suspicion. Especially Myers, because he had been with Luo Tian for a while, he knew him better. Myers thought, are you trying to fool Frisia to death? Frisia isn't that stupid, right? But think about it, Frisia is really pitiful. His son was torn in half by your trainee god of destruction Broly. Now, are you going to kill someone and destroy his heart? I really don't know how you can cultivate the power of angels with this mentality. Ahem, are we going off topic? Aren't we going to talk about a more suitable candidate for trainee god of destruction? Whis suddenly changed the subject. Yes, Luo Tian, who is the person you are talking about? Someone who is more suitable to be a god of destruction. Myers was also immediately interested. Now Myers is a little disappointed with Majin Buu. If there is a better candidate, it's not too late to change it earlier. In fact, Vegeta is more suitable for you, Myers. Luo Tian said to Myers. Myers was speechless at that time. I remember that Vegeta was bullied by your Broly. Are you going to recommend him to me now? I don't want to. At least my Majin Buu can slightly beat Broly through his special physique. What can Vegeta do? He can't even beat Frisia, right? Frisia on the side almost burst out laughing. Who did I think you were talking about? It turned out to be Vegeta? Frisia held back his laughter, and his mouth twitched constantly. Myers, you have to look at the long term. Vegeta is actually very suitable to become a qualified god of destruction. Luo Tian said earnestly. I have decided that I can't give up Majin Buu. Since I rescued him from the seal, I should be responsible for him. Myers didn't want to pay attention to Luo Tian. You are too much, Luo Tian. I regard you as a friend, and you recommend Vegeta to me? I can't train anyone else. Although I was on the spaceship at that time and did not go down to meet Vegeta. But I know clearly that this Vegeta is the prince of your Saiyans, with an unruly character. I am afraid he is more difficult to tame than Majin Buu. I knew it would be like this. Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything. Luo Tian sighed slightly. Whis said no more, took the scepter, and quickly checked Vegeta's information through the crystal ball on the scepter. After seeing this, Whis also covered his forehead and was speechless for a while. This little guy looks quite unruly. And his strength according to the combat power that Frisia said, how come it is only 18,000? Is this kind of person suitable to be an apprentice god of destruction? Whis soon stopped observing Vegeta, feeling that such a little guy is not worth training at all. 7th Universe, a certain planet. Achoo! Vegeta sneezed suddenly. Your Highness Vegeta, are you okay? Raditz asked with concern. Your Highness Vegeta, have you caught a cold? It is said that we Saiyans can adapt to various harsh environments and rarely get sick. Nappa also said on the side. Humph, it was just a sneeze. Vegeta snorted, his young face full of arrogance. That's true, ha ha ha. Raditz smirked on the side. Vegeta glanced at Raditz. Raditz quickly shut up. By the way, Your Highness Vegeta, I heard that Lord Frieza seemed to be taken away by someone? I also heard it by chance from the detector. Nappa was referring to the detector worn on his eyes. Taken away? Who? Vegeta was stunned. Could he be killed by the legendary Super Saiyan? Raditz gloated for a while and applauded. It shouldn't be Broly. Nappa shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. I never thought that the legendary Super Saiyan really exists. Damn it! I can't forgive him. One day I will surpass him and rub him hard on the ground. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his body shaking violently. The 18th universe, the ring. The stands of the 3rd universe. Seeing that the contestant he had finally selected, Majikeu, was eliminated, the hatred in Myolo's eyes became stronger. It must be this guy named Broly who killed my son. He is indeed very strong. And the guy named Majin Buu is also very suspicious. You trash! Myolo said angrily. Majikeu lowered his head and dared not say anything. Majikeu felt that he was really miserable. He fell out of the ring just by being hit by someone. I haven't done anything yet. There is no chance to regenerate. Lord Muru, should we stay and continue to watch the fight, or leave here first? Campbell asked. Muru stared at Broly on the ring, thought seriously, and ordered Campbell, let's go, don't embarrass yourself here. After saying that, Muru jumped directly into Mosco's body. Pa! The hatch in Mosco's abdomen closed. The scepter in Camel's hand also knocked lightly on the ground, turning into a star-like bright flame, and quickly took Moscow and Majikeu away from the scene. The three of them soon appeared in the world of nothingness. They flew forward for about a few minutes. Chiga chigu chigu. Moscow suddenly spoke. Okay, Lord Moscow. Campbell nodded, but didn't say much. He immediately took Majikeu away. Flew forward for a distance. Majikeu couldn't help it and asked, what did Lord Muru say just now? That's Lord Moscow. Campbell corrected. Majikeu? Is there a difference? Majikeu asked with a puzzled look. Lord Muru is Lord Muru, and Lord Moscow is Lord Moscow. Campbell explained, Lord Muru is the most powerful human in our universe, and Lord Moscow is the god of destruction in our universe. Their identities are different. Majikeu was even more confused. Silence for 3 seconds. Isn't that robot controlled by Lord Muru? Majikeu asked the question in his mind. It is indeed controlled by Lord Muru, but if Lord Moscow is no longer in a static state, it is Lord God of Destruction. Campbell gave a detailed answer. Majikeu, I don't feel anything different. You've confused me. Sao hate did Lord Moscow say just now? He seems unable to speak in that robot. Majikeu scratched his head and asked curiously. Lord Moscow just said that he wanted to walk around and not return to the 3rd universe for the time being. Campbell replied, as for Lord Moscow's inability to speak, it's because he couldn't speak when he was created a long time ago. Is it impossible for Lord Moscow to make a sound with the technological level of our universe? Majikeu asked. Of course, but the inability to make a sound is also a characteristic of Lord Moscow, and this characteristic is generally not easily changed. Campbell smiled and said, you have also seen the Lord Destroyer of other universes just now. Do they all speak? So it's more special that they can't speak. Majikeu was speechless. What you said makes a lot of sense, I don't know how to refute it. But what's the point of doing this? Majikeu stopped asking questions. The world of gods has its own rules. As a human, I'd better not get involved. In the 18th universe, on the ring, Majin Buu was still riding on Zamasu, swinging his fists at him. Zamasu was beaten so hard that he kept wailing and screaming. The scene was like slaughtering a pig. The angels sighed. This pink fat guy is really unique. Mears lowered his head in embarrassment, feeling that the one who beat him was like himself. Zamasu was so angry that he suddenly swung his hand knife. Swish! Zamasu swung his hand knife fiercely and cut off Majin Buu's head. Snap! Majin Buu's head fell off his neck and rolled in front of Zamasu, his eyes tightly closed. Wakakahahaha! Zamasu laughed loudly, and his laughter became more and more brilliant. Now you are not showing off, are you? Your head has fallen off, let's see how you can regenerate. Zamasu struggled to get up. Although I can't become the god of destruction if I kill you, I will be eliminated. But you deserve to die. You actually wrote a god on your body and humiliated and tortured it. You feel honored to die in my hands. Zamasu's face was filled with endless hatred, and he was about to struggle to stand up. Pop! The next moment, the tightly closed eyes on Majin Buu's head suddenly opened. Zamasu was startled and jumped up from the ground in a hurry, and the hairs on his body were all blown up. Is he still alive? However, Zamasu looked down and found that the pink fat man's head was still closed. Am I seeing it wrong? Zamasu rubbed his eyes and looked at Majin Buu's head carefully again. He blocked his chest with the knife in his hand and raised his vigilance. Pa! At this moment, the eyes on Majin Buu's head suddenly opened again, and he even grinned. Zamasu was so scared. He stepped back hastily and sat on the ground. Majin Buu was laughing happily, even though he only had one head. Then, a scene that frightened Zamasu happened. Majin Buu's body stepped forward calmly, grabbed his head with both hands, and put it on his neck. Hee. Majin Buu's head and body were connected together. However, the most bizarre thing was that this guy actually installed his head upside down, with his eyes and butt facing Zamasu, who was sitting on the ground at the same time. Zamasu was scared. How can I deal with you? Majin Buu looked at Zamasu with a smile, rubbed his stomach, and suddenly felt something was wrong. How did this stomach split into two halves? It turned out to be my butt. It's installed upside down. Majin Buu held his head with both hands, twisted it 360 degrees at once like twisting a twist. Majin Buu suddenly felt as if he had turned an extra circle, and quickly turned back, and also turned his body to Zamasu. Zamasu was so scared that he had a psychological trauma. Are you a human? I, a god, was a little scared when I saw it. Zamasu was so scared that he moved his body back, his face pale. I want to eat you. Majin Buu smacked his lips, looked at Zamasu with a cold face, and the tentacles on his head moved slightly, aiming at his body. What should I turn you into? Chocolate? Biscuits? Or chocolate biscuits? Zamasu was so scared that he couldn't say anything. He was stunned for 3 seconds. When Zamasu was extremely scared, he was infinitely angry. Who are you? Who do you think you are? I am the Supreme God. Do you dare to kill me? Zamasu gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground. His face was extremely ugly, veins on his forehead bulged, and his right hand burst out with a knife again. God? Majin Buu smiled more and more brightly. I ate 2 Kaishin hee. Majin Buu patted his belly while saying this. Then, Majin Buu continued with what he had just said, hee, I wasn't so fat. 1 Kaishin was fatter, and another Kaishin was taller, so I became what I am now. Zamasu was so scared that his soul flew away, and he looked at Majin Buu with unbelievable eyes. You lied. You said you ate 2 Kaishin? Zamasu began to panic again. Zamasu originally thought that he was a god, the supreme god, and he could already look down on all living things. What Zamasu didn't expect was that this monster actually ate 2 Kaishin. This must not be true. He must be lying to me. I don't believe it. Mers, do you know about this? Whis turned his head and asked Mears beside him. This I've heard a little bit about it. Myers quietly wiped his sweat and suddenly realized, it turns out that the Great Kai was eaten by him. Oh my, no wonder there was a gap in the Great Kai, it turned out to be all thanks to this Majin Bu. Whis shook his head. Brother Whis, will this affect my accepting him as an intern god of destruction? Myers asked cautiously. No, it's all a long time ago. Whis comforted. No, I mean the Grand Priest won't be angry, right? Myers lowered his voice and asked in a low voice in Whis's ear. Whis also immediately glanced in the direction of the Grand Priest, and suddenly found that the Grand Priest had disappeared without knowing when. Oh my, the High Priest may have been pissed off by you. Weiss shrugged and pointed to the sky. Look at Mel's, the High Priest was floating there, but now he's gone. He must be very angry. Mel's felt bad at the time and immediately lowered his head, feeling like he had made a serious mistake. Weiss, can you please stop scaring Mel's? He's not very courageous. Bardos couldn't stand it anymore and scolded Weiss. Ho ho ho, just a joke, just a joke. Weiss laughed. Sister Bardos, you mean, the High Priest won't be angry, right? Mel's asked cautiously. No, the High Priest won't be angry for such a small matter. Bardos nodded. With Bardos' words, Mel's was slightly relieved. Luo Tian also looked at the place where the High Priest was just now, and found that he disappeared without knowing when. Why did you suddenly disappear? Will the next game continue? Where did the High Priest go? Luo Tian turned his head to ask Bardos. How can we know the whereabouts of the High Priest? Bardos smiled and shook his head gently. A flawless white planet. The High Priest slowly landed on the ground of the planet. The ground was like snow, which made the High Priest's blue clothes particularly bright. Ling Long, did you sense it? The angel power of that little Luo Tian? The High Priest asked. Today, 15,000 words have been updated. It has been updated for several days in a row. Please vote Chapter 114. Ling Long, isn't it the High Goddess? I sensed it. A woman's pleasant voice came from the planet. As the voice fell, the surroundings were glittering with bright spots like stars. These spots quickly gathered together and turned into a beautiful woman with a graceful figure and peerless appearance. Pa! Ling Long appeared next to the High Priest again and bowed. Ling Long, don't be so polite. The High Priest waved his hand. It seems that his angel power has been left by me, but it is only a small part. Ling Long looked up at the distant arena. Although it was tens of thousands of kilometers away, she could still clearly see Luo Tian over there. The light flashed in Ling Long's eyes, revealing a thoughtful expression, and no one knew what she was thinking. I can see it too. The High Priest nodded gently. The other large part currently has no connection with other angels. What is the reason? Did he really cultivate those angel powers himself? Ling Long was even more curious. I'm not very clear at the moment. The High Priest shook his head slowly. Isn't it the Great Goddess? Ling Long suddenly thought of something and asked this question. It's not her. The High Priest said affirmatively, but these are no longer important. What's important is, will it be of great help to your recovery if he becomes an apprentice angel in this universe? It will be helpful. Ling Long nodded in agreement. Perhaps if he comes to me and practices with me, he can achieve twice the result with half the effort. By the way, it can also greatly enhance the little angel power in his body, and my body can be stabilized as soon as possible. Just your words, I know what to do. The High Priest slowly flew up. Thank you, High Priest. Ling Long saluted again. You should have a good rest. The High Priest waved his hand, and in an instant he left the white planet and returned to the sky above the ring. After the High Priest left, Ling Long's body gradually dissipated, and soon disappeared completely. On the ring, Zamasu kicked the ground with his legs, kept backing away, and trembled with fear. This terrible demon! How can there be such a terrible human being in this world? I, a god, am no match for him at all. Put your hat on me and I will kill you. Majin Buu smiled at Zamasu, who was sitting on the ground, as if a big cat was playing with a mouse. Zamasu stretched out a hand to block in front of him, as if this hand could provide a certain degree of defense. However, anyone could see that Zamasu's eyes were already filled with fear. It's so scary. It's so scary. Zamasu didn't want to be turned into chocolate or chocolate biscuits. I remember, Myers said even if you are turned into chocolate biscuits, I can't eat you. Majin Buu suddenly felt a little disappointed and rubbed his head. If I eat you, you will die, then I won't be able to become the god of destruction. Zamasu didn't speak, his face was pale and his body was shaking. It's not satisfying to have you eliminated so easily. How should I deal with you? Majin Buu thought about it seriously, and suddenly grabbed his belly and tore off a piece of meat from it. Seeing such a horrible scene, Zamasu's pupils almost popped out of his eye sockets. This monster! Majin Buu pulled the meat from his belly into a strip of meat. Ya, what do you want to do? Zamasu's face was extremely ugly. Hee hee. Majin Buu showed a wicked smile. Zamasu didn't understand Majin Buu's purpose at all. But there was one thing Zamasu was sure of, that is, he would be tortured by this guy. I am a god, how could I be tortured by such a person? Should I jump off the ring? In this way, even if I am eliminated, the pink fat man will not dare to attack me again. Thinking of this, Zamasu glanced at the edge of the ring. However, Zamasu was now at least 10 meters away from the edge of the ring. But for a god, this distance is nothing. Zamasu gritted his teeth and kept moving outward. You can't run away. Majin Buu grinned and threw the meat strip in his hand. Pa! The strips of meat were quickly pulled into pink filaments in the air. In just a moment, the strips of meat condensed into a spider web. A pink spider web. The spider web stood on the ground of the ring out of thin air and appeared behind Zamasu. Then, Majin Buu ran over and kicked Zamasu. Ouch! Zamasu's body flew up uncontrollably, and suddenly jumped onto the spider web, and was firmly stuck by the spider web. Zamasu was in a big shape, with both hands and feet fixed. You can't move now, right? Majin Buu grinned and walked towards Zamasu. Zamasu's face became uglier and uglier, struggling desperately, trying to break free from the shackles of the spider web. But no matter how hard Zamasu tried, he couldn't break free. What are you doing? Broly stepped forward and asked. Hey, this guy can't move. Do you have any way to torture him? Majin Buu turned his head and looked at Broly, and asked with a smile. Tickle him. Broly poked Majin Buu's armpit with his finger. This position is very itchy when tickled. However, after Broly poked like this, Majin Buu suddenly felt pain in his buttocks. You poked my buttocks with your finger before. Majin Buu looked at Broly in anger. I remember, you poked my buttocks. Majin Buu looked at Broly with a dark face. It doesn't matter, it's over. Broly replied, aren't you my ally now? Majin Buu thought about it carefully. Well, what you said makes sense. It's indeed over. And you are still my ally. Happy cooperation. Buu extended his hand to Broly in a friendly manner. Happy cooperation. Broly nodded. Luo Tian and Myers immediately exchanged glances. This is probably what we call no fight, no acquaintance. Luo Tian sighed. Yet I didn't expect them to join forces. Myers was a little complicated. Oh my, they have joined forces, but Hit and Mr. Topo are still fighting fiercely. Bardos looked at Topo and Hit fighting on the ring and replied calmly. Then I'll poke him. He claims to be a god. Majin Buu grinned and slowly walked behind Zamasu. I'll cheer for you. Broly nodded. Zamasu did some anal exercises at the time, and his face became uglier. I'm the king of the world. Am I going to be humiliated by such a guy? Hey, I'm going to start. Majin Buu smiled more and more brilliantly, and slowly stretched out a finger. Zamasu struggled more violently. Puff. Majin Buu had no reason to be polite, and poked Zamasu with his finger. Ouch! Zamasu let out a heart-wrenching cry. After seeing this, the gods covered their heads one by one, speechless for a moment. Hey, Myers, quickly get your players to eliminate Zamasu. Rumsey couldn't stand it anymore, and suddenly felt like he was the one being poked. You're slapping the face of our 10th universe. Is there anyone who plays like this? It's too shameless. Rumsey tightly grasped his elephant trunk, his head flushed red. Lord Rumsey, if you hold your nose like this, you'll easily get suffocated. Kes advised from the side. Rumsey suddenly realized something and quickly let go of his hand. This I'm really sorry, Lord Rumsey. Myers was also at a loss for words, and hurriedly shouted to Majin Buu on the ring, Buu, quickly eliminate your opponent, don't play around there. Majin Buu glanced in the direction of Myers and made a face at him. Myers was speechless for a while. How about playing something else first? Broly suggested. Who to play? Majin Buu suddenly became interested. That bearded guy is known as the trainee god of destruction, which is similar to the title of the two of us. Broly pointed to Toppo not far away and called out to Majin Buu. Majin Buu nodded repeatedly, as if he understood what Broly meant. Do you mean to eliminate that purple guy? Majin Buu asked naively. Hit's head is very special, let's eliminate him last. Broly shook his head. Head is special? Majin Buu scratched his head and looked at Broly in confusion. Come here, I'll show you. Broly took Majin Buu to the back of a raised ring stone. Majin Buu looked down, then looked at Hit in the distance. Majin Buu showed a look of surprise and sympathy at that time. This man's head is really unique. Do you understand? Broly asked. Majin Buu nodded vigorously, and his sympathy for Hit increased. Then eliminate the big beard first. Majin Buu smiled and agreed with Broly's proposal. Not far away. The battle between Hit and Toppo continued. Bang! Toppo was hit again, and was hit in the nose by Hit's punch, and almost fell to the ground. Toppo rubbed his nose and looked at Hit with a vigilant face. I advise you to show your true strength, otherwise you will be eliminated by me. Hit looked at Toppo and said calmly, although I am a killer, I hope to defeat you, the trainee god of destruction, through a fair fight. Humph, you don't need me to tell you, I will also show my true strength. Toppo nodded seriously, because I know very well that if I continue like this, I will definitely lose to you. Hit's mouth corners slightly raised, and his smile became more intense. It was a confident smile. What Hit can be sure of is that even if the opponent shows his true strength, he will definitely defeat him. It seems that in this competition, I am the strongest player in all the universes. Then I won't be polite. Toppo said, taking a deep breath, and purple-red energy emerged from his body. Toppo, this guy is finally serious. He smiled deliciously. Smiled, although I didn't see clearly how the man named Hit attacked, there is no need for that. Yes, yes. Makarita nodded slightly. Are you ready, Hit? Toppo took an attacking stance. Come on. Hit still put his hands in his pockets. Swish. Toppo whizzed towards Hit. Flash. Looking at Toppo rushing up, Hit used Flash again. In just a moment, Hit froze Toppo who was rushing up. No, to be precise, Hit froze Toppo there by briefly stopping time. Although it was only 0.1 seconds. But now the strength of both sides, even if it is only 0.1 seconds, can cause a fatal blow to each other. Hit aimed at Toppo's chest and hit him hard. However, at the moment when Hit's finger poked over, he suddenly found that Topo seemed to move. Hit's eyes narrowed, and his expression was somewhat stunned. Pa! A scene that surprised Hit happened. Topo suddenly raised his left hand and caught Hit's fist with his hand. Humph! I finally caught it. Topo showed a proud smile. Hit's face changed slightly. Topo said, and suddenly hit Hit's abdomen with his knee. Hit hurriedly flew backwards and avoided Topo's attack. However, Topo's speed was too fast. He suddenly rushed forward and kicked forward with his bent right leg. Bang! Topo kicked Hit's abdomen. Hit's face spasmed in pain, and he felt that he was not well at that time. At the same time, Hit's feet rubbed the ground of the ring, leaving 2 long marks on the ground. When Hit finally stopped, blood was already flowing from the corner of his mouth. Hit wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. His face looked a little ugly. Your move is nothing special. As long as the energy is increased, I can break your strange move. Topo smiled lightly. Hit snorted coldly, but said nothing, and the confidence in his eyes gradually dissipated. Because Topo was right. As long as the opponent's energy intensity exceeds his own, Hit's flash time effect will be greatly reduced. The time that can freeze people will become shorter and shorter. Do you want to try again? Topo smiled proudly, and said with some self-blame, I didn't use my real strength before, and I suffered several losses from you. It's also my fault that I was too arrogant and thought I could defeat you without using my real strength. It's over. Waimei said with a smile, it seems that it's easy for Topo to deal with such a guy without Jiren. The others don't look great. Mers and the trainee god of destruction trained by the human angel named Luotian are just here to make fun of the arena. He, Luotian, and his god of destruction are just children. Makarita smiled and nodded gently. Oh? They seem to want to attack Topo? Waimei looked at Broly and Majin Buu on the arena, noticed their actions, and immediately reminded Topo, Hey, Topo, pay attention to your left. Topo immediately looked to the left after hearing Waimei's voice. Topo soon noticed Broly and Majin Buu on the left. You two are going to attack me? Topo smiled, okay, come on, all 3 of you. Only by eliminating all 3 of you can I show my true strength. Swish! Majin Buu was the first to be dissatisfied. He quickly rushed towards Topo and punched him. However, Topo was faster. He suddenly hit Majin Buu's chin with an uppercut. Suddenly, Majin Buu rolled in the air and fell to the ground. Then, Majin Buu rolled backwards like a meatball. Bang! Majin Buu's body hit the spider web behind him, and he bounced Zamasu off the spider web. Zamasu flew out of the ring with the spider web. Swish! Zamasu's figure flashed and appeared on the stands in an instant. He was already eliminated. Zamasu was filled with shame, clenched his fists tightly, and his whole body was shaking violently. Then, Zamasu stared at Majin Buu on the ring. Just wait for me. One day I will return the humiliation I suffered to you double. And the legendary Super Saiyan named Broly. You are not a good thing either. I will never forgive you. The hatred in Zamasu's eyes became stronger. Humph, you really disappoint me. Rumsey shouted in a muffled voice, I thought you could play a role. Zamasu said nothing and clenched his fists even tighter. Lord Rumsey, do we have to stay and watch the fight? Asked Kess. Forget it, it's too embarrassing. Let's go back quickly. What happens next has nothing to do with us. Rumsey, after thinking for a while, he shook his head gently, and the elephant's trunk also swayed left and right a few times. Okay. Kess nodded, but Lord Ramsey, please wait a moment. What? Ramsey was stunned. Kess said no more and quickly appeared beside Luotian. Luotian was slightly stunned. Mr. Luotian, are you sure you want to stay in the 6th universe? Kess blinked her long eyelashes and looked at Luotian and asked. I prefer girls with ponytails. Luotian nodded. Kes, a short silence. There is also a beautiful angel with 2 ponytails over there? Don't you want to consider it? Kes smiled and pointed to Makarita in the 11th universe. No. Luo Tian shook his head decisively. Vados didn't say anything on the side. What else is there to consider? This election of the god of destruction was originally predetermined. The other few people are just here to run with them. After this matter is settled, Luo Tian will stay in the 18th universe with Broly. It's just that only I and the High Priest know about this matter now. Chapter 115 I am the man who wants to become the strongest god of destruction. Well, I'm leaving now. I wish you can transform into a real angel soon. Kessie extended her hand to Luo Tian in a friendly manner. Luo Tian's little hand and Kessie's sapphire-like jade hand were clasped together. Come on, little guy. Kessie said to Luo Tian again, and then in a flash, she quickly appeared beside Rumsey. Then, the crystal ball on the scepter in Kessie's hand bloomed with bright flames like stars. The bright flames covered Rumsey and Zamasu. Swoosh! Kessie took Rumsey and Zamasu away from the scene and soon disappeared. It flew for about 10 minutes. Kessie suddenly turned her head and glanced in another direction, and saw a familiar figure. Oh my, isn't this Lord Moscow? Hasn't he gone back yet? Kessie flew up quickly and greeted him with a smile. Chigujigu. Chigujiji. Moscow uttered a mechanical sound. What bird language are you speaking? Moscow. Rumsey snorted, speak human language. Lord Moscow said that he wants to stay here and doesn't want to go back for the time being. Kessie translated it. Only you angels can understand this kind of mechanical language. Rumsey snorted and looked at Moscow and said, what's the improvement in the world of nothingness? Chiguji. Moscow said. Lord Moscow said Kessie was ready to translate again. No need to translate, I'm not interested, let's go. Rumsey didn't like Moscow very much and greeted Kessie. Okay, Lord Rumsey. Kes nodded and waved at Moscow, then, we'll take our leave first, Lord Moscow. Jigu. Moscow nodded. Swoosh. Kes and the other 2 quickly left the scene. As for what Moscow was going to do there, neither Rumsey nor Kes was very interested. Because of his injury, Zamasu was already in a semi-comatose state, and he didn't say much. But Zamasu was somewhat speechless. Can you treat me first? On the ring. Now, 15 minutes have passed. There are only 4 players left on the ring. These 4 players are, Broly, Majin Buu, Toppo and Hit. And the current situation is that Toppo challenges the 3 people on the opposite side. Hit quickly rushed up and launched a fierce attack on Toppo. Toppo responded calmly. After several rounds of fighting, Toppo punched Hit in the face. This time, Hit's dodge time lost its effect again. Hit was almost knocked to the ground, and his face became more and more ugly. Majin Buu gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground, and white gas suddenly spurted out from the pores on his body. Majin Buu had already raised all his energy. Bang! However, just as Majin Buu rushed forward, he was kicked in the face by Toppo. Majin Buu fell to the ground, his head rubbing against the ground, leaving a long mark on the ground. That little guy, come here too. Toppo smiled contemptuously and waved at Broly. Broly did not hesitate, and quickly rushed to Toppo and punched and kicked him. Toppo still responded calmly. Is this all you have, little guy? Toppo smiled proudly, but it's very rare for you to have this level of strength at your age. Bang! Toppo kicked Broly to the ground. It is worth mentioning that Broly is still a little bigger now, and he uses the power of the giant ape. However, Broly is only 5 years old now, with short arms and legs, and is definitely not as dominant as he was when he was an adult. 3 people together are just like this. Toppo said with a smile, there is almost no time, let's eliminate them one by one. Who should we eliminate first? Topo quickly looked at the three people present and felt that Majin Bu was a little more threatening. This guy's magic's too weird. If I get hit and turn into chocolate, it will be troublesome. It's decided. Let's start with this pink fat guy. Topo smiled lightly and pointed his right hand in the direction of Majin Bu. Swish! An energy bomb suddenly shot out from Topo's hand and whizzed towards Majin Bu. Majin Bu just stood up and saw the energy bomb flying over from there. His eyes widened and his face was stunned. However, at this moment, a short figure suddenly appeared in front of Majin Bu. Broly suddenly stretched out his right hand and inserted it into the energy bomb. Then, Broly's left hand pulled the energy bomb. Snap! The energy bomb released by Topo was torn into two halves by Broly. The energy bomb that was broken into two halves was held in one hand by Broly. When I looked again, Broly's body was shining with golden light, and his hair stood up high, turning into gold. Broly squeezed his two little hands hard, and the energy bomb in his hand completely dissipated. Topo was stunned, showing a look of shock. This kid can also transform? It was a bit beyond my expectation. Majin Bu widened his eyes and looked at Broly with some surprise. We agreed to join forces. Broly smiled. Majin Bu nodded repeatedly, got up from the ground, and walked to Broly's side. Your strength doesn't seem to have improved much. Broly turned his head and looked at Majin Bu. I have been sleeping for the past 6 months. Majin Bu told the truth. You slept for half a year? Broly was a little surprised. Majin Bu nodded. Boy, I didn't expect you to transform. Topo snorted, it seems that I underestimated you. Broly grinned and told Majin Bu beside him, look at me next, you two don't need to intervene. Majin Bu did not answer this question. Hit was also silent, without saying a word, but looked at Broly deeply. Little guy, do you want to challenge me alone? Topo smiled lightly, I'm afraid you don't understand? With your strength alone, you can't beat me anyway. Luo Tian said, I want to be the strongest man who destroys the god. Broly's face was full of expectations. As soon as these words came out, Wei Mei was happy at the time. The strongest god of destruction? This ambition is really ambitious. Wei Mei smiled contemptuously, let's not talk about the strongest god of destruction, with his strength, he can't even beat Topo. No, I feel something is wrong. Makarita blinked and whispered. What's wrong? Wei Mei was stunned. I can sense that there is a huge amount of energy hidden in this little guy's body. Makarita gave an analysis. How is it possible? How old is he? Wei Mei shook his head to express his disbelief. Judging from the size of his race, he is only about 5 or 6 years old at most. Master Wei Mei should advise Mr. Topo not to underestimate the enemy. Makarita suggested. Wei Mei was silent. Is that little guy really that powerful? Xiangpa smiled at the side. Do you really think that the little guy named Broly is so easy to deal with? That kid is like an indestructible cockroach, and every time he recovers from near death, his strength will be greatly improved. Half a year ago, I was defeated by the combination of Luo Tian and Broly. But that was because of Luo Tian's assistance. But it is undeniable that the strength of this little guy named Broly is indeed extraordinary. Oh my, after more than half a year, he finally speaks much more fluently. Bardos smiled. Everyone will grow up. Luo Tian nodded. I just found out that Broly speaks much more fluently. Myers nodded with a smile. Boom! Broly's body suddenly burst out with dark green light. The legendary Super Saiyan, start! After seeing Broly's transformation, Wei Mei's pupils shrank and his face became wonderful. Why do I suddenly feel that this kid's energy growth is a bit outrageous? How could this be? Topo also sensed Broly's powerful energy, and his face changed color at that time. Broly didn't say any extra nonsense, turned into a dark green stream of light, and whistled towards Topo. Bang! Broly used his head to slam into Toppo's body at that time. Toppo immediately became alert and slapped Broly to the ground with a fierce palm. However, Broly reacted faster and raised his tail to hook Toppo's wrist. Then Broly shook his body and punched Toppo in the chest. Ouch! Toppo grimaced in pain, backed away continuously, and sat on the ground. Pa! Broly landed steadily on his feet with a silly smile on his face. Turn into chocolate. Majin Buu flying up quickly, the purple electric light on his head flashed and covered Toppo's body. Toppo was startled and quickly rolled over to avoid it. Hey, that bird head, take over. Majin Buu called to Hit, who was not far away. Hit? What does bird head mean? Do I look like a bird? Hit looked back behind him. There is no one behind me. Are you talking to me? I'm talking to you. Still looking back. Majin Buu shouted. Hit suddenly felt a little disdainful of being with this pink fat man. Pa! Then, Hit raised his foot and stopped Toppo, who was rolling backwards. Toppo turned his head and looked at Hit, revealing a strange look. Don't get me wrong, I just don't want to win with more people. Hit said with a smile, you are an opponent worthy of my respect. As he said that, Hit extended his hand to Toppo in a friendly manner. After a brief hesitation, Toppo reached out and held Hit's hand. Hit pulled Toppo up. They two have joined forces. Buu walked to Broly's side. Broly nodded indifferently and said to Buu, it's okay. Buu said no more, and his face became more interested. Broly's body flashed with green light, and he quickly rushed towards Toppo and Hit. Toppo seized the opportunity and punched quickly. Bang! Toppo's fist hit Broly's face on the spot. Broly grinned without any pain, stepped forward and pressed Toppo's head, and slammed it to the ground. Suddenly, Toppo's head came into close contact with the ground of the ring. Hit also made a quick move and poked Broly with a finger. Broly gritted his teeth and used his body to resist Hit's poking finger. It hurt so much Broly grimaced in pain, but it didn't stop him from rubbing Toppo's head on the ground. Hit was stunned. My tricks didn't work on him? Is this guy so scary? Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, Broly grabbed Toppo's finger and threw his body back and forth. Toppo screamed in pain. Swish! Broly suddenly threw his hand and threw Toppo into the sky. At the same time, Broly opened his mouth and a dark green energy flame flashed from his mouth. The dark green energy flame went straight to Toppo in the sky. Bang! Toppo was unfortunately hit, and at that time, green smoke came out of his body and he fell from the sky. He. Broly grinned. So exciting! Majin Buu walked to Broly's side and clapped his hands. Bang! Broly threw a punch and hit Majin Buu's nose at that moment. Bang! Majin Buu leaned back and fell directly to the ground. Is it you? I had so much fun fighting just now that I couldn't help but punch. Broly scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Majin Buu got up from the ground with a dark face. Bang! Toppo fell from the air and hit the ring heavily, leaving a small human-shaped pit on the ring. Puff! Toppo spit out a large mouthful of blood, and his face became paler. Just a few hits just now, Toppo was already seriously injured. Majin Buu's eyes lit up, walked up and kicked Toppo hard several times, kicking Toppo to the point of crying out in pain. You hurt me just now. Majin Buu was fighting, and his mouth was not idle. After kicking Toppo a few times, Majin Buu was still not satisfied, so he sat on him. Just as he was about to punch, he suddenly felt that his routine was a bit old. Majin Buu scratched his head and thought of a better way. Got it! Majin Buu grinned and stood up from Toppo's body. Then, Majin Buu aimed his fists at Toppo's face. A surprising scene happened, and Majin Buu's fists suddenly flew out. That's right. Majin Buu's two fists broke away from his arms, suddenly flew out, and hit Toppo's face. Suddenly, these two fists were like machine guns, constantly attacking. Topo's face was beaten blue and purple. But Majin Buu was still grinning and laughing wildly above Topo. Topo was furious, and a ball of purple-red destructive energy suddenly condensed in his right hand. Swish! The purple-red destructive energy instantly hit Majin Buu. Majin Buu was stunned for a moment, and immediately raised his arm to try to block the flying destructive energy. Pa! The next moment, the destructive energy released by Topo hit Majin Buu's arm. In just a moment, Majin Buu's arm quickly collapsed like a bubble. Majin Buu widened his triangular eyes, and his face changed again and again. At this critical moment, Broly flew up quickly, condensed a hand knife in his right hand, and cut off Majin Buu's arm in one go. That's destructive energy, be careful, you will be destroyed, Broly explained. Majin Buu was indeed scared out of his wits. Just now, Majin Buu clearly felt that his life was in danger. If Broly hadn't acted in time, he might have died here. You dare to kill me? A cold murderous intent appeared in Majin Buu's eyes. Bang! After saying that, Majin Buu kicked Topo fiercely. Topo flew up to a height. Majin Buu slowly picked up the two fists he had dropped on the ground, integrated them into his body, and restored them to their original appearance. I'm going to kill you. Majin Buu snorted coldly. Swish! Broly waved his hand lightly, and a dark green energy hit Topo's body. Suddenly, Topo's body staggered and fell out of the ring. Swish! In just a moment, Topo was eliminated, and his figure flashed and appeared on the stands. Majin Buu, he even stole the head. Wym's face became extremely ugly. Humph, I didn't expect that kid to be so strong. Wym said coldly. I'm sorry, Master Wym. Topo lowered his head. Forget it, I underestimated my opponent. Wym snorted, I should bring Jiren with me. Topo said nothing. Topo didn't expect that kid named Broly to be so strong. He and I are not on the same level at all. Let's go. Wymie-eyed instructed Makurita. The next game was nothing to Wymie-eyed. The winner would be either Universe 7 or Universe 6. Wymie-eyed felt very unhappy. Although Wymie-eyed didn't really hope that Topo could become the new god of destruction of Universe 18. But it was still very frustrating to lose to another universe. Especially since Topo was Wymie-eyed's direct disciple. The result was such a tragic ending. Wymie-eyed didn't have the face to stay. Swoosh! Makurita, along with Vemd and Topo, turned into a stream of light as bright as stars and quickly left the scene. Now, only the 6th and 7th universes are left in the stands. Changpa also had mixed feelings. If nothing unexpected happens, Hit might be eliminated by Broly. There is a 99.99% chance that Broly will be the winner in the end. I didn't expect this guy to finally become the god of destruction. Chapter 116 New Apprentice Angel, Broly is deified. Luo Tian looked at him calmly without making any comments. Luo Tian still has confidence in Broly. Broly is indeed the legendary Super Saiyan. He has raised his energy to this level at the age of 5. According to Bardos, Broly's current strength is about 20 if compared with the purity of angel power. That is equivalent to the strength of Ultra Instinct. It is no problem to defeat Topo with this strength. Fortunately, Universe 11 did not call Jiren over. Now Broly, in Luo Tian's opinion, there might still be some gaps between them and Jiren. When Luo Tian was watching anime or comics, he remembered that many people said that Jiren's strength had surpassed the god of destruction, Vemd. Luo Tian was speechless about this. When you read books, do you read 10 lines at a glance? Don't you analyze it carefully? First of all, who said this? Did Topo say it? It was Topo who said that Jiren's strength had surpassed the god of destruction, Vemd. Has Topo seen Vemd's true strength? Probably not. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such a thing. And then yes, what Toppo said to Goku at that time was, Jiren's energy has surpassed that of the god of destruction, why may? Note that it is energy. If they really fight, why may can easily defeat Jiren, there is no doubt about that. Because in the latest Dragon Ball Super comics, even if Goku achieves the true ultimate selfies, that is, the silver-haired state, he is no match for Beerus. In Beerus' words, gods have their own way of fighting. It's like Vegeta just realized Super Saiyan Blue and internalized the blue energy in his body, and he was thinking about challenging Beerus. As a result, Vegeta became a tragedy tower. Luo Tian is very clear about the strength of the god of destruction, and there is no doubt that they are strong. Not to mention Beerus, even the weakest Moscow has unimaginable strength. 3 months ago, Luo Tian and Broly teamed up to defeat Xiangpa with great difficulty. In fact, Luo Tian is self-aware. If Xiangpa is serious, Luo Tian and Broly will never be his opponent no matter how they join forces. The main reason is that Xiangpa did not take ruthless action and did not dare to kill Luo Tian and Broly. Luo Tian also determined this point, so he fought with Xiangpa, so that he and Broly could truly realize the power of the god of destruction. So after that battle, Luo Tian also told Broly that he still had a long way to go to become the strongest god of destruction. In the 3 months after that, Luo Tian and Broly both practiced hard and their strength has greatly improved. Just with compared with the god of destruction, there is still a big gap. Let alone the god of destruction, Broly's current strength is a little difficult to deal with Jiren. Luo Tian quickly glanced in the direction of the high priest. The high priest was suspended in the sky with his hands behind his back, looking at Broly and Majin Buu expressionlessly, wondering what he was thinking. As if sensing Luo Tian's eyes, the high priest shifted his gaze to Luo Tian and looked at each other. Luo Tian's expression was unusually calm, but he was panicking in his heart. How do you know I'm looking at you? It seems that my practice is far from enough. There are only 3 minutes left in the game. The high priest suddenly spoke. Oh my, time flies so fast, and the game is almost over without knowing it. Whis sighed. Frisia had a dark face on the side and didn't say a word. Other universes have left, why do you still stay to watch the game? This guy named Whis is really gossipy. I don't want to stay. I, Frisia, also want to leave here. Want to leave, Mr. Frisia? Whis suddenly asked Frisia beside him. Humph, of course, there's no point in staying. Frisia snorted, of course, if you want to stay and see, I have no objection. Then wait until the game is over before leaving, anyway, the last 3 minutes won't matter. Whis smiled slightly. Frisia simply kept silent. If I wasn't so stubborn, would I have left? On the ring. Broly and Majin Buu turned their heads together and looked at Hit on the ring. Hit also looked at Broly with a vigilant look. The pink fat guy is easier to deal with. But this guy named Broly is not so easy to defeat. Traitor! Majin Buu suddenly spoke. Why don't you forgive him? Broly scratched his head, I want to laugh when I see him. Majin Buu looked down and looked at Broly, and suddenly grinned, laughing happily. Hit? What are you laughing at? Bird head. Majin Buu pointed at Hit's head and laughed even brighter. Hit was even more confused. What is the relationship between my head and the bird? You admit defeat yourself, Buu and I still have an agreement. Broly said to Hit. Go down, go down. Majin Buu waved his hand, with the look of your head, I don't want to eat it even if I turn you into chocolate. Hit was even more confused. What do you mean? I am confused by you too. These two guys, one is only 5 years old, and the other looks like he has lived for a long time, but his mind seems to be not much different from that of a 5-year-old. A short silence. Hit took a deep breath. Okay, I'll do what you want. I give up the game. Hit smiled and walked to the edge of the ring. When he was about to jump off the ring, he turned his head and asked, after the game, I hope you can tell me what the relationship is between my head and the bird. Yet. Majin Buu nodded vigorously. Do you really want to know? Broly was a little embarrassed. Hit was stunned. I don't want to know, why am I asking you? The next moment, Hit no longer hesitated and jumped off the ring immediately. Swish! In just a moment, Hit's figure flashed and appeared on the stands. Hit was eliminated. For this, Xiongpa did not blame Hit. Because Xiongpa had clearly realized Broly's strength through the game between the two sides. Hit could never be his opponent. Now, there are only Broly and Majin Buu left on the ring. Hey, you suit my taste. Would you like to consider becoming my servant? Majin Buu said to Broly with a grin. Luo Tian said that I would fight back against anyone I had ever defeated. Broly looked at Majin Buu and said. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Majin Buu snorted. This time, I won't be absorbed by you again. Broly said, green light shone on his body, and he quickly rushed towards Majin Buu. Majin Buu also quickly turned into a big net, trying to absorb Broly again. Because Majin Buu knew clearly that he was probably not this guy's opponent. It was still the most direct to absorb him. Swish! Broly's figure flashed, and he quickly appeared behind Majin Buu, and pressed the back of his head, and slammed it on the ground of the ring. The whole ring also shook violently. Several cracks instantly appeared in the places that Majin Buu touched. Mels felt sad. He was going to lose. As an apprentice angel, he could tell who was stronger and who was weaker. In just half a year, Broly had grown to such a powerful level. Mels kept sighing. It was all because Buu was too sleepy. If you don't sleep, I will train you well. If you raise and train, the difference won't be that big, right? Sure enough, in the next minute, Broly pressed Majin Buu's head and rubbed it on the ground. Majin Buu is no match at all. Half a year ago, Broly was only slightly better than Majin Buu. But now, Broly can easily beat Majin Buu. Bang! At this moment, the pillar in the center of the ring suddenly fell down and was flush with the ground of the ring. Time is up. The high priest floated in the center of the ring and announced loudly. Broly also released Majin Buu's head in time, grinned at him, and helped him to round his flat head, and asked with concern, "Are you okay? I was a little heavy." Majin Buu shook his head and bared his teeth at Broly. Swish! The next moment, Majin Buu suddenly opened his big hand, and his hand instantly turned into a meat net, covering Broly. Broly jumped lightly and dodged the attack of Majin Buu. Hehe, I won't be hit by the same trick again. Broly smiled. Majin Buu sprayed white gas from his body and was about to attack Broly again. Time is up, the game is over, said the high priest, looking in the direction of Myers. Myers was startled and flew over quickly, hitting Majin Buu on the head with a scepter. Majin Buu's head suddenly swelled up a big bump, and he grimaced in pain, and dared not attack Broly again. I declare that Broly is appointed as the new trainee god of destruction of the 18th universe. The high priest announced loudly. Broly kowtowed quickly. This time Broly knelt on one knee, not on both knees, to the grave. The high priest couldn't help but think of the scene of this kid kneeling on both knees to kowtow to him before. At first, the high priest thought it was nothing, and thought this kid was quite honest. Then Luo Tian suddenly said, "Are you going to the grave?" The high priest realized something was wrong. Now he saw Broly kowtow to him again, and he knelt on one knee and kowtowed several times. This made the high priest feel that this kid was going to his grave. Okay, no more kowtow. The high priest waved his hand quickly, indicating that Broly could get up. Luo Tian said, "You are the most powerful god in the universe, I may never be able to surpass you in my lifetime, so I kowtow to you a few more times." Broly said, and kowtowed several times in a row. The high priest thought about the deep meaning of this sentence. I don't know how to refute what you said. Did Luo Tian really say that? A teachable child, a teachable child. The high priest glanced at Mels, who was standing aside, and suddenly felt that his own son was not so fragrant. In comparison, whether it is appearance, talent, or other things, why do I feel that Luo Tian is more like my own son? It's a pity that he is a human. The high priest felt a lot of emotion in his heart. A short silence. The high priest had to accept Broly's kowtow. Forget it, the newly appointed god of destruction kowtows to me a few more times, it seems to be okay, right? Luo Tian. The high priest turned his head and looked in the direction of Luo Tian. Luo Tian came quickly and bowed to the high priest. Broly was trained by you, so I appointed you to serve as the trainee angel of the 18th universe. The high priest looked at Luo Tian, his eyes were more approving, and he suggested with a smile. Serve as the trainee angel of the 18th universe? Luo Tian was stunned. Is there a problem? The high priest asked. No problem, just what do you need me to do? Luo Tian asked. The high priest was just about to speak. Luo Tian immediately gave a supplement and asked, You won't leave me on this planet, will you? As he said that, Luo Tian pointed to the white planet in the distance, revealing a face full of distress. Yes, you need to stay on this planet and hone yourself well, and strive to transform into a real angel. The high priest nodded, this planet is very suitable for you to practice. But there is nothing on it, Broly and I will starve to death. Luo Tian hurriedly shook his head. Don't you have Super Dragon Balls? You can realize any wish through Super Dragon Balls, such as asking for some inexhaustible food. The high priest smiled slightly, looked up at the 7 Super Dragon Balls hanging in the distant starry sky, and continued, Besides, when you transform into a real angel, you don't need to get energy supplements through food. Even if you don't eat or drink, you can live forever. Can't the Dragon of God let me transform into an angel directly? Luo Tian asked. High priest, that's impossible. The high priest shook his head and refused. The reason why the Dragon of God can fulfill all wishes is actually relative. Just like the earth you have been to, the Dragon of God there is almost omnipotent to ordinary humans. But for powerful humans, it seems that the wishes he can fulfill are relatively limited. So the Dragon of God is the same. It seems that he can fulfill all wishes, but in fact, when you reach a certain level, you will also feel that the wishes he can fulfill are relatively limited. For example, he can't let you transform into an angel directly, it's the same reason. I naively thought he was omnipotent. Luo Tian sighed, a little disappointed. If you really want something to eat, you can do it through the Dragon of God, or give you some time to collect some food from other places and bring it back. The high priest looked at Luo Tian and said calmly, Before, I asked Bardos to tell you about the Kaishin, but you may not care. If you have an intern Kaishin by your side, he will help you do something more convenient and within his ability through teleportation. Okay, I will find a suitable Kaishin in the next few days. Luo Tian nodded seriously. Regarding the choice of Kaishin, I hope you can choose from humans, because this universe is more like a new universe than the 18th universe. The high priest smiled and continued the previous topic, looking at Luo Tian and said, I hope this universe can be treated specially, and maybe there will be unexpected gains. Understood. Luo Tian nodded. After you transform into a real angel, Broly may become a real god of destruction. Now he can only be regarded as a nominal intern god of destruction in the 18th universe. The high priest added again. Okay. Luo Tian pondered. Now let me choose King of the Kings? Who should I choose? Should I choose Goku? Goku at this time isn't it easy to train? Who else is suitable besides Goku? Luo Tian was a little entangled. In fact, in Luo Tian's heart, he felt that the most suitable candidate was Sun Wukong. It's a pity that Sun Wukong is too young now. It will take decades for him to grow up. The high priest looked at Bardos in the stands again. Bardos immediately flew over and bowed. Have you taught Luo Tian all the learning of Ultra Instinct? The high priest asked Bardos. Yes, high priest, I have taught Mr. Luo Tian all the training of Ultra Instinct. Bardos nodded in response. The next step is your own study, and every angel is no exception. The high priest looked at Luo Tian and taught, just like Mel's, you need to train with the Galactic Patrol. And your training area is this planet. Through the continuous purification of angelic power, you can reach a new realm. According to my speculation, if the purity of your angelic power can reach 40, which is not much different from Mel's, then you may be able to transform into a real angel. Luo Tian's eyes lit up at that time, showing a face full of expectation. In fact, Luo Tian also wants to grow up as soon as possible now. I am too young now, and there are many things I don't have the ability to play. It's time to calm down and practice well. Since the high priest asked me to stay on this planet, I will stay for the time being. The high priest should not be a black-bellied person, right? If he really wants to trick me, he can send me to hell with just a look. There is no need to go through such a big circle. Therefore, Luo Tian has nothing to doubt. Whis, Bardos, you go back first. The high priest ordered Whis and Bardos. The two bowed, and their bodies burst into a stream of light as bright as stars, and left the scene with Frisia and Xiongpa respectively. At this time, there were only 4 people on the stage, the high priest, Luo Tian, Myers, Broly and Majin Buu. The high priest glanced at Myers again. Myers, follow me. The high priest took Myers to a distance and released a barrier to prevent the voices of the two from being transmitted. Myers showed a puzzled look. What does the high priest want me to do? You are like this, I am very scared. Today, I will still update 15,000 words, and ask for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets again. Chapter 117 The angels welcome you to join MERS, you stay here first, and find a suitable human with Luo Tian, and train him into a Kai, and then return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. The high priest had already thought of the arrangement, and now he gave Mears an order. Yes, Lord High Priest. Mears immediately bowed, and then asked in a whisper, regarding the choice of the Kai, can you leave the 7th universe and go to another universe to choose? Of course, for the two of you, the choice of the Kai is even more crucial. The high priest nodded and taught carefully. Mears was slightly stunned, and looked up at the high priest timidly. After all, a god of destruction can be competent as long as he is strong enough, and all the gods of destruction in the 12 universes are created by humans through cultivation. But the king of Kais are different. Most of them are transformed from the golden fruit of the core tree and have the heart of God. The high priest patiently explained, so the king of Kais that you and Luo Tian want to cultivate must first have a good state of mind, a kind heart, and shoulder the responsibility of building and developing the universe. On this point, we should help each other and make progress together. Master High Priest, do Luo Tian and I have to choose a king of Kai each? Myers asked another question that he shouldn't ask. Do you two want to share a king of Kai? The high priest asked with a smile. That's not impossible. Myers nodded. High priest, of course, each of you two will choose a Kai king. The high priest scolded angrily, Mers, you have already lost to Luo Tian in the choice of the god of destruction. I hope you can save face in the choice of the king of the Kai. I understand. Myers suddenly realized. Master High Priest, can we be more direct? You are beating around the bush, I can't keep up with your pace. Are you trying to make me save face? I finally understand what you mean. Before that, let me ask you a question. The High Priest suddenly asked. Myers was stunned. Among the contestants participating in the God of Destruction election this time, there is a contestant who was once the North King. I wonder if you have paid attention to it? The High Priest asked. His name is Zamasu. He is the North King of the 10th universe, right? Myers responded, and the appearance of Zamasu immediately appeared in his mind. Yes, you come and give a brief evaluation of this person. The high priest nodded and said. Evaluate this person? What kind of evaluation is it? Myers didn't understand it very well. Do you think he is qualified for the position of the king of the Kai? The high priest simply asked more directly, and added, many king of the Kai will be selected from the king of the Kai. The reason is very simple. After all, the king of the Kai already has work experience, so it is a little easier to train. Just like Zamasu now, the king of the 10th universe intends to train him to be the next king of the Kai. Myers didn't speak, and quickly thought about this person's performance in this competition in his mind. Tell me now, your evaluation of this person, in simple terms, is whether he is suitable to be a qualified king of the Kai. The high priest put his hands behind his back, with a serious look on his face. Myers didn't know how to answer for a while. Is he suitable to be a qualified king of the Kai? Of course he is. After all, the king of the 10th universe has already selected him as an intern king of the Kai. What else is not suitable? The only thing I don't understand is why he came to participate in the election contest for the God of Destruction. Master High Priest, why did he come to participate in this contest? Myers asked such a question. The High Priest's face turned black, and he really wanted to slap his own son away. Why do you care why he came to participate in this contest? It must be that his strength is relatively strong in the 10th universe, so he came to participate in the competition. Is this also a problem? The High Priest had a cold face and didn't speak, but his eyes were fixed on Myers. I'm thinking whether he is suitable to be a qualified Kai King God. Myers swallowed a mouthful of saliva and responded hurriedly. The High Priest patiently waited for Myers to give an answer. However, for Myers, the oppression of the High Priest was too great. Myers didn't know what to say, and even his breathing became rapid. He took a deep breath and then expressed his thoughts. I think Zamasu is pretty good. Since the Lord Kai of the 10th universe chose him to be the trainee Lord Kai, there must be a reason for that. Myers gave his answer. I think Zamasu will definitely become an outstanding Lord Kai. Is that your answer? The High Priest narrowed his eyes slightly. Yes. Myers gritted his teeth and confirmed his statement. That's what I think. If you scare me, I will say the same thing. Very good, let's go see what Luo Tian has to say later. The High Priest didn't say much and turned away. Myers also followed the High Priest obediently. Seeing the High Priest and Myers coming back, Luo Tian didn't understand what they were talking about. But it didn't matter to Luo Tian anymore. It wasn't a big deal for the father and son to talk in private. Broly and Majin Bu stood there obediently. Majin Bu is much more obedient now, mainly because the scepter that Mirth used just now was too painful. Luo Tian. The High Priest spoke. I'm here. Luo Tian bowed. Next, Mirth will stay and help you for a while. The High Priest smiled. During this time, each of you will choose a Kai that suits you, preferably from humans. Luo Tian was a little overwhelmed for a while. Choosing a Kai now, there is no suitable candidate. Who should I find? My favorite son Wukong is only 3 years old now. I believe you should have heard from Bardos that when there is creation in a universe, there will be destruction. Only when the balance of the universe reaches a good effect can the universe flourish. The High Priest taught Luo Tian, creation and destruction are both indispensable. The new 18th universe has just been born. You should have seen that there is no life on it. So the most scarce thing in the 18th universe is the King of the Worlds. The reason why a God of Destruction is chosen first is to let this God of Destruction protect the King of the Worlds, and secondly, to prepare for future destruction. Can the cultivation of the King of the Worlds take longer? Luo Tian asked. If the King of the Worlds is cultivated from humans, it will definitely take a relatively long time. The High Priest nodded and admitted, I won't make it difficult for you. I will give you 250 years to cultivate an outstanding king of the worlds. I will test you at that time. The winner will be. As he spoke, the high priest raised his right hand gently. Pa! Suddenly, a silver-white scepter appeared in the high priest's hand. The scepter was shining with silver light, and there was also a mysterious crystal ball on the top. After seeing this silver-white scepter, Luo Tian was a little confused. Why is it this color? This is a silver-white scepter. Mel stuttered a little. Luo Tian glanced at him unhappily. Is this scepter named like this? This name is too casual, isn't it? Mels, you come and briefly introduce this angel scepter to Luo Tian. The high priest smiled. Yes, high priest. Mels nodded and immediately explained, Luo Tian, as you can see, each of our angels has his own scepter. I've noticed it a long time ago. Luo Tian said he understood. Simply put, the angel's staff is condensed from the essence of the accompanying universe. Myers replied, because you are a human, it is normal that you don't have an angel's staff. Luo Tian didn't say anything. Is it a problem if you don't have a staff? The silver-white staff of the high priest, could it be prepared for me? Otherwise, what are you showing off? If you have used the angel's staff, you will find that the angel's staff is equivalent to an amplifier of angel power. According to the level of the staff itself, it can amplify the angel's power up to 100 times. Myers explained. Majin Bu on the side began to doze off while listening. I don't understand at all. I just want to eat delicious food. Broly stood at attention on the side and listened patiently. If you two don't understand, you can go around this planet, but you are not allowed to cause damage. The high priest saw this and gave instructions to Broly and Majin Bu. Majin Bu's eyes lit up and he nodded excitedly. Broly was also a little bored staying here and wanted to walk around. The two of them turned around and left immediately without any hesitation. However, the moment Broly turned around, he suddenly thought of something and quickly turned back to bow to the high priest before leaving the scene. Majin Bu scratched his head, bowed, and left with Broly. Because I'm just an apprentice angel, my scepter can only magnify the power of angels 20 times. Myers explained to Luo Tian with a smile, but as I continue to practice, my scepter will continue to grow with me. I've used Bardas's scepter, it's really amazing, I feel like it has magnified my angel power at least 50 times. Luo Tian nodded with deep feeling. Yes, Sister Bardas's scepter can indeed magnify the power of angels 50 times. Mel smiled and couldn't help but admire, as expected of Mr. Luo Tian, he can actually sense how many times the power of angels can be magnified. It's amazing. Mels, get to the point. The high priest's face darkened and he glanced at the silver-white scepter in his hand. Why are you talking so far? Yes, Mr. High Priest. Mels responded quickly, and this silver-white scepter is condensed from the essence of the universe, so it can magnify the power of angels 80 times. Among the scepter levels, it is second only to the black gold scepter of the high priest. Mels is right. This time I decided to take out the silver-white scepter as a reward. The high priest said with a smile, 50 years later, the two of you will test each other's Kaishin. Whoever's Kaishin wins, I will give him this silver-white scepter. Yes. High priest. Mels bowed immediately. Then, Mels smiled at Luo Tian again. Luo Tian, don't worry. If I win and get the silver-white scepter, I will give you my scepter. Mels said, handing the scepter in his hand to Luo Tian, according to your current training speed, in another 50 years, you will definitely be able to transform into a real angel. Okay, thank you, then I won't be polite. Luo Tian took Mels's scepter directly. Mels, I didn't say I'd give it to you now. Mels looked painful. That's mine. Actually, I'm thinking about a problem. Luo Tian shook his head. Tell me about it. The high priest smiled. Is 50 years too long? Luo Tian asked. Originally, Luo Tian thought that a Kaishan should be trained in a short time. I didn't expect the high priest to wait until 50 years later. It doesn't take that long. Luo Tian calculated the time. As long as Sun Wukong becomes an adult, he can basically be trained well. As for the foundation of Sun Wukong, it is better to leave it to Master Kame and Master Garen. Perhaps only with such basic training can he be called a real Wukong. Oh? How long do you think it will take? The high priest smiled and looked at Luo Tian, his eyes full of praise. The high priest was a little emotional. How many years has it been since such an angel was born? There was only one angel with such talent several 100 million years ago. She is Ling Long. Unfortunately, she would rather disappear with the universe than stay. Unexpectedly, after several 100 million years, a human being actually condensed the power of an angel through cultivation. The high priest was still very pleased with this. 30 years. Luo Tian thought about it and gave a relatively reasonable time. About 30 years is enough to train Sun Wukong into a qualified Kaishan. Mers, what do you think? The high priest looked at Mels and asked. I have no opinion, it's all up to the high priest. Mels immediately saluted, but his expression was somewhat helpless. Luo Tian, you are so bold. That's training a Kaishan. Do you think training a Kaishan is so simple? Comparatively speaking, it is actually easier to train a god of destruction than a Kaishan. Just improve his strength. But to train a Kaishan, you also need to test his mind and other aspects. 50 years is considered short to train a qualified Kai among humans. You now say it only takes 30 years, while you, a human, say you can train one in 30 years, I can never lose to you. I will also work hard. Then let's tentatively test the Kais you two train 30 years later. The high priest nodded. Regarding the selection of Kais, first of all, we cannot select from the Kais, but from the human beings in the entire universe. The basic characteristic of this human being is to have a kind heart. As for other aspects, you two can also go to other universes to ask other Kais. Luo Tian and Mels saluted together to show that they understood. Let's do this for now. The high priest said, and his body slowly flew up. And before leaving, the high priest looked down at Luo Tian again. Luo Tian was slightly stunned. Luo Tian, let me ask you another off-topic question. The high priest smiled. Please go ahead, Lord High Priest. Luo Tian nodded. In this God of Destruction election, the contestant named Zamasu from the 10th universe is a Kai King. The Kai King of the 10th universe intends to train him to be the next Kai King. What do you think about this? The high priest looked at Luo Tian and asked. Luo Tian, you asked me to tell you something like this? How embarrassing. He is not suitable. Luo Tian said directly. The high priest was slightly stunned. Mears on the side also widened his eyes and looked at Luo Tian with some surprise, wondering why he said that. That is the disciple selected by the Kai King of the 10th universe. How can he not be suitable? Can he still be selected if he is not suitable? Luo Tian, think about it first. Myers kept winking at Luo Tian. Luo Tian glanced at Myers. What do you mean by winking at me? If I say that Zamasu is not suitable to be a qualified Kai King, can the high priest still slap me to death? This is absolutely impossible. Besides, can you still not let me tell the truth? Luo Tian ignored Mels and expressed his opinion. I have carefully observed the competition about Zamasu. His state of mind is too unpeaceful, he is easily irritable, and there is evil in his eyes. I feel that such a person is not suitable to be a qualified Kai King god. Also, I think his personality seems a bit twisted, and maybe he will do something more excessive in the future. The high priest looked at Luo Tian with some surprise. Originally, the full score of this answer sheet was 100 points. As a result, Luo Tian answered 150 points. The high priest looked at Luo Tian with deep eyes, but did not use special abilities to explore his inner world. After all, it is impolite to do so. Even the high priest would not easily explore the inner world of an angel. Yes, your answer satisfies me. The high priest nodded, and his eyes showed approval again. Thank you for the compliment, high priest. Luo Tian hurriedly thanked him. I have read the plot, so I know him as a character. No, no. I can't let my imagination run wild. The high priest should be able to see through my thoughts. Luo Tian, according to your current training method, you will transform into a real angel in no more than 20 years. The high priest gave a positive statement and continued in the air, but there will inevitably be some hardships on your way to growth, and for you, they are all your experiences. I won't give you too much help, I hope you can do your best, the angel clan welcomes you to join. Shua. After the high priest finished speaking, he appeared near the 7 super dragon balls in an instant. Chapter 118 Summoning the Dragon of God. Luo Tian makes a wish. The Dragon of God comes out, and I want to make a wish for you. The high priest summoned the Dragon of God in the language of God. Luo Tian was really speechless. I didn't say to make a wish now. Why are you summoning the Dragon of God now? What wish should I make? Luo Tian really doesn't have any suitable wish for the time being. It is said that even the Dragon of God cannot help me purify the angelic power. I need to do everything by myself. What use do I have for him? Pa! Each of the 7 super dragon balls is bigger than the white planet. After hearing the words of the high priest, the 7A golden light suddenly burst out from the 7 super dragon balls. The golden light suddenly appeared, dyeing the entire 18th universe golden. In a moment, a huge golden dragon appeared on the 7 super dragon balls. The god dragon appeared. The body of the god dragon was so huge that the entire 18th universe could not accommodate his body. The god dragon roared, echoing in the 18th universe. The person who gathers the dragon balls, tell me your wish, I will fulfill any wish for you. The voice of the god dragon sounded, and a pair of huge eyes looked at everyone present. Luo Tian, come and make a wish. The high priest smiled at Luo Tian, this is a reward for the door of the god of destruction. Luo Tian, the sudden appearance of the god dragon surprised Broly and Majin Buu, who were strolling on the white planet. The two looked up at the huge dragon that appeared in the sky at the same time. Broly's expression was full of surprise. Majin Buu also opened his mouth into an O shape. How long can such a big thing last if it turns into chocolate? Turn it into chocolate. Majin Buu was so excited that a purple electric light flashed across the tentacles on his head. The purple electric light whistled towards the direction of the god dragon. The god dragon, the high priest, Luo Tian was also speechless. It's you, Majin Buu. You really impressed me. You are also the first person to attack the god dragon. Luo Tian had no intention of stopping it. Because Luo Tian also wanted to see what the reaction would be when the purple electric light turned into chocolate hit the god dragon. Pop! The purple electric light released by Majin Buu instantly hit the god dragon. Then, there was nothing else. If this was an online game, then there would definitely be 2 words on the body of the god dragon, immune. Bang! Mers broke out in a cold sweat and rushed over from a distance, hitting Majin Buu on the head with a staff. You really make me worry. Even the high priest did not treat the dragon of God rudely. How good you are, you actually want to turn the dragon of God into chocolate. I gave you 50 kilograms of chocolate before, haven't you eaten enough? Majin Buu's head swelled up again, and he covered his head and wailed in pain. It hurts to hit people with this stick. I just want to eat a bigger chocolate. Do you have to hit me? Luo Tian soon appeared beside the high priest and looked up at the huge dragon of God. The dragon of God is so big that its eyes are hundreds of times bigger than Luo Tian's. It can be said that the lightning released by Majin Buu just now hit the dragon of God. The dragon of God didn't even pay attention to him. I'm standing here and letting you hit me, and you can't break through the defense. Luo Tian, tell me your wish. The high priest smiled and looked at Luo Tian. My wish: let the earth of the 6th universe and the earth of the 7th universe exchange with each other. Luo Tian said his wish. This was the agreement between Luo Tian and Bardos half a year ago. Luo Tian himself did not have any suitable wishes. The only wish was to have the ability to survive in the universe, and it had been realized through the Dragon of Namek. So now, Luo Tian planned to help Bardos fulfill her wish. Is there anything wrong with giving my future wife a gift? Besides, it's just a reward for her. After all, Bardos taught Luo Tian very attentively in the past 6 months. Luo Tian knew how to be grateful. Because Luo Tian knew clearly that without Bardos's careful teaching, the purity of his own angel power would not have increased so quickly. Okay. The voice of the Dragon of God rang out, and the light in his golden eyes kept flashing. The 7th universe, the universe. Whis took Frisia and flew rapidly in the starry sky, and soon sent Frisia back to his galaxy. Is your spaceship in front? Then, Mr. Frisia, goodbye. Whis greeted Frisia. Stay for a cup of tea. Frisia immediately invited. Mr. Frisia should recover from his injury first. Whis smiled slightly, but did not stay at all, let alone heal Frisia. Then, Whis turned into a stream of light as bright as a star and left here quickly. Looking at the direction where Whis disappeared, Frisia clenched his fist tightly, his eyes full of unwillingness. I suddenly felt that what Luo Tian practiced seemed to be very similar to this guy named Whis. Who is this guy? It is said to be an angel? What can an angel do? It seems to be very amazing. Don't worry about it for now. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly, you wait for me. I, Frisia, will never forgive you. Frisia returned to his spaceship with a bruised face. After seeing Frisia's miserable appearance, the brothers and they were all so frightened that they dared not say anything. Frisia did not say much nonsense, and walked straight to the treatment device to treat his body. After Frisia's injuries healed, Frisia made a difficult decision and announced to his brothers that day, from now on, we are serious businessmen. Many brothers complained in their hearts. So we were not serious businessmen before? Whis was on his way back to the Destruction God realm, and suddenly felt that something was wrong in the 7th universe. Whis immediately checked through the crystal ball in his scepter. At this glance, Whis found that a planet turned into a dead star in an instant. Oh me, what happened? Whis looked carefully, and then suddenly realized, it turned out that this planet was swapped with the planet in the 6th universe. Except for the Dragon of God, no one else should have this ability to do such a thing. Whis soon found out that the name of this planet is Earth. However, Whis was a little confused about why Luo Tian wished to exchange the Earths of the 2 universes. Since he didn't understand, Whis didn't want to dig into the details. As an angel, Whis was not so gossipy. He had a peaceful heart. Even if the universe was destroyed, Whis's heart would not have too many ups and downs. What he was honing was a normal heart. The 6th universe, the universe. Vados and Xiongpa took hit to move quickly, with bright flames blooming around them. Hey, Bardos, why did the High Priest drive us all away? Xiongpa asked. Maybe there are some things to announce. Bardos guessed. What else can be secret? Xiongpa was a little puzzled. Isn't it just announcing who is the god of destruction of the 18th universe? Who else can it be besides Broly? Vados didn't speak. Hit didn't say a word from beginning to end, still thinking about the bird head. Why call me that? What does my head have to do with the bird? It's terrible. I left in such a hurry that I forgot to ask. But what I didn't expect was that the little guy named Broly really became the god of destruction. Xiongpa sighed. It shouldn't be considered a real god of destruction now. Bardos shook his head gently. It can only be considered an intern god of destruction, right? Xiongpa understood and nodded thoughtfully, but he will become a real god of destruction sooner or later. With this kid's strength, it's just a matter of time. Yes, yes. Bardos agreed and didn't say much. Of course, other gods of destruction wouldn't know. This time, it was said that the god of destruction was selected for the 18th universe, but in fact, the real selection was for trainee angels. Originally, Luo Tian already had the qualifications to manage the 18th universe. The reason for holding such a competition was just a formality, an exam. Other universes came to participate in the competition just to accompany the runner-up. The real candidate had already been decided. After all, there is only one trainee angel, Mels, at present. As a human being, Luo Tian also has a special treatment. Why do I suddenly feel that Luo Tian is not really the illegitimate son of the high priest? I have been led astray by Lord Xiangpa. Shua. Just then, in a distant galaxy, a planet suddenly flickered. The planet returned to its original appearance in just a blink of an eye. No, to be precise, it changed its appearance in a blink of an eye. Such a subtle fluctuation was keenly captured by Bardos. Isn't that the Earth in our 6th universe? Bardos was a little surprised and looked far away. Although Bardos is now in the Milky Way where the Earth is located, several light years away from the Earth. But Bardos can still see the light blue planet at a glance. Even through the atmosphere of the planet, Bardos can still see the shadowy humans on the planet. That is, Bardos' eyes lit up and he looked carefully again. This time, Bardos saw the familiar West Capital, the Universal Capsule Group in West Capital, and Bulma, who was looking up at the night sky. Bulma blinked her bright eyes with a bit of expectation in her eyes. Luo Tian, I hate you. Bulma snorted and pouted her lips. Bardos heard it clearly and saw it clearly. That was indeed Bulma. Has the Earth been exchanged to the 6th universe? It should be Luo Tian who made a wish and exchanged the two planets. The little guy really surprised me. This is obviously my wish. You actually helped me realize it. Why am I suddenly a little touched? Bardos seemed to have unlocked something in his heart, and a strange feeling flowed out. However, Bardos seemed to suddenly think of something, and his face changed color slightly. What's wrong with you, Bardos? Xiangpa glanced at Bardos strangely. It's okay. Bardos shook his head. Strange guy. Xiangpa didn't ask any more questions. Bardos felt a little emotional. Whether it was the Super Dragon Ball or the God's Dragon, it was actually a test from the High Priest to Luo Tian. If this summoned dragon of the gods, if Luo Tian makes a wish of his own, the High Priest will also have another plan waiting for Luo Tian. As for what the plan is, Bardos is not very clear. Anyway, it should not be a good thing. Sure enough, there are pitfalls everywhere. On the road of angel growth, there will be many pitfalls waiting for you to step on every road. Mels has also stepped on many pitfalls, which is why he has a cautious style of doing things today. I don't know how many pitfalls will be waiting for Luo Tian on his way to becoming an angel. Grow up quickly, little guy. Bardos showed a beautiful smile. At this moment, for some reason, Bardos suddenly imagined himself wearing a wedding dress in his mind. This picture, I feel that the blue and yellow skin are a bit inconsistent. Hey, Hit, what are you thinking about? Xiangpa patted Hit on the head. Hit rubbed his head and asked in confusion, Master Xiangpa, does my head look like a bird? Nonsense, what does your head have to do with birds? What are you thinking about? Xiangpa snorted, not understanding Hit's train of thought. Why do Broly and Bu call me bird head? Hit asked his own question. No one knows. Xiangpa didn't want to think about such a profound question. The realm of nothingness, the 18th universe. Your wish has come true, goodbye. The voice of the Dragon of God sounded. After saying that, the Dragon of God transformed into a ball of golden light. The golden light filled the entire 18th universe. Swoosh! The next moment, the golden light flew rapidly towards the realm of nothingness. It didn't take long for the golden light to fly into the 7th and 6th universes. After a while, the golden light dissipated and turned into huge planets, casually suspended in the space of the two universes. Luo Tian, this time you make a wish, you can make a wish for yourself. The high priest smiled and looked at Luo Tian. First of all, I have to learn to be grateful. It was Bardas's careful teaching that made my angel power purity reach 30. Luo Tian answered neither humbly nor arrogantly, so this wish must be given to Bardas. Her only hobby is to like food. I hope she can enjoy her favorite food on earth. The high priest gazed at Luo Tian with approval again. This little guy is indeed worthy of praise. For ordinary people, getting 7 Super Dragon Balls will definitely realize their own selfish desires. But Luo Tian didn't do that. It's worthy of being a person who transformed into an angel after several years. Next, you and Mels help each other to find the Kai King God suitable for the 18th universe. After the high priest finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Luo Tian suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why do I feel like you are painting a pie for me? What do you mean by calling Mers to train the King of the Worlds? What if his King of the Worlds wins the 18th universe will be under his management in the future? Luo Tian thought about it and it was true. After all, Mers is the son of the High Priest. If the High Priest doesn't let his son manage the 18th universe, can he let me, a completely unrelated human, manage it? Do you want me to develop the 18th universe first, and then hand it over to your son? Luo Tian thought about it and thought it was possible. After all, I'm just a human. Is it not necessary for the High Priest to hand this universe over to me? But Luo Tian thought about it again and felt that it was no big deal. I'll just use the 18th universe as a training exercise. As for what the 18th universe will become in the future, it has nothing to do with me. Anyway, it's up to Mers to clean up the mess. However, Luo Tian felt a little reluctant. No matter what, in Luo Tian's view, Mers is also his friend. Of course, before that, Luo Tian planned to confirm one thing first. That is to see if Mels knows that he may eventually take over the management of the 18th universe from me. Mels, what does your father mean? Why did he let you and I each train a Kai King God? Luo Tian didn't beat around the bush and asked Mels directly. I don't know what the High Priest is thinking. Mels shook his head gently. What if your Kai King God wins? Will the 18th universe be handed over to you to manage? Luo Tian felt that his question just now was not direct enough, so he simply became more direct. No way. Mels was slightly stunned. I haven't thought about managing a universe yet. You see, you are a little insincere when you say that, right? Luo Tian sighed and spread his hands. Insincere? Mels was a little confused and didn't understand what Luo Tian meant. You said you haven't thought about managing a universe yet, so what about you in the future? Luo Tian asked, staring at Mel's eyes without blinking. Angels don't lie, especially Mel's. Luo Tian knew that this guy's lying skills were average. What will happen in the future? Let's talk about it later. Mel smiled slightly. Since the High Priest has decided to let you take charge of this universe, there must be a reason for the High Priest. Luo Tian, a short silence. What I mean is that I don't have much interest in taking charge of a universe. When I have managed this universe well, you can take charge of it. Luo Tian smiled, floated in the air, and gently patted Mel's shoulder. How can I feel embarrassed? Mel shook his head gently, as if he had no intention of taking over. What Luo Tian can be sure of now is that Mels does not intend to take over a universe at present. And he does not know what the High Priest is thinking. Of course, as to whether the High Priest will let Mels take over the 18th universe in the future, those are all Luo Tian's guesses. It may not be true. Anyway, for Luo Tian himself, just treat it as a practice. Luo Tian now wants to see if he can purify the angel power to 40 and then transform into a real angel. In any case, transform into a real angel first. It's all nonsense to say more about other things. Only when one's own strength is improved to a certain level can one gain a foothold in this universe. Luo Tian, which universe should we start from to find a suitable Kai King God? Mels turned his head and asked Luo Tian. Chapter 119 High Priest, I am optimistic about Luo Tian. What's your opinion? Luo Tian asked back. The High Priest asked us to help each other, I want to hear your opinion first. Mels replied with a smile. Mels, actually I already have a suitable candidate, but he is too young now, not suitable yet. Luo Tian sighed slightly. Hey? You already have a suitable candidate? Mels was quite surprised at the time. Why didn't I think of training a suitable Kai King god in advance? I feel like since you appeared, I always follow your steps. Mels felt a little heartbroken. Can you tell me where he is? Mels asked with some curiosity. The seventh universe, Earth. Luo Tian answered truthfully, he is also my people. Is there another Saiyan on Earth in the seventh universe? Mels was a little surprised. Originally, Mels thought that there were only 2 Saiyans on the Earth of the 7th universe, Luo Tian and Broly. I didn't expect there was another one. I remember. Jack went to Earth at that time, probably for another Saiyan, right? By the way, let me correct you, it should be called the Earth of the 6th universe now, because the Earths of the 2 universes have been swapped. Luo Tian added. Mels didn't have much idea about the swap of the Earths of the 2 universes. What Mels is considering now is what level Luo Tian's tribesman is at. Is he really suitable to become a qualified Kai King god? What's his name? Mels asked. Kakarot. Luo Tian answered. This is indeed the name of a Saiyan. Mels said, and immediately checked Kakarot on the Earth of the 6th universe through the scepter crystal ball in his hand. Project a shadow, so that I can also see how it is now. Luo Tian suggested. Okay. Mels did not object. With the location and name, it was easy for Mels to check the movements of a human. In just 3 to 5 seconds, Mels successfully found Kakarot on the Earth of the 6th universe and projected it. Pop! A holographic image appeared on the white planet. In the image, it was Kakarot, who was only 3 years old. At this moment, Kakarot was playing in Baizai Mountain, jumping up and down like a monkey, tumbling back and forth. Kakarot swung violently on the branches and landed on another big tree. Then, Kakarot fell from the tree and landed on the ground. Because he did not stand firmly, Kakarot fell to the ground and fell on his head. Kakarot got up from the ground, patted the dirt on his body slowly, and grinned foolishly. Just then, a wolf suddenly appeared in front of Kakarot, and grinned at him, drooling all over the ground. Kakarot scratched his head and drooled too. Swoosh! The wolf rushed towards Kakarot. Kakarot punched the wolf on the head. The wolf was knocked to the ground, and many little stars appeared in front of his eyes. Kakarot stepped forward and picked up a wooden stick, and poked the wolf's butt. Ah! The wolf screamed. However, the wolf couldn't scream anymore. Because the wooden stick stuck out of his mouth. Is it him? Myers wiped the sweat from his forehead. Sure enough, Saiyans are very wild. But, this little guy doesn't seem to be that great. And he looks quite cruel, not like a suitable candidate for the king of the worlds. This guy is called Kakarot's little guy, if compared with Broly, is simply a world apart. Broly's fighting style can easily tear Kakarot into several halves. Luo Tian, although the Kai King does not need to be very strong in combat, it should at least be about the same, at least reach the level of the Kai King of the 7th universe. Myers taught Luo Tian, and was also afraid that Luo Tian would find such a weak Kai King. Although the Kai King does not require high combat power, you can't find a weak Kai King. Oh? Really? Luo Tian said casually. Because, the Kaishin must at least have the ability to protect himself. Myers explained, think about it, if the Kaishin goes to develop a planet and encounters powerful humans on the planet who cannot protect themselves, how can he develop this planet? Therefore, although the Kaishin's choice does not need to have particularly strong strength, it should at least be roughly the same. It's okay, I believe in him, maybe in time, Kakarot will grow into an outstanding warrior. Luo Tian smiled and showed confidence on his face. You are really confident. Myers smiled and felt a little relieved. This time I will definitely not lose to you in the choice of the Kaishin. The Kaishin I chose must be much stronger than this little guy. This Saiyan named Kakarot is not very suitable to be a real Kaishin in any aspect. Let's not talk about anything else, just his strength. According to Frisia's calculation, Kakarot's combat power is only 5 now, right? Well, a scumbag with a combat power of only 5. Luo Tian suddenly said. Mels, your description is so appropriate. Mels felt that what Luo Tian said was really right. Sure enough, he is just a scumbag with a combat power of 5. Are you sure you still want to choose him? Mels asked again. Mels, I won't fight with you this time. I decided to give him to you and let you choose first. Luo Tian pointed to Kakarot in the projection. Mels didn't want to talk anymore. Did you say him out on purpose so that I could choose him? I won't be fooled. Before, I grabbed Broly first, and you had no choice but to choose Majin Buu, right? Luo Tian asked with a smile. You saw it. Mels smiled awkwardly. So this time, I gave you the best candidate. Am I good enough for you? Luo Tian said seriously. The universe is so big, and there are 12 universes. I can't always choose from the Earth, right? Myers politely refused, and said apologetically, I'm really sorry, Luo Tian, if you really want to choose him, listen to my advice, he is really not suitable. Myers, you don't understand. Luo Tian shook his head. Myers? Why don't I understand? I should understand the king of the worlds better than you, right? Myers, only by training him from childhood and waiting for him to truly grow up, you will feel a sense of accomplishment. Luo Tian said with a smile. What you said makes sense, but his starting point is too low. I think no matter how he is trained, it will be difficult for him to grow into a qualified Kaishin. Myers had a different opinion on this and shook his head and replied, I won't talk about other aspects first, just saying that he is a scumbag. This is what you brought up with his little strength, it's probably very difficult to improve. I feel that his talent is not as good as Vegeta we saw a while ago. I dare say that in the next few years, he will be able to easily press Vegeta to the ground and rub him. Luo Tian pondered. That's not necessarily true. Myers disagreed with Luo Tian's statement. Based on his current level, if Vegeta glared, this Kakarot might be beaten to death. So, do you want to train Vegeta? Luo Tian smiled. Myers, are you going to dig a hole for me again? Vegeta's personality is obviously not suitable for training as a Kaishin. Myers shook his head decisively. Which universe do you plan to go to find a suitable human to train? Luo Tian asked. Take your time to look for someone. The universe is so big that you will always find the right person. Myers said with a smile. Then let's work hard together. Luo Tian stopped interfering with Myers's affairs. After the two finished talking, they looked at the projection again. Just then, a white-bearded old man in a martial arts uniform walked out of the projection. The old man walked to Kakarot with a kind face and rubbed his head lovingly. Grandpa, look, I caught a big wolf. Kakarot grinned. Not bad, not bad. Our Goku has learned to hunt so quickly. Old Gohan said softly. Goku? Myers was slightly startled, then took the scepter to check it, and immediately understood. After he arrived on Earth, he accidentally fell off a cliff while playing and lost his memory, but he survived with his tenacious vitality. Later, the old man on this Earth changed his name. Now he is called Sun Wukong. Names don't matter. Luo Tian smiled. This is the Sun Wukong I like. A person with a naive character. The realm of nothingness. Moscow hid in this void, quietly waiting for something. This time, Moscow would he had to find a way to find the murderer who killed his son. Moscow guessed that it was most likely Broly who did it. Of course, that Majin Buu was also suspected. I'll give you a good beating this time. I don't believe you won't tell the truth. Just at the moment when Moscow was waiting patiently. Swish! A figure flashed and quickly appeared in front of Moscow. When Moscow saw the appearance of the person coming clearly, he was shocked at the time, and his face changed again and again. Jigu! Jigu! Moscow knelt down and bowed quickly. Moscow, what are you doing here? The high priest looked at Moscow without much expression on his face and asked. Jigu Jigu Jigu, Moscow replied with a guilty conscience. Oh? Are you really just wandering around here? The high priest smiled, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, forming a shallow arc. Moscow was even more frightened, as if the high priest had seen through his thoughts. However, Moscow did not dare to admit his true purpose, so he could only kneel down obediently and pretend not to speak. You are here to ask Broly or Majin Buu if they killed your son, right? The high priest asked with a smile. Moscow's face changed again and again, and he knelt even lower. The high priest said no more, just looked at the huge robot coldly. Jigu Jigu Jigu. Moscow hesitated for a moment and nodded vigorously. Don't ask me to make the decision for you, this is your own business. The high priest said calmly. Moscow was silent. Besides, there are many ways to ask questions, you can't just think of asking answers through violence. The high priest looked calm. Moscow was slightly stunned, but a little confused. There was silence for about 3 seconds again. Jigu? Moscow asked with some confusion and nervousness. The high priest did not answer this question, but looked directly at Moscow. Moscow was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. No, to be precise, it was Mulu in Moscow's body who was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. Fortunately, Mulu was in Moscow's body, and he was confident that the high priest should not be able to see his expression. If you are sure that he killed your son, I will not interfere in your affairs. The high priest spoke slowly. Jigu. Moscow was slightly happy in his heart and hurriedly thanked him. It's enough to have the high priest's words. You don't interfere means I can take revenge? But if someone complains to me about this matter, I will ask for evidence. The high priest continued, if you can't produce evidence, you know what the consequences will be. Jigu. Moscow was startled in his heart and agreed immediately. Don't hurt irrelevant people. The high priest added before leaving. Ji. Moscow responded hurriedly, Jigu. Jigu. You are very sensible. That's right, after all, he is my child. As for Luo Tian, I am more optimistic about him and hope that he can become a real angel. After the high priest said this, he moved and disappeared in an instant. In just a moment, the high priest left the scene and disappeared without a trace. Moscow knelt for several seconds before slowly standing up and taking a deep breath. It seems that even if I want revenge, the high priest will not interfere. It was them who killed my son first. But do we need evidence? Where can I get the evidence? Also, what does the high priest mean we can't just think of asking for the answer through violence? What is the real meaning of this sentence? Mulu in Moscow's body racked his brains but couldn't think of a good way. In desperation, Mulu took out a round communicator from his pocket and contacted his good friend Saidara. At present, Mulu felt that among the 12 universes, the one with whom he had the best relationship was Saidara, the god of destruction of the 9th universe. Who doesn't have 1 or 2 friends? And Saidara is quite smart. Maybe he can help to find a solution. Mulu no longer hesitated and immediately pressed a button on the communicator. Soon, a voice that sounded like an old man in his 60s or 70s came from the other end of the communicator. Isn't this Moscow? Are you going to talk to me in a twittering voice? I've said in advance that only the angels can understand your voice, and I don't understand bird language. Saidara, I'm Mulu, not Moscow. Do you know about the election of the god of destruction in the 18th universe? Mulu asked. The competition is over, right? Why didn't you contact me before the competition? Are you afraid that I would let my people win the championship if I knew? Saidara snorted coldly. You know I don't mean that. Mulu was embarrassed by what he said. Forget it, I'm not interested in that kind of competition. Saidara chuckled, compared to taking people to participate in the competition, I would rather spend my life in my own universe. You don't have to care. That's good. Mulu responded. But then again, which universe won the final victory? Saidara asked curiously. You may not believe it, but there is a human in the 7th universe who has cultivated the power of angels, and the great priest de people planned to train him as an angel, and it was this person who brought out the trainee god of destruction who won the final victory. Mulu told the truth. Oh? There are humans who have cultivated the power of angels? The high priest wants to train him into an angel? Saidara was a little surprised, and his voice was a bit thoughtful. Yes, after all, the number of angels is limited. Humans can suddenly cultivate into angels. If this precedent is set, more angels can be cultivated in the future, right? Maybe. Mulu is not very interested in who becomes an angel, and he is even less interested in more angels appearing in the universe. Now Mulu just wants to know who killed his son. You contacted me, not just for this matter, right? Saidara knew that Mulu would never just find him to chat. You know Saidara, our universe is a high-tech planet, and artificial intelligence is very unique. Mulu smiled, and after our hard research, we have developed a new female robot. She has a realistic body and excellent service. I specially asked them to tailor one according to your preferences. You will definitely be satisfied. Oh? Is there such a thing? Saidara was indeed tempted. Let me tell you first, if I am not satisfied, I will not appreciate it. You can rest assured, you should believe in the technological level of our universe. Mulu smiled. Where are you? I won't look for you now. Saidara was a little impatient. I'm in the realm of nothingness. Mulu replied, it will take you several hours to fly here, right? Coincidentally, the Kai King God is playing here. I will ask him to take me there. If your robot service is good, I will also help my Kai King God to build one. Saidara smiled. Okay, okay. Mulu nodded and agreed readily. Swish. Just a moment later, the 9th universe's king of the gods, Lore, appeared beside Moscow with the god of destruction, Saidara. Moscow was no longer surprised. It was so convenient to have the king of the gods as a means of transportation. It was a pity that we, the gods of destruction, were not allowed to learn teleportation. Even the angels were not allowed to use it. This was the rule of the god realm. Quick, take out your robot and have a look. Did you bring it with you? Saidara asked impatiently. Today, 15,000 words have been updated. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Some people commented, what if the Earth is changed? Will it affect the subsequent plot? I said no, just watch it. I have already thought about the subsequent development. By the way, does anyone give me a reward? Just give me something. Chapter 120. What does the High Priest mean? The 9th universe's god of destruction, Saidara, is an old man with a red beard and red hair. He is short, looks a little wretched, and has dark green skin. Pa. Mulu opened the door of Moscow's cabin, walked out, and took out a delicate little box and threw it to Saidara. Saidara caught the delicate little box with one hand and opened it. Shua! At the moment Saidara opened the box, a holographic image was projected on the box. Many light spots in the image quickly gathered together, and in just a blink of an eye, they condensed into a charming woman with green skin. The woman was so beautiful, both in figure and appearance. A destroyer like Saidara has seen many alien beauties, but has never seen such an outstanding woman. Lord Saidara, I am number 7, you can call me Zyuki. The beauty said softly, and walked in front of Saidara and took his arm. Saidara immediately felt the turbulent waves on his arm. What material are you made of? Saidara pinched Zyuki's skin curiously. It is condensed from the H85 particles of energy light. Mula smiled, I don't know how those scientists made it. You can see if you are satisfied with it first. I'll try it first. Saidara smirked and immediately took the beautiful robot Zyuki away. Zyuki is almost the same as a real person, showing an expression of reluctance and shyness. After seeing Zyuki's expression, Saidara became even more excited. This high technology. It's amazing. And her skin is tender and tender. It's no different from the real thing. Her technology is very good, it's tailor-made for you, come on, don't embarrass the god of destruction. Mula laughed. Embarrassing? Humph, are you kidding? Saidara smiled disapprovingly, and quickly left the scene with Xiaoqi. The Kaishin looked at the robot with a fiery face, and also showed a face of expectation, and even a little eager to try. A short silence. Lord Saidara, how about joining us? The Kaishin lord smiled meanly. Get lost. Do you look like a Kaishin like this? Saidara shouted angrily. Ha ha ha, how come I don't look like one? I just like beautiful women and share the same hobbies with you. I am conscientious at work, even if I am a big the priest is here, and there is nothing wrong with it. Lore replied with a smile. Saidara no longer paid attention to Lore, and walked away with the shy Zyuki. 3 minutes later, Saidara came back with the unsatisfied Zyuki. So short? Mula was happy. The technology is really good as a destroyer, it only takes 3 minutes. Saidara sighed, I feel like I'm old, ha ha ha, it's not your fault, she was originally for your exclusive service. Mula smiled. Then I won't be polite, from now on she is mine. Saidara was still very satisfied with this robot. It has constant temperature and humidity, and is very intelligent, with very good technology and a faint fragrance. The technology of the third universe is really advanced. How did you make such a good robot? Zyuki showed a shy expression again, like a real woman. Lord Mula, can you make one for me? Lore asked with some expectation and excitement. Of course it's no problem, it's just a matter of one word from me. Mula patted his chest. Tell me, what do you need me to do for you? Saidara quickly understood what Mula meant. Saidara, my son is dead, Mula said, his face suddenly became gloomy, clenched his fists tightly, and the 2 horns on his head were trembling slightly. Tell me in detail. Saidara knew that things were not as simple as he thought. After all, as a god of destruction, his son's death should be easy to solve. Now he actually asked me for help. That means there must be something difficult to solve. Mula told Saidara and Lore everything about his son, even his doubts. At the same time, Mula told Saidara and Lore everything the high priest said. Hearing Mula's words, Saidara and Lore also fell into deep thought. Only you can help me with this matter, Saidara. Mula's eyes were red, and the thought of revenge kept him awake at night. The high priest means that there must be evidence. Saidara shook his head gently. So, can you help me find evidence? Mula asked again. This matter is actually not difficult, nor easy, mainly because we don't know what the little kid named Broly likes. Saidara pondered. Do you have any ideas? Mula asked. Where is he now? Saidara asked again. I have been guarding here, he should not have left the 18th universe. Mula thought for a while and answered. Let's go and take a look. Saidara said, we will act according to the situation at that time, and try to speak less. I have my own arrangements. Thank you, Saidara. Mule hurriedly thanked him. It's okay, Muse, that little guy, I held him in my arms back then. I didn't expect him to be reincarnated so soon. Sidera sighed. Mule's eyes turned red again. As a god of destruction, it is difficult for him to have offspring. Muse is also the only offspring of Mule, and he was reincarnated like this. Mule was very angry and had to find the murderer who killed his son. Mule and I will go there. Sidera suggested, King of the Worlds, you go back first. Lore did not object, but he hesitated to speak before leaving, looking at Mule from time to time. Mule quickly understood what Lore meant, suppressed his sadness, patted his chest and promised, when I return to the third universe, I will let them build a robot for you. Thank you so much. Lore thanked him. But then again, I remember that there seems to be no distinction between male and female King of the Worlds, right? Mule asked a little strangely. Although there is no gender difference among the Kaishan, it does not mean that we Kaishan cannot like women. Lore said with a smile, and added, of course, we can also like men. As he said that, Lore threw a wink at Muru. Mule was so scared that he curled up and quickly jumped into Mosco's body and closed the hatch. Lore laughed even more happily, and stepped forward to touch Mosco's mechanical body. Mule resisted the urge to slap Lore to death with a slap, and let his dirty hands wander on Mosco's body. What's so good about a robot? Then I'll leave first. After Lore finished speaking, he immediately used instant movement to leave. Let's go too. Sidera suggested. The 18th universe, on the White Planet. Luotian was still discussing things about the Kaishan with Mels. Luotian, I will be away for a while and go out to find a suitable human. Mels suggested. Okay, then you go. Luotian nodded, without objection, I'll go back to Earth in the 6th universe first. Mels, the High Priest didn't seem to say that he wanted us to stay on this planet and train well. Luotian, it's not too late to leave when you have honed your angelic power to a certain extent. Mels shook his head and suggested to Luotian, besides, isn't Mr. Sun Wukong still very young now? It doesn't make much sense for you to go now. Didn't I say that we should cultivate from a young age? Luotian said confidently. But I think the most important thing now is to purify the angelic power. Mels said again. Where can't it be purified? Do you mean that it can't be purified on Earth, pure? Luotian smiled slightly. Mers was silent. How can I not say anything? While the two were talking, two purple-red streams of light flashed in the sky. Luotian and Mels looked at the two purple-red streams of light in the sky at the same time. It's Moscow. Mels lowered his voice, frowned slightly, and whispered, what is he doing here? Luotian did not speak. The other one is Sidera, the god of destruction of the 9th universe. Mels explained to Luotian again. Let's see first. Luotian pondered, and it was not clear what the two gods of destruction were doing here. Pa! Moscow and Sidera fell from the sky and landed on the spotless white ground. Congratulations, I heard that the newly restored 18th universe has selected a new god of destruction. Sidera came forward and greeted with a smile. Moscow said nothing and followed Sidera obediently. It's Lord Sidera. Mels stepped forward and saluted. You are Mels, right? Sidera stepped forward and patted Mel's shoulder eagerly. I heard that you are training in the 7th universe? Yes, I am currently training with the Galaxy Patrol in the 7th universe. Mels told the truth. This is Luotian, right? Sidera took Luotian's hand affectionately again. You are really amazing. You can cultivate the power of angels at a young age. This is the first time that humans have cultivated the power of angels, right? You must work hard and strive to transform into a real angel as soon as possible. Luotian simply made a polite remark, but in his heart he was thinking about the real purpose of Sidera's coming here. I was going to bring people to participate in the competition, but unfortunately something happened to delay me. After finishing the things at hand, I plan to come and watch the competition. Unfortunately, I am still late. Saidara sighed for a while, shook his head, and pointed at Moscow behind him. I met Moscow halfway, and he told me about it. He also heard it from Campelli. Jigu. Moscow nodded behind him. I came here just to see what the new god of destruction Broly looks like. There is no other meaning. Just get to know each other. After all, everyone will be the god of destruction in the future. Saidara laughed and said in a seemingly cheerful manner. Jigu. Moscow also followed. Moscow, don't speak bird language here, I'm afraid Mels can't understand it. Saidara said with a smile. Mers was just about to say that he could understand. At this time, Broly and Majin Buu came back from a distance. This planet is not big. The two of them circled the planet and found nothing to eat. Both Broly and Majin Buu were very disappointed. Broly saw Moscow's tall figure from a distance, and he was angry at the time, and his body trembled violently. Majin Buu looked at Broly strangely, and he didn't understand why he had such an expression. Broly thought about it carefully, and seemed to understand a lot of things quickly. He scratched his head, and the anger in his eyes disappeared immediately. Why should I be angry about that? Although he beat me up, I tore his son apart. Besides, I am not his opponent at all now. I heard that Luotian meant that when my strength reaches the purity of angel power equivalent to 50, I can compete with the real god of destruction. I only have 20 now, which is far from enough. You are Broly, right? Ha ha ha, as expected, you are tall and handsome, heroic and vigorous in your majestic figure. Saidara held Majin Buu's hand and greeted him with a smile. Majin Buu? I am not Broly. I am Majin Buu. But what you said about tall and handsome, heroic and vigorous in your majestic figure, you said it very well. I almost wanted to turn you into chocolate just now. Jigu. Moscow pointed at Broly on the side. This is Broly. Sorry. Saidara bent down and shook hands with Broly. Who are you? Broly asked. Let me introduce myself. I am Saidara, the god of destruction of the 9th universe. Saidara replied with a smile, his red beard fluttering in the wind, and a bit of pride on his face. Broly didn't say anything. To celebrate your becoming the god of destruction, I'll take you out to play? I'll definitely let you play with fun things. Saidara laughed and greeted Broly. Broly's eyes lit up at that time. To put it bluntly, Broly is only 5 years old after all, and he's still a few months away from 6 years old. Children of this age certainly like to play. Even Saiyans are no exception. Majin Buu showed a look of expectation and quickly pointed to his nose. I am also one of the candidates for the god of destruction. Although I was not selected. But I also want to go out to play. You want to play too? Of course, no problem. You can come together. Saidara agreed readily. I like to play. You can ask around. By the way, Mers should know my personality, right? Indeed, Lord Saidara is quite unique in this aspect. Myers nodded in acknowledgement. Then it's settled happily. Saidara said with a smile, 2 angels, come together? I believe you also like the game of the god of destruction, right? We won't go. Mels refused tactfully. You said it so directly, it would be a bit too much for Luotian and I to go there. Luotian always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. In short, Luotian had a bad premonition and didn't want Broly to leave with them. However, Luotian couldn't watch Broly for a lifetime. If Broly really wanted to go, Luotian didn't want to spoil his fun. Let's go. Saidara greeted Broly. Although Broly showed an expectant look, he still looked in the direction of Luotian, wanting to ask for his opinion. Majin Buu nodded vigorously, and was a little impatient. He had no eyes for Mers. Mers, also in training the god of destruction, the Majin Buu I found was a failure. This time to train the Kai King God, I must find a more outstanding person. I can't lose to Luo Tian again. The high priest is right. I lost to Luo Tian, I must not lose to him in the choice of King Kai. It's a good thing that Majin Bu goes out to play with me, so I can go out to find my King Kai with peace of mind. Mers is eager to let Majin Bu go free, so that he doesn't have to watch him cause trouble everywhere. And letting Majin Bu follow Sidera, Mers can save a lot of worry. Also, Majin Bu and Broly together, I believe they can learn a lot. Therefore, Mers is very in favor of Majin Bu going out to play with Sidera. Broly, come here. Luo Tian called to Broly. Go, go. Sidera laughed and stepped forward to pat Broly on the shoulder. You have just become the trainee god of destruction of the 18th universe. There are many things that need to be arranged by the angels. This is a very normal thing. Luo Tian, I don't mean to sow discord. I am just truthfully explaining the relationship between our god of destruction and the angels. It doesn't matter. Luo Tian smiled, but did not refute. I always feel that this guy named Sidera is up to no good. But it is unrealistic for Luo Tian or Broly to challenge a god of destruction. And the other party is two gods of destruction. Let alone two gods of destruction, if there is only one god of destruction, it is not as simple as fighting with Xiangpa. Luo Tian thought positively, maybe he really just wanted to build a relationship with Broly. After all, Broly will definitely grow into an outstanding god of destruction in the future. If we start to build a relationship now, won't the relationship be stronger when we grow up in the future? When Broly really grows up, won't the relationship be stronger? When he grows up, it will be too late to come and try to make connections. As for the death of Muse, Luo Tian felt that he had done it perfectly, and it would be strange if his father Myolo knew about it. Besides, Muse has been reincarnated, and there is really no evidence. Luo Tian took Broly aside and kept a distance from Sidera to ensure that they could not hear what was said here. Luo Tian thought about it seriously and felt that it was time for Broly to train alone for a while. This is his only way. You can't always be with him, right? After all, he has become an intern god of destruction now. Broly, take this. Luo Tian took off the watch and handed it to Broly. Chapter 121 Ling Long, I haven't met such an interesting person for a long time. Broly was slightly stunned, scratched his head, and waved his hand quickly to indicate that he didn't want it. Wear it when you are in danger. Luo Tian took Broly's hand and put the watch on him personally. This is Iron Man's watch. Luo Tian believed that the characteristics of this watch had nothing to do with the previous robot named Luke. After all, it was Bardos who melted that robot himself. Moreover, Luo Tian specifically told Broly to wear it when he was in danger. Broly rubbed his eyes and wanted to cry. No one has ever been so nice to me since I was a child. If your life is in danger, there is a communicator on the armor after you put it on. You can contact me immediately and then escape from the scene. Luo Tian patted Broly's watch and warned him solemnly. Broly nodded repeatedly. And Luo Tian pondered, when you go out, take care of yourself. You can't believe all the words of other gods of destruction, especially be careful that they dig a pit for you to jump into. Broly nodded solemnly again and muttered, if there is a pit I will bury the pit. I always feel that the god of destruction Sidera has ulterior motives. Be careful. Luo Tian reminded again. At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly felt like Broly's father. My son is leaving to venture out. As a father, I am a little worried. As he said, Luo Tian took out a dozen senzu beans and stuffed them into Broly's hands. These are senzu beans. Eating one can immediately restore your physical strength and energy. Luo Tian said. Broly's eyes were moist. I feel that my father has never treated me so well. By the way, where is my father? Should I go back to see him? My father. Broly scratched his head. If you want to go back, go back. Luo Tian did not object. After all, Broly's current strength means his father can no longer control him. Broly nodded again. But try not to go back with other gods of destruction. Find time to go back alone. Luo Tian thought about it and added. Okay. Broly nodded in agreement. Go. Luo Tian patted Broly on the shoulder. Luo Tian thought seriously about the Iron Man suit and decided to let Broly use it temporarily. After all, Luo Tian himself is not very useful at the moment. And Luo Tian is basically with Myers. If there is any danger, doesn't Myers take care of it? Besides, even gods of destruction like Sidera know that I am a human who wants to become an angel, and they should not deliberately target me. So this Iron Man suit is most suitable for Broly. It can also be regarded as a life-saving ability for him. After all, this is the first time Broly has left Luo Tian to venture out, and Luo Tian always feels a little uneasy. But Luo Tian can't follow Broly everywhere. Besides, Broly will grow up slowly. This is his experience. Luo Tian also has his own experience. Seeing Luo Tian telling Broly something, Myers was not idle either. He also called Majin Buu to his side and gave him a lot of instructions. Those two are gods of destruction, real gods of destruction, stronger than me. Myers looked heavy and said to Majin Buu, you can't turn them into chocolate again. It doesn't work. Do you understand? Majin Buu opened his mouth and showed a look of surprise. Are those two guys stronger than Myers? I have to be careful. It's a pity that I can't turn them into chocolate. In addition, you can't turn other humans into chocolate at will. It's wrong to do that. Myers solemnly instructed again. I know, I know. Majin Buu nodded to deal with the task. Learn more from Broly, and discuss many things together. Myers said again. Majin Buu nodded again to show that he understood. Also don't cause trouble for me. Myers was still not at ease. Are you done? Majin Buu was a little impatient, opened his triangular eyes, and looked unhappy. Myers subconsciously grabbed the scepter in his hand, but tragically found that the scepter was still in Luo Tian's hand. Myers, snap! Myers condensed a phantom of the scepter and pretended to knock the phantom on the ground. Majin Buu's face turned pale, and he immediately bowed. Go! Myers was slightly relieved. Majin Buu turned and left. I won't come back after I leave. I won't play with you. I'm going to find a place where you can't find me. Broly and Majin Buu returned to Sidera and Moscow. Pop! The hatch on Moscow's belly opened. Mule stepped out of the hatch. Ha ha ha, Broly, we are acquainted after fighting, right? Mule laughed, stepped forward and took Broly's hand and said affectionately. Broly didn't say anything, but looked into Moscow's belly quietly. You don't still hate me, do you? Mule said with a smile, I was wrong at that time, I apologize to you here, I hope you don't mind. Broly shook his head and didn't say much. Luo Tian, I'm sorry for what happened last time. If you had told me your identities earlier, I wouldn't have been so impulsive. Mule said a little embarrassedly, full of apology in his words. It doesn't matter. Luo Tian simply smiled and dealt with it. Then, let's go. I'll show you around first and explain to you what the God of Destruction needs to do. Sidera greeted Broly and Majin Buu, and waved to Luo Tian and Myers, two angels, goodbye. Okay, sir, I'll take care of Broly and Buu. Myers saluted politely. Luo Tian simply nodded, not as polite as Myers. Let's go. Sidera extended his hand in a friendly manner and said to Broly, come on, Broly, I'll take you flying and let you experience the speed of the God of Destruction. Then I'll take you flying. Mayul pointed at Majin Buu, then jumped into Moscow's body and closed the hatch. Moscow stretched out his big hand. Majin Buu nodded thoughtfully and held his mechanical big hand together. Pop! A purple-red light burst out from Sidera and Moscow, and the light quickly covered Broly and Majin Buu. Swoosh! The four of them turned into a bright purple-red flame, quickly rushed into the starry sky, and soon disappeared under the gaze of Luo Tian and Myers. After seeing the four disappear, Myers gradually withdrew his gaze. The god of destruction will always have his own growth. I believe they should have no ill intentions, they just simply want to build relationships, you don't have to worry. Myers looked at Luo Tian and said. Which universe are you going to go to? Luo Tian did not answer, but asked. The 11th universe. Myers thought for a while and said seriously. Luo Tian, why did you go to the 11th universe? Didn't you say that you should start looking from the first universe? Luo Tian asked curiously. Before, I did want to start looking for suitable humans from the first universe. Myers smiled, but I suddenly thought of someone and wanted to go over and take a look. Who? Luo Tian was a little nervous. Just now during the game, after Mr. Topo lost, did you hear Mr. Waimei mention someone? Myers smiled mysteriously. Jillian? Luo Tian opened his mouth and said. Myers felt bad at that time. I thought you didn't hear it. Myers wiped his sweat silently. As an angel, you should keep your eyes and ears open. Luo Tian replied. Keep your eyes and ears open? Myers was stunned. What a magical saying, this word describes it so well. Are you going to train Jiren to be a Kai? Luo Tian asked. I heard that Master Waimei meant that if Jiren was called to participate in the competition at that time, Broly would probably not have a chance. Myers smiled slightly, and then murmured in a low voice, so I plan to go to the 11th universe to meet this man named Jiren. If it is suitable, he can be trained to be a Kai. If he can really take the position of Kai, then at least he can easily crush the Sun Wukong you chose in terms of strength. What you said makes a lot of sense. Luo Tian fell into deep thought, and he also repeated Jillian's name a few times. Mel suddenly became a little nervous. Let me make it clear first, I decided on the person first, you can't snatch it from me, Luo Tian. Mel's first gave Luo Tian a shot of prevention, so that he wouldn't pry the person away, and smiled with relief, but I believe you won't do this, aren't you going to the Earth in the 6th universe? We don't act together. No, I want to go to the 11th universe with you. Luo Tian shook his head and said with a firm look. Mels didn't want to talk anymore. You agreed to go to the Earth. How can you change your mind? It was because you said you were going to the Earth that I said you were going to the 11th universe to find Jillian. I now deeply suspect that you are not good intention to follow me to the 11th universe. You might steal my girlfriend. I think you are so right, Mels. Luo Tian sighed, didn't you say that just now? Gaku is too young now. There is no point in staying with him. It is better to let him grow up. So I have decided. I plan to go out with you and visit the 11th universe. Mels was speechless. After a brief hesitation, Mels decided to show his cards to Luo Tian first and said seriously, I have made it clear that if you want to choose someone in the 11th universe, I have no objection, but I decided on Jiren first. Don't worry, I won't compete with you for Jiren. Luo Tian comforted. That's good. Mels breathed a sigh of relief. But what if Jiren doesn't agree to be your Kaishin? Luo Tian suddenly asked. This he will agree. I know humans too well. No human doesn't want to become a god. Mels smiled confidently, just like you, Luo Tian, haven't you always wanted to be a real angel? What if he is missing a string in his brain? Luo Tian asked again. Mels didn't know how to refute. What do you want to say? Mels asked puzzledly. If he doesn't agree to become your Kai, I can trick him into becoming my Kai, right? Luo Tian smiled. Mels, trick? You actually used the word trick? Was Broly also tricked by you at that time? Of course, no problem. Mels thought about it seriously and nodded in agreement. If I can't convince Jiren, I don't believe you can convince him. Just wait and see, I'm going to trick him into a cripple. Luo Tian smiled. Mels? Why is he crippled? Then, let's go now? Mels suggested. Didn't your father tell us to stay and practice for a while? Luo Tian asked. That's true, but the more important thing is to find a kai that suits you as soon as possible, and it won't be too late to come back then. Mers replied. What you said makes sense, let's go. Luo Tian did not object. After he finished speaking, he pretended to knock the scepter in his hand on the ground. Pop! Luo Tian's body burst into a bright flame like a star, and the flame quickly covered himself and Mels. Let's go. Mels. Luo Tian took Mels and turned into a bright stream of light, quickly breaking through the starry sky, leaving the 18th universe in an instant and entering the realm of nothingness. Mers, that's my scepter. Give it back to me. Mers immediately reached out to the scepter and held his scepter tightly, as if he was afraid that the thing would be lost. What are you doing? Luo Tian turned his head and glanced at Mels. Mine, Mels said a little aggrieved. Why do I feel like someone has lent you money and now asks you to return it? I feel like I am in the wrong. You want it? If you want it, just say it. If you don't say it, how can I know you want it? Luo Tian talked endlessly. Mels suddenly felt like a fly was flying in front of his eyes. No more. Mels said angrily. Look at you, Mels. What is the most basic principle of being an angel? Isn't it to have a peaceful heart? Luo Tian sighed, your heart is in chaos. Mels, don't let my appearance affect your mood. Luo Tian taught again. Mels didn't want to talk anymore. Who of us is the angel? Why do I feel that our identities are completely reversed? The 18th universe, on a jade-white planet. The bright light spots quickly gathered together and turned into a beautiful woman. The woman was wearing an angel costume, with silver white hair draped over her shoulders, and holding a scepter in her hand. Ling Long looked up at the direction where Luo Tian and Myers disappeared, and was speechless. Didn't you agree to stay and practice? Why did you leave so soon? This trainee angel named Myers, your rhythm has been deviated. When will you grow up to be a real angel like this? However, that little guy named Luo Tian is indeed very unique. Ling Long smiled and said softly to herself, I haven't met such an interesting person for a long time. I hope he can get what he wants and transform into a real angel. The 9th universe, the universe. Broly, Bu, welcome to the 9th universe. Sidera smiled and greeted Broly and Majin Bu. Tell me, do you two have anything special you want to do? As for the beautiful robot Zyoki, Sidera had already received it in the box. I'm hungry, I want to eat chocolate. Majin Bu patted his stomach. What about you, Broly? Sidera asked Broly again. I want to eat, as long as it's delicious. Broly replied. This is too simple, I will definitely let you eat well and be full. Sidera laughed and pointed to a planet in a distant area. I remember there is a planet over there with good food, and there is chocolate on it, which should suit your taste. Let's go now. Jigujigu. Moscow also made a mechanical sound, opened the hatch, and said with a smile, now that you two said that, I'm a little hungry too. Sidera, go over and eat something. Let's go. Sidera and Moscow smiled at each other, with a playful smile in their eyes. Swoosh! The two of them sped up and quickly landed on an orange planet with Broly and Majin Bu. There is indeed abundant food on this orange planet. It's a pity that these foods are not very delicious. Of course, in addition to these foods, there are also relatively unpalatable chocolates. Pfft! Majin Bu ate a few pieces of chocolate, frowned at the time, and spit out all the chocolate he ate. No one has become delicious. Majin Bu shook his head disappointedly. Broly also scratched his head while eating the unpalatable food, with a look that seemed to be very painful. This made Broly's mind recall the scene of eating insect eggs on the planet Wampa. It's too unpalatable. Broly also spit out the food immediately. Then, Broly and Majin Buu turned their heads together and glared at Sidera. Is it not delicious? Why do I feel it's delicious? Sidera muttered softly. No one has made chocolate delicious. Majin Buu shook his head. So picky. This is already a relatively delicious food. Myolo snorted and said lightly. The two little guys are quite difficult to serve. It's already very good to have this food. You are still picky. Destroy. Sidera did not hesitate at all, and the purple-red energy in his hand flashed and hit the ground of the planet. Pop. In just a moment, the entire planet instantly turned into nothingness, turned into the dust of the universe, and completely disappeared. Broly was stunned. Majin Buu was also startled, and his mouth opened into an O shape. This guy can destroy the planet more than I used to. I used to do this. But now I have a better temper and will not easily destroy the planet. I just want to find something to eat. Chapter 122 I am the trainee Angel Mers, Makarita's younger brother Swish. 4 people appeared in the starry sky. Humph, I've long thought that the food on that planet is not tasty, so there's no need to keep that planet. Sidera said with a smile. Just destroy the planet like that? Broly turned his head and asked. As the god of destruction, we have to destroy useless planets. This is our duty. Sidera explained simply, it's also our job. Broly nodded, indicating that he understood. Majin Buu scratched his head, listening to the lonely. What is a useless planet? Can you explain it clearly? But Broly, the 18th universe you are in now has only one white planet, so you don't need to work for the time being. Sidera explained with a smile, in fact, for the 18th universe, the most needed thing at present should be the King of the Worlds, that is, the God of Creation. The King of the Worlds is responsible for creating planets and creating life. I have seen it. Broly replied. You have seen the King of the Worlds of other universes, right? Sidera smiled. In the future, your 18th universe will have its own King of the Worlds. Once that King of the Worlds appears, your lives will be bound together. Broly scratched his head and raised his eyes slightly. That's right, your lives will be connected together. If one dies, the other will disappear as well. Sidera smiled slightly. Luo Tian said. Broly nodded to show that he understood. Let's go. I'll take you to another planet to see what the food there is like. Sidera said with a smile. Broly and Majin Buu agreed readily, just like two newbies. Whatever you say is true. Anyway, the food on that planet is not delicious at all. Swoosh. The 4 people flew quickly towards another planet. Universe 7, Galactic Patrol Headquarters. In Taisai's room. After writing today's chapter, Taisai uploaded the chapter to Kidian Novels. Then, Taisai found speechlessly that the screen kept spinning when uploading. The network is not good again. Taisai sighed helplessly. There is no way this is the Galactic Patrol, which is very far away from the Earth, and there are often some problems with the signal. For the situation where the uploaded chapters are spinning in circles, Taisai asked the technical department of the Galactic Patrol to solve it. The technical department said that it would take at least a week to deal with the signal problem. Fortunately, the situation of spinning in circles sometimes occurs and sometimes does not. Generally, it will be sent up after spinning, so there is no need to worry about this. Taisai took this opportunity to pick up the phone, found her mother's number and called it. As usual, Taisai would report safety to her parents almost every day and make a video call. However, Taisai soon heard from the other side that the number you dialed is out of service area. Taisai? Taisai was slightly stunned. What's the situation? Is the signal so bad today? Taisai pushed the door and walked out of the room, and went to the technical department to ask about the situation. There is no problem with the signal today, everything is normal. The technical department checked the network system of the Galaxy Patrol and found that there was no malfunction. Why can't the call be connected from the Earth? Taisai asked. Let me see. The technician stepped forward and operated quickly. However, after seeing this, the technician was dumbfounded at the time, his face changed again and again, and he couldn't say anything. What's wrong? Tell me. Taisai had a bad feeling. This, what kind of joke is this? The technician stuttered, pointed at the earth on the screen, and said tremblingly, Earth, how did the earth become like this? The other technicians immediately came over and looked at the miserable appearance of the earth through the display screen. The earth now looks like the end of the world. After seeing the scene of the earth, Taisai was struck by lightning, and her whole body collapsed, sitting on the chair next to her, her face extremely ugly. What happened to the earth? Is the earth in charge of Jack? Call Jack over. Someone suggested. After hearing the news, Jack rushed over immediately. Jack looked at the earth on the screen carefully, and was completely confused. I haven't heard of any world war recently. How could a good planet become a dead star? Are there still people alive? Jack turned his head and asked the technician. According to the investigation, there is no breath of life on the entire planet. Not to mention humans, even animals and plants have disappeared together. The technician answered immediately. Could it be that Saiyan who did it? Jack is still a little upset about the Saiyans. Are you talking about Luotian and Broly? Taisai tried to calm herself down and asked hurriedly. Who else could it be besides the two of them? Jack said in a deep voice, otherwise, how could the earth become like this? Impossible, it is absolutely impossible that the two of them did it. Taisai said affirmatively, they are all good children and will not do such a thing. Then tell me, how could the earth become a dead star? Jack asked. I want to go back and take a look. Taisai made a decision. Don't be silly, there must be some terrible monsters on it, it will be dangerous for you to go back now. Jack said in a deep voice. I don't care, my parents and sister are on that planet, I want to know the answer. Taisai's face turned pale. By the way, there is also my novel. Is my novel still not updated? The end of the world has come, and I wrote so many words in vain. I think I have written nearly 400,000 words. How sad. Well, let's go back and take a look. It's not impossible, but you must obey my orders and don't act on your own. Jack's expression became more and more solemn. Taisai nodded vigorously, her eyes moist. Jack applied to the King of the Galaxy. When the King of the Galaxy heard that the Earth had suddenly turned into a dead star, he also felt the importance of the matter and immediately sent a few assistants to Jack. A spaceship set off from the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol and flew towards the Earth at a high speed. The speed of this spaceship was relatively fast, and it finally appeared above the Earth in just a few hours. The whole planet was lifeless, without a trace of green. The sky also became grey, and even the sea lost its color, like a pool of dead water. How could a good planet become like this? A patrolman sighed, we observed the Earth 2 days ago. I updated the novel yesterday. Taisai became more and more uneasy, and immediately said to Jack, take me back to Zeta quickly, I want to go home. Jack looked at Taisai deeply, but he didn't object after all. He controlled the spacecraft to fly towards Zeta according to the coordinates in his memory. Soon, the spacecraft stopped above Zeta. Thais looked down and found that there were ruins of the city everywhere. She looked at Jack angrily. Jack! This is not Zeta. Do you think I don't know the way? The buildings here are completely different from Zeta. Taisai put her hands on her waist and shouted angrily. Strange, it's so strange. Jack scratched his head and said in a deep voice, the coordinates here are indeed the location of Zeta, it can't be wrong. Team Jack, there is another strange thing. We found that there is something called nuclear radiation on this planet. It is very harmful to the human body. A technician immediately gave an analysis. Nuclear radiation? Jack was stunned. Nuclear radiation? Are you kidding? Taisai was also stunned, wasn't this weapon completely destroyed hundreds of years ago? Destroyed? How did you destroy it? Jake asked curiously. An advanced technological means to eliminate all nuclear weapons and even nuclear power plants and other related things. Taisai replied, I learned about it in history textbooks. It was a great progress for us humans at that time, and at that time, my grandfather's grandfather invented a new energy source that can completely replace nuclear weapons, which are harmful to humans. But the current Earth, according to our analysis, was indeed destroyed by nuclear weapons, and the entire planet is full of nuclear radiation. The technician gave another analysis. Preliminary speculation is that the planet should have been destroyed 300 years ago. There is very little nuclear radiation now. Ah? Destroyed 300 years ago. Is this still the Earth? Taisai was immediately at a loss for words. I called my parents yesterday, and I uploaded a new chapter of the novel. Did you say that the Earth was destroyed 300 years ago? According to the test results, it seems to be the case. The technicians were a little unsure when they said this. Jack, tell me, what's going on? Tais asked Jack quickly. Well, I don't know what's going on. Jack shook his head and ordered, put on radiation protection suits and go down to have a look. The spacecraft landed slowly. Jack and Tais put on radiation protection suits and walked down from the spacecraft. Tais felt more and more that everything here was completely different from the Earth she was familiar with. This was a bit beyond Tais's cognition. Jack was also confused, and then asked the technicians to take some soil and destroyed buildings back to continue research. Half an hour later, the spacecraft set sail and returned to the starry sky. Science fiction novels don't write like this. Tais wanted to cry. The Earth was destroyed 300 years ago. Are you really comforting me? There's no need for us to lie to you. Jack shook his head. No one knows what happened. I want to figure it out too. What about my parents and sister? Taisai showed a worried look on her face, and then added, and what about the novel I wrote that is nearly 400,000 words? Jack, I suddenly feel that your parents and sister don't seem to have much weight in front of your novel. There was a moment of silence. Taisai, you are a respectable writer. Jack sighed. The 11th universe, the proud planet. After more than 3 hours of flying, Luo Tian and Mel's finally appeared above the planet. First, let's find Jillian. Mel's took the scepter and patiently searched for Jillian's location. It is worth mentioning that Luo Tian has already returned the scepter to Mel's. Originally, Luo Tian was just joking with him. Luo Tian didn't want Mel's scepter. Even if I wanted it, wouldn't it be better for me to have Bardas's scepter? Found it, over there. Mel's pointed to a deep forest below and carefully examined Jillian with his staff. 2 minutes later. She's not a beauty. You've seen 2 minutes. Luo Tian said. Mel's, I'm looking at his face. From his face, I can see that Jiren is indeed a kind person. Mel said excitedly. You can tell this? Luo Tian was a little surprised. Can you tell faces? I've seen a lot of people. I can basically judge a person's general character by his face. Mel smiled and showed confidence. I can still tell whether this person is good or bad. Then do you think that King Kai named Zamesu is a good person or a bad person? Luo Tian asked. Mel's? Why do you suddenly talk about Zamesu? Mel's was a little stunned, not understanding why Luo Tian would shift the topic to Zamesu of the 10th universe. Just asking casually, if you don't want to answer this question, just pretend I didn't say anything. Luo Tian looked indifferent. Mel's wiped his sweat silently. After thinking for a while, Mel's gave an analysis. From Zamesu's appearance, he is naturally a good person. After all, the fruits of the core star can grow into the king of the world, and they are all the best fruits. Can those fruits be eaten? Will they make you immortal if you eat them? Luo Tian asked casually. Mel's didn't want to talk anymore. You can always talk to death. But I think Zamesu is not a good person. He has a rebellious mind and will rebel in the future. Luo Tian pondered. Hey? Rebellious? How do you say it? Mels was slightly stunned and looked at Luo Tian in confusion. It means that this person may do something earth-shattering in the future, and this thing will have a great impact on the God realm. Luo Tian sighed. Luo Tian, why don't you go back and accompany Miss Taisai to write a novel? Mels said with a smile. Mels, you have also learned to joke. Luo Tian laughed. This Jiren is indeed a good candidate for the king of the worlds. Mels carefully examined him with the scepter, and the more he looked, the more he liked him. You see, his appearance is also somewhat similar to the king of the worlds. Come and tell me, what is the relationship between his light bulb eyes and the king of the worlds? Luo Tian retorted. Mels was unwilling to pay attention to Luo Tian. I just said that he is suitable to become the king of the worlds and gave him a suitable reason. You are definitely a nitpicker. After half a year, you are more nitpicking than before. What are you going to do? Luo Tian asked. What else can I do? Go to visit him. Mels thought for a while and said seriously. Visit directly? In what capacity? Luo Tian asked again. Of course, as an apprentice angel, what else can I do? Mers replied. What if he is really not interested in the king of the worlds? What are you going to do? Luo Tian asked. Should you knock him out and take him back to train him properly? Mers, you are so rude. I am training the king of the worlds, I can't use the same routine as training the god of destruction. With your current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to knock him out, right? Luo Tian asked again. Mels didn't want to pay attention to Luo Tian. I am also an apprentice angel after all. How can I not beat a human? Although I know this human is very strong, angels are not weak either. As long as you don't fight with all your strength, the angel will not disappear. Besides, this is not a battle, it's just knocking him out. Mels thought about it and suddenly felt that he was led astray by Luo Tian again. I didn't think about knocking Jiren out. You fooled me. I was almost led into a ditch by you again. Mels kept wiping his sweat. He fooled me. Luo Tian, don't say anything, just watch from the side. Mels was afraid that Luo Tian would talk too much and fool Jiren into not wanting to be a Kai King god. Okay, I won't say anything, I'll just watch from the side. Luo Tian readily agreed. Please. Mers said politely. The next moment, Mers and Luo Tian fell from the sky and landed at the door of Jiren's house. The house where Jiren lived was a bit like a paradise, with a private courtyard. At this time, Jiren was floating in the air, closing his eyes to rest. This was a training method of Jiren, a bit like the meditation practice of Sun Gohan and Krillin in the spaceship on the way to Namek. Jiren sensed the sky and the earth, his expression calm. Suddenly, Jiren seemed to sense something, and immediately raised his head and quickly glanced in the direction not far away. At this glance, Jiren immediately found Luo Tian and Mers who fell from the sky. Jiren did not speak, and there was not much expression on his face, and he looked at the two people who landed at the door. Dong dong. Mers stepped forward and knocked on the door. Jiren slowly fell to the ground. Is anyone there? Mers said outside. Jiren, Mr. Jiren, are you at home? Myers asked politely. Jillian didn't want to talk anymore. Didn't we look at each other in the air? You asked. I don't know how to answer. Jillian walked forward slowly and opened the door. Myers immediately bowed to Jillian. Jillian didn't have much reaction, just looked at Jillian up and down. It was easy for Jillian to see from Jillian's outfit to judge his identity. What is your relationship with Makarita? Jiren asked. I am the trainee angel Mels, Makarita's younger brother. Mels answered truthfully. Do you have anything to do? Jiren asked. I want to invite you to be my trainee Kaishin. Mels went straight to the point. I wonder if Mr. Jiren agrees? Let me talk about the update rules. This month, there will be 15,000 words updated every day, 5,000 words per chapter. Update time, more than 6 o'clock in the morning. Update at 6 o'clock in the morning. If you receive monthly tickets or rewards from 3 people, you will update immediately. Chapter 123 Mels, give up, it's my turn. Not interested. Jiren refused decisively. I am not interested in the god of destruction, and you want me to be the god of destruction? Mels, Luo Tian had expected it a long time ago, so there was nothing surprising. According to Luo Tian's analysis, Jiren should be the trainee god of destruction in the 11th universe. However, Jiren is not very interested in the position of the god of destruction. What Jiren wants to pursue is absolute justice. For Jiren, the god of destruction is not a god of justice. In addition, Jiren's greatest ideal is to revive his master Ji Qing. Unfortunately, Ji Qing was killed by the demons and his soul was destroyed. Even the angels could not revive him. If you come here for this purpose, please go back and don't disturb my practice. After Jiren finished speaking, he closed the door directly, issued an order to expel him, and turned around and left. Mers was really speechless. You reject people so quickly. What the hell, let me finish my words. Listen to me, Mr. Jiren. Myers said hurriedly. As an angel, Myers felt that this was the most embarrassing time in history. It was okay for people to not give me face when I was disguised before. Now you are so straightforward in rejecting me. Is Sister Makarita not doing well in this universe? Is it hard for me to speak? Shua. Mers said, and with a move, he entered Jiren's yard in an instant. Luo Tian, are you going to force your way in? You, an apprentice angel, really have a personality. You don't know Jiren's character, and you just go over and invite him to be a Kai? Looking at mirrors who came uninvited, Jiren felt a headache. The god of destruction asked me to be his disciple, and I refused, let alone the king of the world. Jiren refused decisively again, go back, don't waste your time on me. Mr. Jiren, listen to me first, the king of the world and the god of destruction are completely different. I wonder how much you know about the king of the world? Mirrors asked. I don't know, and I don't want to know, I just heard about it. Jiren answered coldly and walked towards the room. Then let me briefly tell you about the duties of the Kaishin. The Kaishin is also called the god of creation, the most Hey? You don't close the door. Can you listen to me finish my words? As Myers was talking, he found that Jillian had entered the room and closed the door. Myers felt sick. Myers, you don't understand the ways of the world at all. What have you learned in all these years in the Galactic Patrol? Luo Tian flew to the yard and sighed to Jillian. Myers was silent, feeling the hardships of the world. He actually refused to invite someone to become a god. What's wrong with this world? Am I trying to hurt you? After being stunned for 10 seconds, Myers spoke. It's really a bit beyond my expectation. Myers sighed, I didn't expect that there are humans who are not interested in becoming gods. Luo Tian also fell into deep thought. Jiren is not interested in becoming a Kai, and Sun Wukong is also not very interested. But the only advantage is that Sun Wukong is still young and can be properly guided. Jiren has already reached adulthood, so it is unlikely that he will become a Kai. Luo Tian has a way to try to persuade Jiren. If this trick doesn't work, then I'm afraid there is really no hope. Are you going to give up? Luo Tian grinned. No, I won't give up. Myers shook his head firmly. How long do you need? Luo Tian asked again. What do you mean? Myers was slightly stunned and asked quickly. Didn't we agree before? If you can't convince him, I will go up and persuade him. If he agrees, it can only be a tragedy for you. Luo Tian laughed happily. Myers, okay, give me 3 days. If he doesn't agree within 3 days, I will give up on him. Myers thought about it and gave a date. Okay. Luo Tian nodded without objection. I'll give you 3 days. Let me see if you can convince Jiren. A planet in the 9th universe. A large open-air round table with luxurious decorations was filled with rich food and various chocolates. Broly was in the beauty enjoy these delicious meals. Majin Buu stuffed chocolates into his mouth piece by piece, and his mouth was almost full. Saidara and Mura were drinking and chatting on the side. There were at least 30 waiters around serving them. One of the waiters even wore a crown, and he was estimated to be the king of this planet. The lord of the planet personally served Saidara without any complaints, and even had a bit of licking. Broly, Buu, did you see that? As the god of destruction, the master of a planet, you have to be respectful in front of us, because we are in charge of his life and death. Saidara smiled and greeted Broly and Buu. Beside Saidara sat the robot Zyoki, who was adding fragrance to his sleeves and drinking some motor oil appropriately. Broly ate in big mouthfuls, and didn't even use chopsticks. It felt more enjoyable to eat with his hands. Majin Buu seemed to be competing with Broly. Seeing Broly eating so fast, he kept stuffing the chocolate on the table into his mouth. The two competed in eating speed. As for what Saidara said just now, Broly and Majin Buu ignored it. Saidara, when are you going to start? Myola couldn't help it and asked in a low voice. Don't worry. Saidara shook his head and whispered, we have only known them for less than a day. Only when they relax their vigilance and regard us as real friends can we get words from them. I understand your feelings, but if your anxiety ruins our plan, then this matter ends here. I know, I'm not in a hurry. Anyway, Muse has been reincarnated. I just need to find the murderer. Myolo's face was gloomy. Can you still be uneasy about what I do? Saidara snorted, smiled and patted Mulo's head. Relax, since you believe that they did it, I think there will be an answer sooner or later. What you need to do now is to build a good relationship with them as soon as possible. Don't forget that there is an angel behind both of them. Didn't the high priest say that as long as we find evidence, it doesn't matter what I do? Mulo frowned and asked in a low voice. That's what the high priest said, but if that human angel and the trainee angel knew about it, do you think this matter can be let go so easily? Saidara snorted and chuckled. By the way, take a closer look at the watch on the wrist of Broly. Watch? What does that mean? Mulo was a little confused. Why did he suddenly mention the watch? You didn't observe carefully enough. Saidara said with a smile, from the first time I saw them, I saw that the watch was worn on the hand of the human angel named Luo Tian, but now it has run to Broly's wrist. Do you know why? It means that they have a good relationship? Mulo asked. Of course, and Luo Tian let Broly wear the watch, which means very clearly that he doesn't want us to bully him. Saidara's mouth corners slightly raised, as if he could see through everyone's mind. Even if he is bullied, what can we do? He is just a human angel. He is not as strong as Mers. Mulo smiled contemptuously, but then again, this kind of person also wants to become an angel? I don't believe it anyway. Maybe his angel power is just a flash in the pan. He is not strong, but don't forget how old he is. He seems to be only 5 years old. Saidara sighed, and added, Broly is also only 5 years old, right? Maybe their family is more precocious. Mulo guessed. Anyway, the first thing to do is to build a good relationship with them. When they are careless, there are ways to get them to talk. Saidara smiled more and more brilliantly, winked at Mulo, and looked at the wine bottle on the table. Mulo understood and came to Broly and Majin Buu with the wine bottle. Because the round table was very large, Broly and Majin Buu did not hear the words between Mulo and Saidara just now. Broly, Buu, it's so boring to just eat chocolate and eat, let's drink some wine. Mulo put the wine bottle next to Broly and Majin Buu. Not interested. Majin Buu shook his head. Children can't drink. Broly replied. Mulu, you are an apprentice god of destruction now, are you also a child? Mulu asked unhappily. Even if I become the strongest god in the universe, a child is still a child after all. Broly answered with confidence. Then do as you please. Mulu shook his head and turned away. After returning to Saitara, Mulu shrugged his shoulders at Saitara. Don't worry, we've only just started. Saitara looked confident. You're right, we've only been together for a day. Mulu nodded. The sixth universe, Xiongpa planet. In Xiongpa's castle. Xiongpa silently opened the Sunflower Manual and fell into deep thought while looking at the words on it. Then, Xiongpa immediately shook his head. No, I feel more and more like this is a trap waiting for me. I won't be fooled. Xiongpa snorted, condensed purple-red destructive energy in his hand, and was about to destroy the book. But the next moment, Xiongpa took the destructive energy back to himself's body. What if it's true? This book is so right. The world's martial arts can only be broken by speed. It can be seen from the previous competition with Luotian and Broly that they are indeed very amazing in terms of speed. No human can reach such a fast speed. Also they are only 5 years old. It will take several months for them to turn 6. At such a young age, one can cultivate the power of angels, and the other has supernatural energy, and was chosen as the new god of destruction of the 18th universe. Maybe this book really worked. But let me practice. I don't think I have the courage. Why don't I find someone else to try first? If not, find hit try. Xiangpa thought about it seriously and decided to try someone else. Let's change a god of destruction. Let a god of destruction practice the Sunflower Manual, maybe he can provide me with some ideas. But who should practice it well? It would be best to find a weaker god of destruction and let him operate it himself, so that we can see whether his strength has improved. The weakest god of destruction, Moscow from the 3rd universe? Yes, there is a little guy in his body, and that little guy seems to be called Myolu. It seems to be a very good choice to let that guy practice the Sunflower Manual. Xiongpa's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he felt that he was really too smart. Xiongpa did what he said and immediately contacted Myolu in the 9th universe through the communicator. Myolu, who was chatting with Saitara, was slightly stunned, and immediately took out the communicator and looked at it. When he found out that it was Xiongpa who called, Myolu was a little confused. What does Xiongpa mean by calling me? It's Xiongpa. Myolu stretched out his hand and showed the round communicator in his hand to Saitara. Answer it, maybe there is something. Saitara looked indifferent. Okay. Myolu nodded and answered the phone in front of Saitara. Moscow, what are you busy with? Don't talk to me in a jumbled voice, I can't understand a word. Xiongpa's voice came from the communicator and said to Mulu. No, I came out of Moscow's body. Mulu answered truthfully, I'm drinking with Saitara in the 9th universe. With that old man Saitara? Xiongpa was slightly stunned. Xiongpa, you big fat cat, can you speak? Saitara's face turned black. What do you want to talk to me about? Mulu asked. Forget it, it's okay, it's really okay, that's it. Xiongpa ended the call directly after he finished speaking. Mulu, you call it okay? You almost said that you have something important to tell me. Hey, just say it directly if you have something to say. Mulu was speechless. However, Xiongpa had already ended the call. Both parties' communicators were of the type with speakers. Therefore, even Broly and Majin Buu who were standing next to him could hear it clearly. However, both of them were eating and had no great interest in the conversation between the two sides. However, what Saitara and Myolu didn't know was that when Xiongpa's voice sounded, Broly's eyes moved slightly and he immediately returned to normal. It seemed that Broly had recognized Xiongpa's voice. Myolu, it is obvious that Xiongpa has something to say to you alone, please call him back. Saitara had already understood it. I am not interested in your conversation, please call him back alone. Okay, then I'll call him back and see what he wants to say. Myolo nodded, walked aside and called Xiangpa. The call was quickly connected, and Myolo said that there was no one around him. It's not a big deal, I just suddenly got a book, a divine book for cultivation. Do you want to try it? Xiangpa smiled. Divine book for cultivation? Myolo was stunned. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed, isn't it? Xiangpa asked, even if you have mastered the true freedom, it's all nonsense in front of absolute speed, am I right? What you said makes sense. Myolo nodded seriously. Indeed, as long as the speed is increased to the extreme, can the freedom still be avoided? Is this what is written in the magic book you mentioned? Myolo asked. I will tell you one more thing by the way, don't tell others. Xiangpa lowered his voice and said, do you know those two little guys Luotian and Broly? Myolo didn't say anything. How could I not know them? And Broly is right next to me. It is precisely because they practiced the magic skills in this book that they were able to have a solid foundation and improve their strength so quickly. Xiangpa said it in a magical way. Really? Myolo was surprised. Think about it, they are only 5 years old, and I know their race very well. Xiangpa snorted, we also have Saiyans in the 6th universe, but it is absolutely impossible for a Saiyan to grow to such a high level at the age of 5. No, to be precise, even adult Saiyans, including the Saiyan King, are not as strong as they are now. So, it is because they practiced the magic skills in this book that they can become so powerful. Myolo was even more surprised. He never expected that there would be such a magic book. However, Myolo thought about it carefully. Luotian and Broly were indeed very strange. If you say that they are of different races, it makes sense. The problem is that they are of the same race and their ages are not much different. As a result, they are both very powerful and are still minors. This is a bit unbelievable. Maybe it is really related to the magic book that Xiangpa said. Xiangpa, let me see your magic book. Myolo was a little looking forward to it. I'm just showing it off to you. If you want to see it, give me something good in exchange. Xiangpa smiled. What do you want? Myolo snorted. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I think about it. Xiangpa thought about it seriously. Myolo, but our relationship is pretty good, so I plan to show it to you first. Xiangpa added. You don't dare to practice, so you want me to be your guinea pig, right? Myolo is not stupid, and soon understood Xiangpa's intention. It's up to you. You can practice or not. Xiangpa hummed, that's it. Send it over, I'll take a look first. Myolo said hurriedly. Anyway, it doesn't cost money to take a look first. Why not take a look? Establish a dedicated transmission channel, there is no rule that prohibits passing things over. Myolo suggested. Okay, the transmission channel is open. Xiangpa nodded. Swish. Then, Xiangpa waved his hand in the air. Myolo also waved his hand. The two of them established a transmission channel out of thin air. Xiangpa threw the sunflower manual casually. In just a moment, the sunflower manual was immediately transmitted to Myolo's hands. Myolo raised his hand to catch the sunflower manual. The 3 people's monthly tickets or rewards will be sent immediately today. Chapter 124. Can you surpass Beerus? Let me see first. Myolo nodded with satisfaction. Tell me after practicing, let me see if your strength has improved. Xiangpa smiled. Okay, okay. Myolo did not object. The call ended here. Myolo picked up the sunflower manual and saw a line of small words printed on the cover. The world's martial arts, only speed cannot be broken. Then, Myolo curiously turned to the first page. If you want to practice magic, you must first castrate yourself. Myolo, Mule was about to turn to the second page, but the second page could not be opened. The next moment, Mule keenly discovered that there was a line of small words under: if you want to practice magic, you must first castrate yourself, only after completing it can the second page be unlocked. Mule was speechless. No wonder Xiangpa didn't practice. Mule's heart moved, and he looked at Broly who was eating. Then, Mule returned to Sidera slowly and put the sunflower manual on the table. Sidera was slightly startled, and immediately glanced at the book on the table, and muttered strangely, "Sunflower manual? What is it for?" Xiangpa passed it to me," Mule said, staring at Broly who was eating. Broly immediately pricked up his ears and pointed quickly in this direction. "Mine." Broly stood up and pointed at the book. "You gave it to Xiangpa, right?" Milo asked with a smile. Broly nodded. "Have you practiced it?" Milo asked again. Broly nodded vigorously. Milo immediately looked at Broly with some sympathy. "This silly child! Don't you know that thing has other uses?" The child is really ignorant. Since it was given to Xiangpa, and now Xiangpa gave it to me, should I take it back? Milo smiled slightly. "You took me to eat delicious food, I gave it to you." Broly looked at the feast on the table and waved his hand generously. "That's more like it." Milo smiled, and his smile was meaningful. Sidera also curiously picked up the sunflower manual in his hand and looked at the small words below. "In the world of martial arts, only speed can't break it." Sidera muttered quietly. Xiangpa said that even the ultimate self-definition would be affected by the absolute speed. Mule said with a smile, "Sidera, what do you think?" He is right. As long as the speed reaches an absolute height, the ultimate self-definition may not be able to avoid it. Sidera nodded and turned to the first page. After seeing the content on the first page, Sidera fell into deep thought. Then, Sidera turned his head to look at Xiao Qi beside him, and immediately threw the book to Mule. "This kind of book is not suitable for me." Sidera shook his head. A short silence. "Mule, you can actually try," Sidera said with a smile. "It's not like you can't grow it anyway, maybe you can really increase the speed to the extreme." I heard that Luotian and Broly were able to reach their current level because they practiced the sunflower manual. They only practiced for a year in total. Mule lowered his voice and whispered to Sidera. "They have only practiced for a year? That's incredible." Sidera was really surprised and patted Mule on the shoulder. "Mule, I really think you can try it. If you can reach the strength of the god of destruction and enter Moscow's body, maybe they can surpass Beerus." Miolo's eyes moved at that time, and he was a little tempted. He felt that the weight of the sunflower manual in his hand was also heavier. "What you said makes sense. If I can reach the strength of the god of destruction, and cooperate with Moscow, wouldn't I be able to beat Beerus? Let all of you gods of destruction look down on me. I'll try." That night, the moon was on the willow branches, and people made appointments after dusk. Above the moon, in a dark cave, Miolo sat upright by the stone with his legs on the ground. At the same time, Miolo picked up the sunflower manual in his hand and opened the first page. "If you want to practice magic skills, you must castrate yourself first." Miura gritted his teeth, and a small energy knife flashed at his fingertips. Miura waved his finger fiercely. A pig-killing wail came from the entire moon. Majin Bu walked out of the room, looked up at the moon in the sky, and showed a confused look. "What's wrong?" Broly rubbed his eyes, and then came out and asked curiously. "Broly, do you hear someone shouting on the moon?" Majin Bu pointed to the moon in the sky. "No." Broly shook his head. "The moon is so round tonight," Majin Bu suddenly said. "Yeah, so round." Broly nodded. "The last time I saw such a round moon was half a year ago, and I tore the moon in half." Majin Bu looked confused, not understanding the meaning of Broly's actions. The two of them grinned and looked straight at the full moon hanging in the sky. Luo Tian said that I can't keep staring at the full moon, otherwise, I will easily turn into a giant ape. Broly suddenly retracted his gaze, his heartbeat also accelerated a lot, and his breathing became more rapid. Majin Bu? Broly took a deep breath and exhaled, and quickly adjusted his body, and did not transform because of this. Strange guy. Majin Bu snorted and laughed. Broly followed with a silly laugh. A short silence. Hey, if you absorb me, how much will your strength increase? Broly suddenly asked. How much can it increase? I don't know, it should be stronger than the two of us combined. Majin Bu replied. It's the same as not saying anything. Broly shook his head. Hey, do you want me to absorb you? Majin Bu showed a wicked smile. We'll talk about it when we need it. Broly, like a little adult, imitated Luo Tian, with his hands behind his back and a thoughtful expression. You are my friend now, so I won't absorb you. Majin Bu shook his head. If I'm in danger, you can absorb me. Broly lowered his voice and whispered in Majin Bu's ear. Although Majin Bu didn't understand Broly's meaning, he nodded in agreement. On the moon. Mulu's face was pale, and he endured the severe pain and looked at the sunflower manual. Unlocked successfully. 4 big words slowly appeared on the first page of the sunflower manual. Mulu took a deep breath and immediately turned to the second page with some excitement. On the second page, there were still 8 big words. Even if you castrate yourself, it may not succeed. Mulu's face turned pale and ugly in an instant. He suddenly had a bad premonition. The next moment, Mulu immediately turned to the third page. If you don't castrate yourself, you can succeed. Mulu was so angry that his whole body trembled and his face was extremely ugly. Then, Mulu turned to the fourth page with a gloomy face. Page 4 had only one word. Finish. Mulu stared straight at the last word. This word seemed to be teasing him. It was written in a twisted way, and the meaning of the word seemed to be full of ridicule. It was just short of becoming the word idiot. Wow! Muru was furious and destroyed the book with a wave of his hand. Kampa, you wait for me. I will not forgive you. And Broly, you dare to tease me. You and Kampa teamed up to tease me, right? If I find out that you really killed my son, I will never forgive you. I will destroy you completely and make you unable to revive. Universe 11, Proud Planet. Mers really didn't believe in evil, and he kept pestering Jiren, wanting him to become his trainee Kaishin. Jiren wanted to cry but had no tears. Jiren really wanted to ask why May, did Makurita also pester you to become the god of destruction? Are these angels so shameless? Jiren refused again and again, saying that he was not interested in the king of the Kai. Of course, in order to avoid Merle's asking him to become the god of destruction again, he simply said that he was not interested in the god of destruction either. Jiren said that he just wanted to be an ordinary human. 3 days passed quickly. Merle's pursuit of Jiren ended in failure. Forget it, I'll do it. Luo Tian sighed. Merle's looked disappointed, as if the girl he liked didn't like him. Like myself. I chased her for 3 days but still failed to catch up. The key is that I am tall, rich, and handsome. This woman must have a problem with her brain. Mels began to have wild thoughts. This is the first time that Mels has pursued a human as an angel and wanted to train this human to become a Kai. But this human didn't appreciate it at all. Okay, go ahead, Luo Tian. I don't believe he will agree to be your Kai. Mels took a deep breath and said to Luo Tian. After all, in Mels's opinion, he didn't succeed, so how could Luo Tian succeed? I am the son of the great priest, and Luo Tian is just an ordinary human. Although he is evolving towards the path of an angel, his identity is definitely not as special as mine. What I can't do, you can do it. Luo Tian found Jiren calmly and had a deep talk with him. About 10 minutes later, Luo Tian and Jiren walked out of the room. Jillian's expression was also solemn, and his look was even more respectful. Mers? Mers suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why do I feel Luo Tian seems to have fooled him successfully? Greetings, Master Myers. Jillian immediately stepped forward and bowed to Myers. Mers was stunned again. What does it mean? Mers was a little confused. Looking at Jillian, who saluted him, he thought for a while that Luo Tian had brainwashed him. Is this still the Jillian who ignored me? You know, in these 3 days, Jillian didn't pay any attention to Myers at all. Now I don't know why Jillian actually saluted me. Are you really Jillian? Myers asked with some uncertainty. Master Myers, I agree to be your trainee Kaishin. Jillian saluted again. Mers was dumbfounded, blinked his eyes, and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Then, Mels immediately turned his head to look at Luo Tian, wanting to ask what he meant. Lord Luo Tian promised me a condition, so I am willing to become your Kai King God. Jillian glanced at Luo Tian and explained to Mels. Condition? Mels was stunned and looked at Luo Tian again. It's not a big deal. Jillian's biggest wish is to revive his master Ji Qing. Luo Tian explained with a smile, I promised him that after he becomes a real Kai King God, I will help him fulfill this wish and find a way to revive his master. Mels, such important information, how could I not know it? How did you know it? If you told me earlier, I could also convince him. Jillian, how did your master die? Mels asked casually. Killed by the demons. Jillian answered truthfully, the soul didn't have time to escape. Mels suddenly felt a headache. The next moment, Mels pulled Luo Tian aside and whispered to him, Luo Tian, do you know what you are doing? What's the problem? Luo Tian asked. People without souls, even we angels can't revive them. Mels shook his head helplessly. What about the Dragon of God? There is no way to revive people without souls? Luo Tian smiled slightly. The Dragon of God? That shouldn't be a problem. Mel's eyes lit up, and he suddenly realized, do you mean to revive his master Ji Qing through the Dragon of God? Is it very effective? He immediately agreed to be a Kai King God. Luo Tian smiled. No, I feel something is wrong. Mels rubbed his head, always feeling that something was wrong. Luo Tian didn't say anything, just smiled and looked at Mels. Wait a minute, didn't you say you wanted him to be your Kai King God? Why did you give it to me? Mels asked curiously. I was just kidding you. How could I compete with you for someone? Luo Tian laughed, floating in the air, patting Myers' shoulder and saying earnestly, you are my best friend, the Kai King you like, how inappropriate is it for me to compete with you for it? Luo Tian Myers' eyes were a little wet. Don't cry, angels don't cry, right? Luo Tian said. You take out that interjection. Myers rubbed his eyes, and gratitude appeared in his expression. Luo Tian is so good to me. He convinced such a good person for me and made him my trainee Kai King. What about you? Do you really plan to train that Sun Wukong into a Kai King? Myers asked embarrassedly. You have picked all the powerful people, I will just find someone to train. Luo Tian sighed, looking helpless. Luo Tian, don't say that. Myers said seriously, the universe is so big, and there are 12 universes. Let's pick carefully. I'll help you find it this time. No need, just choose Wukong. I still like to train my people. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Since you said so, I won't let you down during the assessment. Mers also smiled. Okay. Luo Tian nodded. Luo Tian thought about it seriously and decided to train Sun Wukong well. It would be interesting to let him fight with Mers Jiren at that time. Gaku, I will train you into an excellent warrior in 30 years. As for Jiren, Luo Tian is not very interested in him. Everyone may have his own upper limit. In Luo Tian's view, whether it is Sun Wukong, Vegeta, or of course Broly, there is basically no upper limit. And now Jiren has basically reached his upper limit. Even if Jiren will improve, it will definitely not be too much. Unless he encounters some special circumstances, it is possible to greatly improve his strength. Moreover, Luo Tian feels very fulfilled in training his own people. Of course, there is another very important reason, which is that Luo Tian knows how to train them. So after thinking about it, Luo Tian decided to give Jiren to Mels. This is the Kai King God that Mels has been thinking about. I am giving it to you as a favor now. I wonder what your expression will be when your Jiren loses to my son Wukong in the future. I asked you to choose son Wukong before, but you disagreed and insisted on choosing Jiren. Luo Tian is looking forward to that day. Then Mel's expression will definitely be more exciting than when the God of Destruction was elected, right? The main reason is that by that time, I have transformed into a real angel. I am looking forward to it more and more. Luo Tian is happy in his heart. So next, should we go back to the 18th universe? Mels suggested, or should we go to the Earth in the 6th universe first and bring Sun Wukong here by the way? No need to go to the Earth for the time being, let Wukong grow up on his own for a while. Luo Tian suggested, let's go back to the 18th universe first. By the way, do you want to take Jiren with you? What do you think? Myers decided to ask Luo Tian for his opinion. First, leave him a book and let him study it by himself. Then come back to guide him when you have time. Isn't there still 30 years? Luo Tian smiled slightly. You are right. I think we should find a Kaishin and learn from him. Myers thought about it carefully and felt that there was nothing wrong with what Luo Tian said. He followed Luo Tian's words and expressed his own thoughts. Why don't we find the Kaishin of the 7th universe and learn from him? Luo Tian suggested. Myers, you are really a joker. Learning from the Kaishin of the 7th universe, we too are being led into a ditch. Myers wiped his sweat. The two joked a few times and chatted for a while before walking to the opposite side of Jiren. Pa! Myers raised his right hand slightly, and a book appeared in his hand. Luo Tian glanced at the cover of the book, and saw a few big words printed on it, Guide to the Training of the Supreme Kai. You read books so fast, Chapter 125 Ultra Silver Hair. Luo Tian was a little speechless about this. You have such a great affinity with the word guide. I remember that the book I practiced was called Guide to the Training of the Supreme Kai. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Myers handed the book to Jiren and explained, Jiren, you can continue to do what you should do here, but your true identity is already my trainee Supreme Kai. You can study the contents of this book when you have time. Yes, Lord Myers. Jillian immediately saluted, then stood up slightly and looked at Luo Tian. His expression was also a bit solemn, and there was a touch of passion and fighting spirit. Luo Tian was slightly stunned. What do you mean? Myers also looked at Jillian inexplicably, not knowing what he wanted to do. Mr. Luo Tian, I heard that has become an angel through cultivation? Is that right? Jillian asked. Not yet. Luo Tian nodded. Can I challenge you? Jillian took a deep breath and looked at Luo Tian with a serious face. I'm really sorry, after all, I haven't had an opponent for a long time. What a coincidence, I haven't had an opponent for a long time either. Luo Tian did not object. Luo Tian actually wanted to feel his true strength. After all, Luo Tian's current angel power purity has reached a height of 30. Since he met Jiren, it would be a good idea to have a friendly exchange with him. Mels naturally wanted to know Jiren's true strength. Although through the scepter, Mels could also simply analyze Jiren's strength, but it was not as accurate as an intuitive battle. If you two really want to exchange, can you fight in outer space? If you fight here, it is easy to affect the planet. Mels suggested, and kindly asked, Jiren, can you survive in outer space? Sure. Jiren nodded. Well, let's go to outer space first. Mels said, and gently knocked the scepter in his hand on the ground. Pa! A ball of bright flames like stars quickly covered Mel's body. Swish! Mers turned into a stream of light and instantly fell into the starry sky. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. The speed was so fast that Jillian was a little surprised when he saw it. Myers was deliberately showing off his true strength in front of Jillian. Do you really think that the angels are weak? Just the speed of flying, definitely far ahead. Please. Luo Tian invited Jillian, I'll let you fly first. Jillian looked at Luo Tian deeply, and then there was no more hesitation, and a fiery red light burst out from his body. Swish! Jillian quickly rushed into the sky, broke through the atmosphere, and left a bright flame in the air. Jillian looked solemn and quickly chased in the direction of Myers. I heard that he was just an apprentice angel. I don't believe that I can't catch up with an angel in the internship period. Jillian increased the speed of flying. However, as he flew, Jillian found that Myers had already flown away. It was simply out of reach. At this moment, Jillian truly felt that even an apprentice angel was far ahead in terms of speed. I thought I was already very fast. While thinking this, Jillian suddenly looked down and saw another stream of light as bright as a star flashing in the air and flying towards him. Jillian's pupil shrank. It's Luo Tian. I won't lose to you in speed. If I lose to you in speed, I will be shorter before the battle. Jillian immediately used all his strength to increase his speed to the extreme. However, Luo Tian's speed was faster. Snap! Jillian looked back and found that Luo Tian's hair suddenly turned silver white. Swoosh! Luo Tian turned into a stream of light as bright as a star, surpassed Jillian in an instant, and flew past him. The strong airflow caused Jillian's body to turn over twice in the air. Energy burst out from Jillian's body immediately, and he finally stabilized his body. Pa! Luo Tian slowly stopped, looking at Jillian opposite with a smile. A smile appeared on his face. Let's just have a simple exchange here. Jillian's face changed again and again, his expression was full of alertness. Shua! Just at this moment, Mels also came quickly from a distance. Mels, he accidentally flew over. Why did you stop here? However, when Mels saw the changes in Luo Tian, his face immediately became wonderful. Luo Tian, your hair turned silver. Mels looked at Luo Tian in surprise. Pa! Luo Tian calmly condensed a small mirror for himself, and looked at his face, and said in a self-indulgent way, it seems to be more handsome than black hair. You look more and more like a real angel. Mels was deeply surprised. Mels never thought that he had grown to this height after only half a year of separation from Luo Tian. Hair can even turn silver. This should be the real ultimate freedom. Mels commented, and said with some joy, Congratulations, Luo Tian, you have successfully comprehended the ultimate freedom. This head of white hair is the best proof. Thank you. Luo Tian nodded calmly. You two can spar here. I will eliminate the energy you accidentally released outside, so that it will not have too much impact on this universe. Mels took the scepter and was ready to protect this starry sky. Don't bother, Mels. Luo Tian smiled, it's like a fierce battle. That's true after all, the gap between humans and angels is still very large. Even if you are not an angel now, even if you have only comprehended the true ultimate freedom, humans may be out of reach. Mels nodded, still agreeing with Luo Tian's words. Jillian, do you think I am so vulnerable? Are you underestimating me? I am the most powerful human in the 11th universe. Jillian looked extremely solemn, without any intention of underestimating the enemy. Mr. Luo Tian, I will fight seriously, and I hope you can compete with me seriously. Okay, then I will be more serious. Luo Tian nodded without objection. Then the game begins. Mels waved the scepter in his hand and said loudly. The moment the voice fell, Jillian did not hesitate at all, and immediately turned into a stream of fiery red light, whistling towards Luo Tian's position. Jillian quickly changed his position in the air, his body kept flashing, getting closer and closer to Luo Tian. In just a moment, Jillian appeared in front of Luo Tian and slapped him fiercely. However, Luo Tian was faster. Shua! In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian appeared behind Jillian. Jillian missed his attack, and immediately widened his eyes, looking around for Luo Tian's actions. Bang! Luo Tian slapped Jillian in the back of the neck. Jillian felt his consciousness go blank at that moment. When he looked again, Lian's body was already limp, suspended in the starry sky, and he fainted directly. No way! So weak? Luo Tian was disappointed. Mers didn't expect Luo Tian to end the fight so quickly. I thought the fight would be exciting. But he knocked Jiren out in one go? I can't do anything with you, you faint too easily, right? Luo Tian shook his head in disappointment and snapped his fingers gently beside Jiren's ear. Jiren immediately woke up, rubbed the back of his neck that was hit, and shook his head again, his face a little ugly. Is the gap between me and him so big? Come on, it wasn't very satisfying just now. I didn't expect you to faint so easily. Luo Tian waved at Jiren. Jiren, Mers wiped his sweat silently on the side. I was careless just now. I won't faint so easily this time. After Jiren said this, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Why do I feel that I have lost several points in terms of momentum? Shouldn't I say, I was careless just now, I won't lose to you again this time? No, I should say, I was careless just now, I will definitely defeat you. Several thoughts flashed through Jillian's mind in an instant. The next moment, Jillian's expression became more solemn, and cold sweat slid down his face. Swish! Jillian rushed towards Luo Tian again. Looking at Jillian rushing up, Luo Tian slightly turned his body to avoid his fist, and used his knee to hit Jillian's abdomen directly. Puff! Jillian sprayed a large mouthful of acid water at that time, covering the place where he was hit just now. His face became distorted, and fine cold sweat oozed from his forehead, and his pupils were full of bright red blood. Ahaha! Jillian screamed and grimaced in pain. Then, Jillian endured the severe pain, waved his hand at Luo Tian, and cut with a palm. Luo Tian tilted his head and dodged Jillian's attack lightly. Bang! Luo Tian stretched out his calf and kicked Jillian on the chin. Crack! There was only a crisp sound coming from Jillian's chin. Jillian's body trembled a few times and fainted again. No way! Fainted again? Luo Tian shook his head and sighed. I thought he was so strong. Is it so easy to faint? Mels was immediately at a loss for words, and stepped forward to explain to Luo Tian, it's not that he is so strong, it's that you are too strong. You have already comprehended the true freedom, ordinary humans can never be your opponent. I accidentally became the strongest person in the universe, I'm a little embarrassed. Luo Tian sighed deeply. Mels didn't want to talk anymore. What you said, I don't know how to respond. Are you showing off to me? Shua! Luo Tian flew to Jiren calmly, released the angel power to him, and treated his body. Soon, Jiren woke up slowly. When Jiren woke up, he saw Luo Tian opposite him at a glance, and grinned at him. Jiren was startled and flew backwards in a hurry, pulling away from Luo Tian. It is worth mentioning that Luo Tian has now achieved the true freedom. After all, the purity of Luo Tian's angel power has reached a height of 30. In this regard, the silver-haired state that Sun Wukong realized at the Power Conference is not comparable to Luo Tian. Or it can be said that Luo Tian's current strength is actually equivalent to the silver-haired Sun Wukong in the Moro period. However, in terms of stability and continuous explosiveness, the current Luo Tian is more durable than the Sun Wukong in the Moro period. After all, the cultivation methods of both parties are completely different. Luo Tian cultivates the angel power and constantly purifies the angel power. Sun Wukong cultivated energy, and after realizing the ultimate freedom, he transformed energy into divine power. The strength of divine power is naturally no match for Luo Tian's angel power. You get dizzy too easily, keep going. Luo Tian waved at Jilian. Jilian was silent. Jilian suddenly felt that he were not on the same level at all. There were several levels of difference. What else to continue? Continue to be abused? How about let's do this first? Myers was a peacemaker on the side. Got it, I'll cover my eyes, and we too will continue. Luo Tian said, gently raised his hand, and a piece of black cloth immediately appeared in his hand. Luo Tian calmly wrapped the black cloth around his eyes. Come on, Jilian, I'm going to fight you with my eyes closed now, I hope you won't let me down. Luo Tian waved at Jilian again. Jilian, it's too bullying. Fight me with your eyes closed. Jilian was about to agree, but he noticed that Myers beside him winked at him. The meaning in that look couldn't be more obvious. Myers' eyes seemed to speak, as if he was saying, don't fight, you can't beat him. Jilian was really angry. I have practiced hard for so many years, and I still don't believe that I can't beat someone who has only practiced for 1 or 2 years. And he was blindfolded. Jilian, was dissatisfied. You said it. I will never show mercy. Jilian said. His expression became heavier. Come on. Luo Tian nodded. Mers was speechless. Jiren, why are you doing this? What he realized is the true ultimate freedom. How can a human like you be his opponent? But Mers was somewhat relieved. Although Mers saw the huge gap between Jiren and Luo Tian, he could tell the strong strength of Jiren. Mers felt that with Jiren's strength, he was definitely better than Broly. Should I train him to be a god of destruction? Then the question came. What about Bu? Seal him up again? At present, Jiren at least looks like a normal person. Majin Bu is not obedient at all. Mers thought too much at the moment. Jiren also shouted and quickly spread the sound in another direction. Then, Jiren quietly approached Luo Tian. In just a blink of an eye, Jiren appeared behind Luo Tian. You closed your eyes, I don't believe you can dodge my attack. Jilian suddenly blasted a powerful punch at Luo Tian's back. Luo Tian turned sideways again and easily dodged Jilian's attack. What? Dodge? How is that possible? Jilian was stunned. Too slow, the attack speed is too slow. Luo Tian shook his head. Ya, what did you say? You said my attack is too slow? Jilian gritted his teeth, increased his speed to the extreme, and punched and kicked Luo Tian. Luo Tian closed his eyes and dodged all of Jilian's attacks. Sure enough, the real Ultra Instinct is more handy to use than the Ultra Instinct sign. What a good thing! I don't know who invented the Ultra Instinct. Well, it seems that as long as you are an angel, you will be born to use this skill. A minute passed quickly. Jilian panted heavily, and he didn't even touch Luo Tian's clothes. Bang! Luo Tian kicked calmly and hit Jilian's kidney on the spot. Ouch! Jilian screamed and felt that he was not feeling well. Why did this guy's beating hurt so much? What made Jilian feel the most painful was that his waist seemed to have lumbar muscle strain, and now it was a bit difficult to straighten up. Shua! Mers came quickly and said to Luo Tian, let's end it like this. As he said that, Mels turned back and winked at Jilian, meaning that he should admit defeat quickly and that would be the end of it. To admit defeat. Jilian gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and said these words from his mouth. One last blow, see if you can bear it. Luo Tian suddenly said. Jilian's face changed slightly. Shua! In just a moment, Luo Tian disappeared from the spot. Jilian's pupils shrank, his face changed again and again, and he looked around for Luo Tian's figure. The next moment, Jilian's head mechanically turned behind him and saw Luo Tian grinning at him. No, not good! Jilian exclaimed. Bang! Luo Tian slapped Jilian's neck again with a light palm. Jilian was unfortunately hit, collapsed in the starry sky, and fainted again. Mel's was speechless. Why did you knock him out again? Really weak. Luo Tian shook his head. I hope I can fight more seriously. Don't joke, you have learned the true ultimate freedom. No matter how powerful Jillian is, he can't be your opponent. Mel's replied, and stepped forward to treat Jillian with the scepter. Jillian recovered quickly, opened his confused eyes, and his eyes were almost lifeless. At this moment, Jillian even regretted challenging Luo Tian. You shouldn't challenge him, he's very narrow-minded. Myers lowered his voice and whispered to Jillian. Jillian's mouth twitched, and he saluted quickly. Go, practice well, I'll come to see you after a while. Myers patted Jillian's shoulder. Yes. Jillian nodded. However, just when Jillian was about to leave, Luo Tian suddenly spoke. Wait a minute. Luo Tian stopped Jillian. Please vote. 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 Please vote.